one as well. Superb. So I'm going to redo all of my jokes, come up with fresh content. No worries. How are we doing today? All those who are doing fine, could you make some noise, please? All of those who are doing okay, make some noise, please. Okay, good. No one's frustrated. Everyone's in a happy mode. That's a good start for the day. Before we begin, and of course, we have amazing bunch of people. We've got great speakers, insightful panel discussion, all that lined up for you. But before all that, need to set the context for the day. And of course, it's always nice to have a quick icebreaker, but in a fun way. Are we ready for this? So we've got like the brightest minds in the house, and of course we're celebrating the Festival of L&D. It's all about learning and development, and we get to learn every time we do something together. So I want a little more energy in the house for day 2. Are we ready? Superb. So what we're going to do is, learning all started back in our school days, correct? For us, officially. So I'm just going to journey back, and I'm going to take you all there, and I just want you to play along with me. For the next 1 minute, please listen to the instructions while your eyes are closed. So could I request everybody to close your eyes? Thank you for trusting me and doing this. Don't worry. Close your eyes now. So now I just want you to imagine one particular classroom from your senior school days, from 6th to 10th, or even 12th, that's fine. Think about one particular classroom that you can imagine. Probably your 7th, 8th, 9th. Think about the bench, the desk, your schoolmates, classmates, the board. Can you imagine? Anybody can shout out and just tell me while your eyes are closed, which class are you thinking about? Which standard are you thinking about? 10? 12? Okay, 10. 4th standard is also fine, theek hai? 8th, superb. Now, keep your eyes closed. Imagine that surrounding. I'm sure you can visualize the bench, the desk, friends, the lunchbox, your school bag, any of it. Now, yes, we always had one teacher or one subject which we hated the most, or she or he hated us even more. Which is that subject? Physics, math, Telugu language, chemistry, all right. Now, history, all right. You're seated there, and this hour is going to be of that particular teacher or subject. First of all, you hate that subject or teacher for whatever reason. Second, there was an important assignment that has been given to you, homework, which you forgot to do. So first of all, you don't like this teacher, he or she doesn't like you, and you've not got your homework, so you know it's going to be a bad day or bad hour or bad period, correct? So keep your eyes closed and imagine this. You're worried. And now the door opens and someone walks in and that person says, hey, your physics, chemistry, math, language teacher is absent. How did you feel? Back then I'm talking about. That hour just turned around and you felt better. So I wanted to give me that expression. So you were thinking it's going to be a bad hour. You're worried that you didn't do the homework, you're skeptical about it, and suddenly the door opens and it's a free hour, you're going to have fun. I want you to give me that expression. Come on, 3, 2, 1. How did we feel? Yes. So we want you to have this mindset, a fun, happy, open mindset, because there's a lot of things that's going to be spoken about, and we want all of you to consume it in a fun way, because learning is absolutely amazing when it's fun. Yes or no? And at the free hour, you had a colorful paper just like what's placed on your table right now. What did we do? When you had a free hour and you had a colorful paper like this, what did we do? Rocket? Yes, everybody, 30 seconds on the clock. I want you to make a rocket right now. Cool, come on everybody, let's go. I want everyone to make a rocket right now. 30 seconds, could we have some music at the back please? A rocket, a plane, paper plane. And once you do, there's also a couple of sketch pens that's in the center of the table. We want you to write in your name, preferably your LinkedIn name, your ID, and whichever corporate and entity that you represent, just write in. So this is the peanut potli that you get by the beach side. We want a rocket, a paper plane. Help your friends at the table. Super, we've got a rocket man already. Looks like you used to make the maximum rockets back in your school days. Backbencher? Yes. Yeah, got that.
teacher or the subject. I got only 2 marks because of my good handwriting. Otherwise, I would have got 0 out of 100.
Superb. Lovely. Okay, keep it. We'll give you a chance to fly. Write in your name. We want you to write in your name, preferably your LinkedIn ID and the company, the corporate, the brand that you represent. Just write it on top of it. There's color sketches in the center in case if the pencil is not visible. You can use this, any of this, ma'am. Superb. I think that works. What's about? Works fine. Superb. So we've got a master who's helping his table mates. Lovely. I'm sure you were the one who used to help your friends with some letters also back in the school days. He looks like one. Lovely. If you've got the rocket ready and if you've got your names written on it, could I request everybody to show it to me up in the air, please? Lovely. Superb. Now could I request everybody to stand up? We'll give 10 more seconds to the people who are completing the task. Well, learning and development is at its best. I always say this when it gets people together. In fact, it does. So we are here to innovate, collaborate, and of course through that we celebrate as well. To keep this as the context and as we segue into the day, what we're going to do is we're going to fly the rockets together and have a flying start right here at day 2 of the BW People Festival of L&D. So team, tribe, the clan, the fraternity, are we ready? Super little more excitement in the house. Are we ready? So you can fly it across the room anywhere. Do not point towards me. I'm not in shot for now. So I'll give you the count. I'll give you a countdown. I love the energy there. I'll give you the countdown. So we fly it only at the count of 1, not before. Let's do this. So you all are the scientists behind this launch. Let's call it C4, Chandrayaan 4. So let's have the ignition on. Flight's ready. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. And only at the count of 1 you do this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Hold on. We don't launch our own rockets. Quickly just exchange it with anybody across your table or across other tables. Just do it multiple times. It's absolutely fine. Multiple times. Not with the same person multiple times, with anybody else. So that you just like have a look at the names as well while you do that. Superb. Keep the music on, please. Alright, so now back to your place, Superb. Love the energy in the hall. Everybody back to your place. Scientists ready, pilots ready, up in the air. We are all set to fly, 10, 9, up in the air. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Woo! Come on, clap for yourself. And before you sit down, please pick up any random rocket that's fallen next to you. Our team will give it to you. Just randomly pick up any rocket that's fallen next to you and you need to have one. If you have flown one, just make sure that you have it and sit down. Thank you, Console. Thank you for the music. If you've got your own rocket back, that's a good day for lottery, but I request you to exchange it because what's going to happen is what I want you to do is through the course of the day, please find out the person whose rocket you have, try to reach them out and probably during your breaks, network with them and make a new connection. And the reason why I chose rocket for this activity is it has a really lot of relevance to us. It has a lot of relevance to the brand we represent and it also has a lot of relevance to the country that we are in. That's India, Hamara Bharat. It's a 3-line story and I'll tell you the relevance and I'm sure everybody can relate to this. The 3-line story is very simple. First line, failure. Second line is also failure. But the third line, ladies and gentlemen, India lands on the moon. Right? This is where you clap as well. So everyone, we've been through that story, we've been through that journey. And let it be a rocket or let it be a biscuit, it cannot be made or launched without the power of collaboration, without the power of people, without the power of partnership. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to day 2 of BW People Festival of L&D. Let's have a big cheer for yourself and good morning. Well, we're all set. Once again, let me officially welcome you all. My name is AMAR. For those who don't know me, this is RJ Amar in the house. Absolute pleasure to be a host in those. And welcome you to day 2 of the BW Festival of L&D Conclave Awards 2024. This grand day-long summit serves as a platform to discuss, celebrate, and illuminate the remarkable journeys of organizations and pioneers who have been curating personalized learning journeys to build a competent workforce. The theme of BW Festival of L&D is Designing Learning with a Purpose. The panelists, of course, we've got the best of the best. Will be focusing and be talking to us about designing skill-based learning programs with technologies like AI, learning analytics, gamification, and more. Curate purposeful learning to master learners' engagement, engaging L&D modules with just-in-time learning aids for busy learners, prioritizing human connection in the age of AI, and focus on L&D spends that deliver real-time ROI. The day's proceedings will start with a keen look at evolving role of Chief Learning Officers in India, and we're absolutely thrilled to welcome L&D influencers, the enthusiastic audience, and the invaluable content that enriches the entire day proceedings. Could we have a big cheer for all the stakeholders who are present right here? Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions, we will venture into the realm of recognition with the BW L&D Excellence Awards for the leaders and pioneers in the L&D space, the most happening event of the segment, which will happen in the evening. We will also be unveiling the BW People L&D survey report today, which gives insights into the latest trends and projections for 2025. On that note, I request the team to show us the event AV for the day. Could we have the audio visual, please? All eyes on the screen. On that note, once again, this is BW People Festival of L&D. And BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Bachwasha, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. And to keep yourself updated about all the development, please do subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight, and there are absolutely exciting offers for the attendees of the event right here today. And our latest issue ranks India's top B school and looks at how management education is changing in the age of AI. For more information, please reach out to the registration counter. Before we start today's summit, could I request the BW team to play the BW Legacy AV? Let's give a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World. Could we have a big cheer for BW Business World? And today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels, and also live on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As we're all set for the flag off, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share your learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Festival of L&D. And before I move forward and introduce the first speaker, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners. First up, HR Network Partner, NHRD Bangalore Chapter. Could we have a big cheer for all our partners as I take their names, please? Coaching Partner, Take 5 Global. Tech Training Partner, NLink. Exhibit Partner, Great HR. Stalwart Learning. Corporate Gifting Partner, GKD. Event Partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, and Beanley Coffee. Could we quickly have the AV, the partners, please? All right, once again, thanking all our partners. And with this, the context is set. We are done with all the formalities. Let's segue into the day. And join me in welcoming, we have with us our business head at BW People. To welcome us all, could we have Ms. Bilkis Naqvi to join us on stage with a big cheer, a round of applause, please. Good morning, ma'am. Take it away, please.
Thank you, Amar. Good morning, learners, and welcome to the Day 2 of Learning and Development Conference and Awards. The BW People Festival of Learning and Development 2024 is a journey of exploration, inspiration, and celebration. Yesterday, we had a fantastic day filled with insightful sessions, engaging discussions, and innovative ideas. We witnessed the power of collaboration as L&D and HR leaders and practitioners came together to explore the latest trends and best practices in L&D field. Today, we have an exciting day ahead of us with an array of sessions designed to challenge our thinking, spark creativity, and enhance our skills. We will delve deeper into topics such as integration of technology in learning, the importance of emotional intelligence in L&D, and the role of AI in fostering and thriving learning culture. I encourage each one of you to engage actively, ask questions, and share your experiences. This conference will be a success only if you all participate. Today, we will also celebrate the excellence in the field of L&D during the award ceremony in the evening. It is a moment to recognize the remarkable contributions of individuals and organizations that have made significant impact in learning and development. Learning is not a solitary journey. It flourishes in collaboration and connection. I encourage you to network, share ideas, and form relationships that will extend beyond this conference. And of course, thank you for each one of you to being here with such an enthusiasm, commitment, and positivity. I will repeat what I said yesterday. Let's make most of the day, inspire one another, make new connections, which turn into long-lasting friendships, and may all your new contacts turn into new contracts. Have a great day. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. And the last line was fascinating to listen to. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the speaker for the keynote. And it's going to be about L&D tech transformation, aligning L&D to workforce development goals. And to talk to us about this, we have the Chief People Officer at Movate. Could we have Mr. Anish Philip to please join us on stage with a big cheer? Good morning, sir. Absolute pleasure. All yours.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. Just at the same time, a short disclaimer as such. I have some folks waiting for me, at 11. So I would just keep it to the script and leave it, we'll take permission from all of you to actually, go back to them, and we need to get back to wide field out there. So sorry about that, Bilkis, but really couldn't, really can't help from that perspective. So thanks for your time and your presence out here. I head HR for Movate and previously have worked with organizations like EY, was part of the consulting division, then moved over to Mindtree. I was there with Mindtree for 19 years. So a lot of time my talk is more about my experiences in the organizations that I have actually worked for and how each of the people practices, we've tried changing it, and I have tried to learn, adapt to things. Along with my regular day job, I also lead the NHRD chapter. So thanks for the partnership with BW, out here. And I lead I'm the honorary president for the Bangalore chapter. So that's again one additional responsibility that I handle, and that obviously keeps me learning. Now today's topic was really about L&D tech transformation and how do we align L&D with our workforce development. If you really look at it, we live in an era, where the world is changing faster than ever before. And technology is reshaping industries, defining economies, and revolutionizing the way we work. And amidst all this transformation, a pressing question arises: how do we ensure our workforce evolves alongside these changes. And the answer to that lies in aligning, one of the answer, I would say, is aligning the L&D strategies with workforce development goals. And more importantly, how do we leverage technology, not just to bridge the skill gaps, but to empower employees to thrive, and make them successful. Today, I would like to share some insights from my experience, with my previous company and especially Movate, focusing on two key areas. And that is, the first thing is about how do we integrate technology with workforce development goals. And the second is how do we bridge the skill gaps. And if I were to just talk about integrating technology, when we talk about infusing technology into L&D, it's not just about making processes faster or more efficient. It is about transforming traditional learning paradigms into something that's agile, scalable, and most importantly, learner-centric. Now, gone are the days, and obviously we all know about it, that one size fits all courses in traditional learning management systems. Today learners demand more dynamic, immersive, and hyper-personalized experiences driven by technologies like AI, automation, and social collaboration tools, right? And another example that we see is the whole thing around conferences. Today, even NHRD, when I organize conferences, people are more comfortable saying that, yes, it's all available. How is it that it is helping me in driving my whole AI charter or technology adoption? Those are some of the things that I'm really interested to know, learn from it. Now, when I started with Movate, that's again one of the things that was there. We were working on an LMS, which was really archaic. Technology was really not, it was limited. Yes, technology was there, but it was limited. Then we moved to, a learning experience platform, which was more built internally, right? And based on the collective experience wisdom of all the learners, as well as of all the folks out there, and which really unlocked opportunities for more personalized learning out there. We're still in that journey. We're still, not out there. But a 3-year roadmap that we are really building is to really, build a world-class social navigation career system, right? That's basically out there, where all elements are integrated using technology. Now, if I were to again look at technology, just last week I met someone, a company from Australia, and I thought one of the things which technology might not touch is really about coaching. Again, every time when I learn, when I see something, I'm always surprised. And especially, this is a company which really specializes in sales coaching, right? And they just looked at the services industry. And, it was really, really surprising to see how they're building AI on top of that, how they're feeding in the questions, the responses, and people are getting hooked onto that. So I think that's really what is happening at this point of time, is really about, technology really disrupting about that. And Bilkis and me were just talking, where do we see the future of conferences going forward, right? Is it again going to be technology? Is this live sort of thing really going to happen? So I think that's where we stand, and even in organizations today, that's really the challenge we are going. About personalization, it is about technology, and gone are the days of saying that, bite size, small size burning, video based, and all those things. I think these are all given at this point of time. Now, similarly, looking at all those aspects, we enhanced at Movate, we enhanced our learning experience platform with automation, API integrations, bridging the gap between the LXP and the social career navigation system. Obviously gamification, all those things comes into play, right? Needless to say that. And we branded internally something called as the brand name of the social career navigation is something called as iAccelerate. So that's basically what we did to really get participation from all the stakeholders and coming together on that. Now, this particular experience obviously taught us a valuable lesson that innovation isn't about starting over or chasing the latest trends. Sometimes it is being resourceful and maximizing what we already have, right? And I'm sure all of you would agree to that. Now, as we evaluate whether we need a commercially available social career navigation system, we see the value of building tailored solutions that align directly with the organizational needs. And that's where, more of things that we've been doing internally. Obviously, the partner ecosystem is something which is very, very important, needless to say about that. The second aspect that I want to really cover about is really how are we trying to bridge the skill gaps? And again, now that's something again which is very, very important. I think the business dynamics are also changing on a regular basis. And I can tell you it's not been easy. The last couple of years has not been easy on the IT industry as such, right? And today, how are we, the ROI question always comes in, people not getting allocated, sufficiently, people working extra hours. And obviously at the same time, I think these are some of the challenges which we go on a day-to-day basis. So that's basically some of the things that we have been looking at. So where we have been looking at, obviously there's an internal, we have the data and AI practice, we have our internal L&D teams, we have been exploring. We actually evaluated almost like 35 tools, 35 partner platforms which uses AI. And finally we narrowed down on 2. We did our pilots, we narrowed down on 2, and we are actually now implementing that along with our partners, other than the internal thing. Now, just taking an example, an employee excelling in communication but struggling with technical skills, our system adapts, offering focused training in weaker areas while reinforcing their strengths. A personalized approach ensures no size fits all. So today, Movate's business is one third of the business is really on the BPO side of it, and 2/3 is on the ITO side. And now the BPO side is obviously where all of you are aware of that, which is seeing the maximum tech disruption, right? So that's basically something out there. So coaching and all those things has become more tech-enabled, out there. And obviously, we don't have a choice on that particular thing. The other thing that we internally branded something was, again, another platform which is called an iResolve, right? So now that was really getting simulators. So any of the, be it on a new hire orientation program, to somebody getting onboarded on a particular account, to simulations on what they're supposed to do the work. I think now it's all simulators that are going. So obviously, don't want to name the name of the partner. Obviously, we've gone through an evaluation, but something that is internally we branded is called iResolve. Now today, especially on the CX, the BPO side of it, iResolve, we have actually covered all the accounts, out there. And this is basically helping the organization or the teams for faster deployment, right? We are seeing efficiencies in terms of the quality, the response, their efficiency, and more customers are, driving productivity levels in a big way. So these are some of the things which is helping, these simulators, these case studies and things like that, which really was more of classroom or direct sessions. It's been taken over by technology, and AI is now driving on top of that to realize what were the common pain points, where were the mistakes happening, right? And then trying to drive on that. So today, technology is not just about looking at where, only for few of the functions or the areas in HR. I think L&D is equally going through a big disruptions in the way we operate and how employees are going to seek value from all of us. Now, as we speak, one of the things, I can tell you just today the board is also asking all of us, right? How are you using AI and all? So just one recent example is even for succession planning and all, I was evaluating what are some of the off-the-shelf products which exist on talent planning, leading to succession planning, leadership development and all. So I think that's again, those are some of the things which we are today trying to look at how we are trying to drive L&D, talent development, organization development. I'm just clubbing everything together and trying to bring that technology angle to all these areas. Now, obviously, is there a gap? Yes, absolutely, there is a big gap, not just in employees. I think for HR professionals, L&D professionals also, I think what is really required is understanding of all these platforms, how technology is disrupting, and in our day-to-day operations itself, how can we actually inculcate that whole tech aspect of things into it. And to stay ahead, and that's the honest answer, we have established feedback loops through employee surveys, or it is really through customer. Now, customer feedback is becoming is a big thing, analyst reviews. And today I can tell you, in most of, at least, all of us will be feeling in our own organizations. Customers today, or a prospect when they are coming, they want to really understand how are we upskilling and reskilling our own employees. And there are classic examples of they wanting that to be implemented within their organization itself. So I think that's the journey that we are going through. To conclude, I would say that bridging skill gaps and fostering innovation isn't just about implementing the latest tech. It's about creating a culture of continuous learning and adaptability. It's about leveraging the intersection of technology, human capital, and innovation to drive the whole innovation piece, as well as resilience and growth. I think that's really what is important. And this journey, what I really summarized, a bit of whatever I could actually say. And this journey has actually shown us the success comes from a balance of bold ideas, strategic thinking, and ability to adapt ourselves. The future of L&D isn't just about keeping up. It's about leading the way. Not a business enabler anymore. And that we have seen over the years. L&D is truly a strategic business partner and a very, very important cog in the wheel for any organization. So thank you for your time, and just wanted to give the quick note and kickstart with things. So thank you, Bilkis. And as I said, I'm really sorry for just rushing into that. Obviously, had a lot more case studies to narrate, but happy to connect with anyone and discuss about the journey that we've been going through. Obviously, want to hear from your own experiences. And yes, if you have gone through, another forum, not just BW as partners, NHRD, we have our monthly meetings. Happy to host you and hear your stories, which can be shared with the larger audience. So on that note, I also wanted to just let you know that NHRD Bangalore, just my last 30 seconds, we are hosting our national conference. This time the national conference for NHRD is going to be in Bangalore, which is on 7th and 8th of February. And look forward to active participation from everyone. Bilkis has obviously confirmed, they have been part of our partners, and they would obviously be there, and we would be working on more, the practical aspects of it going forward. So look forward to meeting you all there and connecting with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I request Ms. Bilkis to please join us, as we have a small gratification for your time and presence, and we also apologize for the delayed start, sir, but thank you so much for power packing and presenting that insightful keynote. Could we have a big cheer for Mr. Anish Philip in the house, right in the center for a picture? Thank you. Now we know you're really in a hurry. Thank you so much for your time and presence, all those insights shared, sir. All right, now it's time for discussion hub number one, the first panel discussion of the day, and it's going to be around AI-powered personalization from digital dreams to learning realities. And we've got a fantastic moderator and three panelists in this particular league. And to spearhead the moderation, we have Chief Learning Officer at Page Industries, Mr. Ramakrishna Rao in the house. Could we have a big cheer? And joining us as the panelist for the day, Head Human Resources at Apna, we have Piyush Raghuvanshi, Mr. Piyush Raghuvanshi in the house, a big cheer. And also joining us on stage for this particular discussion, we have Chief of Staff and Senior Leader, Talent and HR Programs at Lowe's India. We have Mr. Rocky Sajmal. In other words, our Rocket Man. And also join the league, putting hands together, let's welcome the Global Head in Talent Management at HSBC. We have Ms. Fauzia Kumar. The league looks complete. Over to the moderator. Take it away, please.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Right, so my role as moderator is quite simple. It's to ensure that we maximize on the collective experience of our panelists and also ensure that you have a fairly engaging session, some insights. And in our pre-discussion, we were, what came through was we want to give some actionable insights, less of jargon. More of what you can use and put to work when you go back. And we also wanted to factor in enough time for Q&A. Okay, so you can expect a lot of quirky, insightful inputs from the panelists. And here we go. The first question to all the panelists, because we heard a lot of AI in different I'm sure you would have heard a lot of AI yesterday. You're going to hear a lot of AI today as well. So the question to the panelists is, and we talk about hyper-personalization in many different ways. The first question is not related to L&D, right? How have you experienced AI personalization in your life, in your personal life? Where and how have you experienced this hyper-personalization? And has it really struck a chord with you, and what's your reaction? So who would like to go?
Okay. See, my personal experience, I'll start with the most basic one. So I use a Healthition app for my regular checkups, right? And the AI is helping me now in giving me insights without going to a consultation. That, okay, 3 months back, your cholesterol level was this, your bilirubin was this, your uric acid was this, and you're doing something right now that it is getting into a shape. Right?
All these words are pretty scary. Uric, okay.
Yeah, so these are all vitals, right? When you work in startups and when you're working for long, in corporate, you tend to not able to focus on your health, etc. So I decided to leverage technology to take care of my health, my fitness. So I'm using a fitness app, I'm using a health records app, and it is helping me, to be honest. So it has improved, at least it has got my attention. So AI is helping me in that, number one. Number two, I'm also bad in managing some of the logistics, the personal errands at home. So some of those things is also this AI, the recommendation, like for example, it's as simple as Zepto, right? I'm not sure how much you guys are using, but I'm a very frequent user. I forget things. So this quick, service is actually helping me and doing a lot of things. And they actually help me. Hey, 3 days back you have ordered something. Do you want to? And then the notification, the nudge helps me in the morning. And the interesting thing is the nudge actually comes in the morning. So they know when to push the notification in the morning. So that AI is helping me also to be did I forget to order milk? Because I'm a coffee person, I start my day with coffee. So it's as simple as that for me. And in the professional space also, like for example, some of the banking apps are now helping me in my spend analysis, right? To want to check out on where my credit card is getting swiped, right? So those are some of the things.
Yeah, I can go next. So AI for me, I feel, is a well-meaning but a very nosy friend. And the reason I say that is because while it remembers my birthday, it insists on showing me ads for running shoes that I have to buy because I Googled how to avoid injuries while running. right? So that is AI. But on a personal front, Ram, since you said, how has it affected us personally? I think this credit goes to my husband because he decided to take the challenge of ensuring that our 15-year-old son is engaged and is focused and takes his studies seriously. So that's how AI has worked for us. He's decided to create mock case studies for my son, which sort of resonate with, he's into football right now. I think their favorite team is Arsenal. So he's decided to create case studies with Arsenal in mind and hyper-personalized to something that, will be engaging for my son. And hopefully the horror story of all parents, get them to study. So we've seen a resounding success on that front.
Wow, that's an interesting case study.
It is.
I have a small story to tell here. I think, so we were planning to go, me and my wife, along with my son, we were planning to go on a vacation in December. And I was discussing with my wife generally, and we said that let's go to Meghalaya. It's a beautiful place, and we haven't visited the eastern part of the country. And suddenly I see on the phone that you start getting everything related to Meghalaya and all the trips, the vacations that are coming in. And we said that it's going to be pretty cold. It's around 10 degrees there. So let's look at Uniqlo, because Uniqlo is cheap and they've got that heat tech, which is really good. So, and suddenly Uniqlo started showing up. So what I think is this is hyper-personalization. To a level it gets scary, right? Because they're listening to you. Every single conversation that we're having here, whatever we are doing leaves a digital footprint. To me, how do we kind of create that thin line between the digital footprint that we're leaving and we have that ethics coming in between? And I'm a great proponent of AI. Is going to be very crucial. But when I got this question, Ram, this came to my mind because that was the time we were having this discussion, right? So we were discussing about these questions. So this is my experience on what I feel about AI.
Yeah, I think AI is all pervasive. It was there in different form and has now gained more prominence. Can be pretty scary. How much some systems know about us more than our our own. One tip that I've used is browse in incognito, so that when I'm done with recommendations, I don't want recommendations. For me, I also relate to AI as a echo chamber. Why I say that is, you start talking something, you start certain words, and those words start it takes you on a certain path in the world of internet products, etc. So you get narrowed down to it. So it's good to sometimes browse in incognito so that AI doesn't catch you. Okay, good. So coming into L&D now, yes, hyper personalization is possible. It's prevalent across multiple industries, domains, and how do we use it to our advantage? That's our focus. To explore that, let's look at what are the, as L&D folks, what do we want our employees to be, right? As L&D folks, we are, of course, lifelong learners. Right? Continuous learning is what we drive, and that's what we role model as well, and that's the trait that we want, right? So the question to all the to the panelists is, if you were to describe in 3 to 4 words, what traits come to your mind, or how would you put across saying who is a lifelong learner?
Yeah. Looks like every time I'm going to be the first. So
Apna.
Take it. Feedback taken.
Yeah. So I think my personal experience in this space, I would say just in one line is your ability to unlearn and relearn. That's it, to be honest, because experience is a baggage, guys. Respectfully, getting old, a lot of gray hairs or no hairs, but I think our ability to unlearn and relearn is what will make us avid learner. Okay.
I hope that reflects in the job descriptions.
I think I'll go with that. I think the ability to unlearn, and especially as leaders, the heuristics that we follow every time, how we are programmed, is going to be an important trait of how do you become a lifelong learner. So the ability to unlearn, absolutely. For me, that's number one.
I think everyone agrees that curiosity is something that, really helps with lifelong learning. Self-motivation, self-reflection would be some words that come to mind.
Okay. So, curiosity, learning, agility, unlearning, and there are quite a few tools as well out there which give us, and that's something that I use in my hiring. Whenever I'm hiring someone in L&D, definitely I would want to assess the learning agility. If that's low, then you really can't drive learning within an organization. That's the key. We want all of the employees to become lifelong learners if they're already not. But what are the enablers? And pretty sure in an organization of 100 people, you may have maybe 20, 30 people who are lifelong learners, and others, you need to really nudge them, right? And my favorite quote around change remains: even if you are not changing your job, the job that you are doing is changing, right? And our L&D jobs are changing. Any job that everyone does is changing with advent of technology and many other things. So you want to create a learning organization, right? Maybe good to look up Peter Senge's definition of what is a learning organization. And he says a learning organization is the biggest differentiator between organizations who have longevity vis-a-vis organizations who nosedive after being on the top as well, right? So an organization which has a culture of learning, peer learning, systemic learning, all of those things, right? That's what a learning organization is. And all of us, our aim is to create a learning organization, right? So let's explore with the panel in terms of what are those enablers? What does it take to create a learning organization? What are the levers, enablers that we can look at? Because I've got some taunts from Piyush. Let me not start with Apna now.
So he'll stare at me and I get the message. Right, but the enablers I feel would be innovation, and again this is 3 to 4 words, right? Yeah. Ram? Yeah, so innovation, strategic mindset, adaptability, flexibility, I feel could be great levers to having a learning organization.
Okay.
I think I can go next. I feel psychological safety, just to add in, is a great lever, and can't take away the importance or the imperativeness around the psychological safety, because a lot of organizations, and just to, I won't take much time. If you look at the innovation curve into any organization or industry that's doing very well, pharma is the industry that does the maximum innovation. And the failure rate in pharma is the highest. So if there are 100 drugs, not even 1 or 2 would get through. And the most successful industry is the education industry, where the failure rate is the lowest, right? But the challenge is that the innovation doesn't happen there. And I think psychological safety as an organization, how do we kind of create that amongst us, is very important to create that lifelong learning organization.
So I will answer in 2 parts, Ram, if you allow. And then this is based on real experience, because I was fortunate enough to work on large enterprise setups, then a very restrictive banks. So worked for companies like Wipro, which is very focused on learning, very focused on building versus buying in terms of talent strategy, right? Very amazing experiences. Working with the very stalwart leaders like Abhijit Bhaduri, Dr. Mrityunjay, and everyone, right? So that was a very different experience. versus when I started working in a very new age startups, right, where the culture is fail fast, learn fast, move fast, right? So I think the enablers mostly depend on what kind of environment, what kind of organization that you're working with. I always say that what has worked for you in the past will not work for you in future, which means, and which is why every time you have to, even if you're in the same job, like you mentioned, right, that was very, very apt and appropriate. Even in the same job, you might have to drive excellence, right? So for me, enablers have always been candor first, curiosity later. And I'll tell you why. And this is not just a word or a jargon. Even to be innate curious, you have to drive a little bit of candor, the culture of candor, where what Rocky mentioned, right, about psychological safety. The psychological safety comes only when you drive a behavior of failure is forgiven. It's okay. You keep experimenting, right? You keep trying, right? So one thing that I loved in my last 5-6 years with a lot of startups where we keep using word disruption. We want to disrupt everything. I don't know what, but yeah. Right? So that's where we keep talking about it, is that, okay, it's okay, guys, keep experimenting, keep trying. And these experimentation drives innovation, that drives the learning behavior. That it's okay to fail, but do not stop trying. Right? We normally start to restrict ourselves in trying or experimenting when there is a lot at stake. Right? The moment you give that comfort that failure is forgiven in the company, in the organization, in your role, in your team, I think that's the biggest enabler to drive a learning organization, right? That's number one. And the number two is which I'm trying to, I'm not saying that I've been succeed, I've already got the success, is I'm not showing every time that the growth or success is vertical. So I keep trying to convey the messages or within the team, within the functions, the cultures that start working on things or start adding more things in your skill kitty, in your expertise, which is even if it is not relevant to your exact current role. If you can do plus, like secondary and tertiary skills, and I sold this through, right, yeah, guys, it can be your second career opportunity. There is so much of uncertainty in the world, right? Even a lot of buzz about AI taking the job away, right? Everyone says that. And we say that, it's a technology and you are the master. So you behave like one, right? So that you don't have to be worried about it or drive any kind of insecurity. So another thing that I keep trying is just keep adding more secondary and tertiary skills in whatever you do, right? That is also another enabler in the organization to drive the learning culture. And that has helped up to some extent, especially in the startup organizations, because you always have constraints. And creativity comes out of constraints, guys. When you have enough, you will never do it. So when you are always operating with constraints, you are pushed to do things differently. And that is one of the enabler that has worked, to build a learning organization as well.
Wonderful. I think theory of constraints is an ocean in itself.
It is.
Definitely creates those elements of curiosity, challenging the status quo, and a lot of those elements. So so we know what needs to be done to, and it is not. And the flavor that I'm getting is learning not from a perspective of learning a particular skill, but it is about evolving as an organization. Right? It's not about HR trying to launch few courses and people learning those courses. It is about learning on the job, doing things differently, picking up new skills, and the organization innovating, coming out with new products, and that's what is the learning organization. Moving out from a small world of HR L&D to organization change and organization development as such. For this, we want people to grow, people to challenge try different things, experiment, etc., etc. But how do we enable that, and how do we use AI to do that, right? Like we discussed multiple data points, right? Either Fozia looked for, how do I run injury free, or Piyush got prompts on milk, right? All of these are data points and prompts that AI is using to drive certain behavior, right? Now, let's explore what are the data points that we have in an employee life cycle or in the employee's journey, or what data points that we have about employees, which an AI system engine can use as recommendations to drive learning behavior. This behavior of trying to be a lifelong learner, challenge status quo, create curiosity. What are those data points that we have that an AI can use to generate those prompts? So, Rocky?
I think, especially in L&D, for the last, the disruption word that we use, I don't think the disruption has happened in L&D. If I look at it, what was the last disruption that we talked about? The technology disruption in L&D is the LXP, which is like a band-aid on LMS, and at the back end. However, I feel we are in that inflection point that the next 1.5 years for us as professionals, especially L&D or talent professionals, it's going to be an exciting phase. And why do I say that? There's so much of innovation that has come in, especially in the way how business works. And I'm going to touch base on this point, though it's not practical right now, but I think it's a great opportunity to realize there is a rise of agents, AI agents that's happening. And what does this mean, and how is it going to help get data points? We have very different systems. For example, you've got SAP, you've got Workday, you've got Microsoft, the entire suite of Microsoft. And, in that entire thought of creating the best AI, a lot of times we have this discussion in HR, and Microsoft went and said that Copilot is the best. One thing you have to be sure of, that none of the AI solutions or tools that we see today can solve for the entire problem that we have, or entire challenges of the business. We would need to have different tools for different purposes, because they come in with their own ingenuity and also the knowledge of the business they are in. For example, SAP is going to come with Jules. They have an amazing AI tool lined up. You've got Workday that's going to come up with their Workday agent. You've got Copilot. Now, what these agents would do is pick up information from the business cases or the business work that's happening and be able to pass on that information into your LMS or LXP to an agent to tell you what's the flow of learning that you need at the point of work that you're doing, which is currently not happened. And that's where I'm saying that this next 1.5 to 2 years, because of the rise of LLMs, it's going to be very, very exciting. Now, what are the data points? You've got the entire life cycle. You've got, you've got your best of, you've got Career Hub in Workday. If you look at Career Hub, the biggest challenge that we never went in for Workday, one is because of the look and everything. The second thing, you don't go in for a Workday because they never had an assessment or they never had a proficiency model. Currently, if you look at Workday, they have all of it. What they don't have is the upstream and the downstream. How do they connect in? I think these rise of agents, the AI agents, will help us do that. And they are the ones who are going to pick up my data points which are required, and we don't have to work for it. All L&D people, and I've generally seen that, are core tech folks from heart. A lot of us, because they understand technology, they understand, and you've got technology instruction designer. Somebody who understands what do you mean by instruction design from technology. So I feel for us, it's going to be an exciting time, looking at what is happening. And, it's just a normal thing to read about it. And I'm sure we are all going to touch base on this in the next year or so. That's what
Yeah. Great points. And this, going back to the AI personal example that you gave, that, you were thinking of a vacation and then a lot of options sort of came up, reminded me of a scenario where I was giving feedback to one of my team members. So it's a skip-level reportee who sent out a communication to a set of stakeholders. And there are times when, you want to empower people to send out communications on their own. And after the communication is out, you scratch your head on, my God, what just went out, right? And so I was cringing, and I said, okay, the first thing we need to do is put this person onto a course on communication skills, business writing, right? And so I'm just looking at a parallel. So if this was I wrote an email to my, reportee to assign that course to his reportee, and I'm just trying to draw a parallel. If an AI engine would pick up this conversation and push a prompt, how will that be? Okay. So yeah, interesting parallels. Let's explore what more data points can a system use. Yes, Fazia.
Thanks, Ram. I think from a futuristic perspective, right, adding to what Rocky probably mentioned, there is going to be stuff like, cognitive data that might come into play, right? For example, micro expressions, AI will be able to detect if you're confused, so it will, probably capture that moment if there is a feedback loop that has to go back and content needs to change, right? It can even sense if you're bored, so therefore does the content need to be more engaging, for example. It can also probably look at data which helps with, what time of the day are you at your best, right? So peak performance data can also be fed in from a learning organization perspective that may come, handy. But having said that, while we're saying that, these social behavioral, pieces can be looked at from a futuristic perspective, I don't know if people are following the EU Legislation Act, which sort of bans or has classified cognitive or social, behavioral pattern data as a very, very high risk or banned for the moment. So we'll have to see how that evolves, but there is a lot of talk in, getting these data points, apart from the obvious ones like roles and skills, all of those pieces, etc.
Interesting. Now, it can actually even enhance the quality of content.
Yes, exactly. So the feedback loop that goes back at every data point that, you have, hyper-personalization becomes another key, player there.
That will be a great boon for all the e-learning content creators. Yeah. Yosh.
So I'm a little skeptical in that because I'll tell you, all the AI is basically based on the prompts and the LLMs that we are building, the inputs, right? See, I think the bigger challenge for us as an HR function or the tools, the platforms that we use is the data that is going there. So you said that, what kind of data we can leverage to build a customized path, content and solutions. So that problem is for us, I think, and for most of us, is the data is too much scattered in 5 different things, because even today, as we speak, not even a single platform or tool or a product has all like its piecemeal solution in different pieces, right? Do we have some of the informations about the personal information, education, experience, performances, which we connect the dots and then we build some solutioning around it? I think it becomes junk in, junk out most of the time. So even today, all the AI-based LMSs is based on, we have done some analysis, the L&D team or my learning partner has done some analysis with the business folks, basis the previous performances, and then, they would have found some, low raters, no raters, or some new skills or new capabilities that we have to build. So the input that is going from our end is more important. It's not necessary that AI will be able to grab all information and give you the right thing. So the prompt that we are giving it to the model, the prompt that we are going to the platform, the tool to build that solution is very, very important, right? So, I mean, we were solving, one of the live example that we had is that when we were growing very fast, we were solving 2 problems. Either we are filling a capability gap or we are filling a bandwidth gap, right? These are the 2 problems that we were solving. And we said that, okay, rather than becoming a technology first or HR first, let's become business first. Understand your business strategy, build your talent strategy accordingly, that will give you talent outcome, and that will by default will give you business outcome. Isn't it? Very simple, right? So we started picking up those inputs from there, and then rather than doing a traditional way of identifying a training and doing a training analysis and identifying the needs, etc., we thought, okay, let's understand business problems first, find out those gaps, look at our internal organization, and then move forward. So I think what's really, really important before engaging any AI tool or platform and leverage a lot of other information is first figure it out what information you want to give it to them. I mean, it is a little contradictory maybe, but it's really important as well from use case, a real use case perspective.
Interesting. And as Piyush was sharing this, what struck me is as we are talking a lot about future gazing, but I want to ask audience a question to sort of understand maturity level of where we are.
Yeah.
The simplest aggregation is, you have the mid-year reviews and annual reviews where managers put in comments saying these are the development areas for each of these employees. If we are able to aggregate those, and then the system tells us at org level these are the development areas, at a function level these are the development areas, at a team level these are the development areas, that itself is a huge win. And I just want to check with the audience, whatever systems that you have, is your system able to do this at this point? If yes, please raise your hand.
Silence is resounding.
Expected from NK, from Ramco Systems. Yeah. Okay, so if you are taking it's 1% technically, we still need our system to mature to a basic expectation, right? Before any of the AI can sort of, kick in. While AI is still helping us in terms of maybe content development and, converting audio to text and, stuff like that. At an ecosystem level, for AI to kick in, we still have a way to go. That's my assessment. You want to say something now?
No.
Okay. So while we are at it and we are saying that even if you are not changing your job, the job that you do is changing, so on and so forth, I would like us to explore how L&D as a function is evolving and changing. It has definitely changed over a few years. 10 years back, I didn't have someone as a digital learning lead, right? But today, digital learning, occupies majority. That's the meatiest role currently in the L&D structure, maybe beyond, leadership development. So I would like to explore with the panel in terms of what changes do you see have happened and you're likely to see happen in terms of the nature of work and structure of L&D teams.
I can go first, considering we're doing this in order.
He felt disappointed.
I don't think so. He's very happy, smiling. But I think I'd like to unpack a little bit about what Rocky said earlier on agentic AI, right? So I read Josh Berson's recent article on agentic AI. So it's talking about, how we revolutionize in this, evolving landscape of AI and how we are moving away from software as a service, which is your SaaS traditional model, to services by software, right? So what does an agentic AI mean, right? So we have the traditional chatbots, etc. So it gives you answers. But with an agentic AI, you're going to be able to perform tasks, or it will help you with decision making as well. So it takes action on your behalf. And what does that mean? Right, so it's moving away from large language models, which are your LLMs, to large action models. And if you're following that, Josh Bersin is a great place to, sort of look this at. Imagine having an agentic L&D AI agent in your organization. So what does that mean for you? If you say that I need to train my sales team on a new product, it'll not only speak to your subject matter experts, get the insights, record them, create the module, send it to you for a review, And once you approve, obviously publish, look at the learner engagement, analytics, etc., and give you that entire, loop closed just by ensuring that, you fed it into the right system, etc. Interestingly, the CEO of Lattice says that we may have agentic AIs as a part of the org structure as well. So imagine having to, sort of manage a mix of, employees which are not only human but AI as well, and that will reflect on your org charts. That's the way, experts are saying that we're going to be shifting towards. So that's my bit on how L&D is going to change, and where does L&D's role probably, fit in? You're going to be able to onboard, train, coach your agentic AI agents, right? And that's how the future of work will be for L&D from an AI perspective.
So let me be very honest. We are a little laggard in L&D space in terms of AI usage. The only thing that we are using right now, like everyone, all of us mentioned already, LMS, LXP now, right? It's like another iOS version update, right? Respectfully. So how it will change for us right now? I'll tell you the reason is because the learning organization or the budget or the function doesn't get the priority unless it becomes the business priority or business, when business starts to feel that, oh, we are lagging behind. Artistic curve is going to hurt us, and that's where we start to have conversation. Guys, time to invest, right? Buying always not help, let's build. How it will change if we start to really evolve with AI is, I think our learning leads, our L&D partners will become the prompt engineers for these products. We will start to feed them right information to even to do the predictive analysis, right? There is an input required. So my L&D partners will start to understand and translate business requirement really well, rather than doing an executional job or transactional job or presenting those things, taking those sessions. It will be self-paced learning. It will be contextualized pace. It will be the dropouts between the LMS and LXP will change. All the transactional and low-end work will evolve through AI. But the content piece, making it fit for purpose, all of those picture work, they will grow up in the ladder. They will do more value-added job. So my organization will become more leaner, right? And I think I'm looking at it, my R&D organization mid-levels and above, and not the junior folks, because execution will not be a problem for me after that. And then I will push that through these nudges, through this technology. I think I will, I'm looking at it, my future R&D organization is not just holding the responsibility or target of completing these many of training hours and building the capability, etc. It becomes a business responsibility, and we become their enablers. So they will be held accountable and responsible, and my L&D team, the way we have HR business partner, will have the learning business partners who will work with the businesses, the verticals, and literally track their growth, that how we have moved the needle from point A to point B. So for me, the AI will become a catalyst, and my L&D partner, the human, will become the ingredient. That's how I...
Yeah, a quick one. I think, and this change has already started happening. L&D as partners, and I'm equally responsible for this. We were generally order takers, at least till the last 5 years, or even till now. Business has a problem, they come up with a solution and they come to us, and generally we are forced to come up with that solution, right? I think what AI would help us do better, which is already happening through a behavioral push and change of the talent landscape, is that we are getting a bit more towards the advisory space, to saying that how do we advise as partners to you and not as order takers. And just going back on that point, I don't think you would ever need a prompt to be given. These prompts will be provided by the machine, is what I feel. And why do I say that? Today, your entire content development that happens, I remember the days of Flash. We had that archaic technology, and that stopped working on your mobile phones, and we had to go away from that Flash way of developing content. Now your content development happens in seconds. You go to Galileo, and Josh Bersin talks about it, and you can use it on your own, you would see that in 10 seconds you're able to create what would take you a month or week, right? And learning in the flow of work then actually happens through. I think that's where, how do we leverage on these smaller wins? And we are able to show our leadership team that what's the power of learning really can come in, and nobody else can do that for us. My CHRO can't do it, or the chief HR. We have to do it ourselves is what I feel. Show those small incremental changes every day that kind of comes through. Also look at ways, I think Ram's point was very relevant when it came down to saying that your systems don't talk, your mid-years don't talk to your talent reviews, or your talent reviews don't talk to your annual reviews. How is it that you can use it? Copilot is available to everyone, right? And if you would just want to use it for your succession planning or your leadership development planning, you would just need that on a Word document uploaded. You would get amazing answers right now. And no organization, at least 99% of organizations allow Copilot to be used. So I feel that the technology right now is in your hands. And like I said, we are sitting on that inflection point, and we will all have to go through this grind. It's that point of saying that disruption is inevitable. Transformation is always a choice, right? So when your business model or your core assets get disrupted, you would have to go in and learn or go along the way is what I feel, right? Thanks, Ram, I know.
Yeah, wonderful. As Rocky was talking about it, it reminded me of, yesterday I saw a post by Chris Shankar. He asked Google Notebook, AI model to summarize his book, and it created a podcast in few minutes. A 25-minute podcast of a book, which is about 400 pages, Google created in a minute. And he said it captured the best parts of the book and summarized beautifully. So that's definitely a case study for content creation. Okay, so we are time up with our discussions. Just checking maybe one or two questions from the audience before we wrap it up. Yeah. Yes, please.
So now we are talking about only 7% of the working group who is working here. According to the government data, around 97% are unorganized sector. No one talking about the learning and development about that group also. So me and my organization we are doing the psychometric test of all the people who are working in unorganized sector and try to feed the data into the system and try to get the learning, what are the types of learning we can do for them. So anything you guys can give any idea how to do that?
I can just add in, and maybe that's a wonderful work. Really impressed. Thank you so much on the great work that you're doing. I think one tool that comes to my mind is it was earlier called as MC Burning Glass, and now it's called as Lightcast. Which is a great talent tool. It kind of gives you an understanding of the entire ecosystem of saying what's the labor availability to you from a corporate view, and saying which skills are going to come up in the next year, because they are tied up with more than 100 countries across. My thought would be that how would this data become important on the skills that folks are learning more and more? And it's across, it's not, I'm talking about that maybe in the next 3-4 years, I'm working for 4 organizations together. Right? It may come in, gig work can pick up. At that point of time, your skill becomes important, and these platforms help you start at a point to say, what are my future skills that I can look at? What are the future skills that will be very, very important that kind of comes in? And especially for a role, it also gives you an idea that if you are in this role currently, what are the future roles you can target? What are the salaries you can earn based on what you're doing currently, right? And You have enough tools right now which gives you help in assessing your behavioral skills also, which is a very difficult task to do, right? So it will help you, your behavioral skills, and according to that, give you a learning plan too. Better Up, it's called as. Please try it.
Sure. Just to add to what Rocky said, I don't know if you're following this, but the ITBD Ministry of Karnataka has gone on a skill initiative, right? So not only because we know that a lot of GCCs are going to enter the market in the next 5 years, we're almost going to triple them. So they are partnering with organizations to, understand the skill perspective, and they are going to train, the unorganized sector and, the population that we have that can be, entering the skilled workforce market. So that is another option that you can check. Dr. Ekrup Kaur is our IAS officer who's leading this initiative. So if you want to look that up.
Yeah, another thing that you can also do is, if you are working with unorganized sector, just one thing is work with CSC, eGov. Indian government has given 10,000 crore to India AI program, and National Skill Development Council is working under them, right? You can work with even the remotest CSC center who are actually helping the folks to make the resume, give the printout of the resume, apply for the jobs, etc., etc. We have been partnering with all of them. A lot of state government. We are already partnering. Apna as an organization is partnering with AICTE and NSDC, etc. So if you are interested to add value in the unorganized sector and help on those, I think work with the government organizations, especially with CSC, that has the maximum coverage.
Wonderful. Okay, we hand it over back to you.
Thank you so much. On that note, could we have a round of applause to our first panelist and to the moderator? And I request Ms. Sharon to please join me from BW People to honor their guest, the panelists, with a small gratification that we have. And if you could have you in the front for a group picture, please. One more time, join hands, please. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Right with this, we segue into the next keynote. And before we get the speaker on stage, a quick energy check. Are we all ready for the next speaker session? Okay, apart from the 5, what about the rest? Yes or no? You don't have an option, you just have to say yes. But with a little loud voice, yes? All right, here's the deal. When I say 1, 2, you clap 1, 2, 3, like loud and clear. 1, 2. That was definitely not 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Let's sync up. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. All right, thank you. And that definitely will segue into the next speaker. We have with us the Chief Learning Officer from Ramco Systems. Put your hands together for Mr. Krishnan Neelakantan to join us on stage. Let's practice that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Over to you, sir. Well, keynote number 2 for the day. We have the gentleman from Ramco Systems, L&D as the business driver, from HR function to boardroom priority. That's the topic that's going to be discussed.
I know the topic is announced. Anyone can call out what the topic is. Yeah, how do you take HR, not HR function, learning and development from HR to boardroom? Okay, wonderful. So take a sheet of paper that you have on your table. If each of you can take one sheet of paper. Yeah, very quickly write down what 3 things that you would like to take away from this session. Let me test whether I have been able to do justice to your expectations. Write down 3 takeaways from your session that, based on the topic that you heard. How would you take learning and development from HR to a boardroom context? So that's broadly the rough understanding of the title. Right, can I see a show of hands if you have completed it? Three things each of you. The last rows, middle rows, still writing? Okay, there's one gentleman, that's it. Anyone else? All done? Can I see a show of hands before, otherwise I'm not getting started. Okay, a few more hands. Yes, some more. Okay. Right, so I'm going to start off with this disclaimer here. You know, in the previous speaker spoke about a lot of AI, and the era where there is a lot of AI, you know, the work and the work products that is getting generated out of human intelligence have to be specifically called out, you know, saying that this is a product of human intelligence and not that of AI, right? So I guess what I will be talking to you about, as you would have by now known, is about how do you take the learning and development function and move that from the realm of the human resources to all the way up to the boardroom, right? And find a seat at the table in another ways if you look at it. The second dimension of looking at that is how do we make this as a business driver. I think the previous panelists also spoke about how do you make this as a business enabler rather than courses and curriculums, right? So before I segue into this, I want to kind of lay the backdrop of a few things so that, you know, then the context is clear. This journey is pretty hard. It's not easy, right? It's quite easy to come here and make a presentation, but it is very difficult to make it happen in reality, right? And I've made my honest attempt in making that happen and fairly been successful to some degree, right? So I would be sharing some of those thoughts. Before I go there, I would like to kind of set the backdrop for the whole, what I'm going to talk to you about, right? So there are quite a lot of changes that are happening in the business world. I'm sure many of you would be aware of it, but I would like you to take back from today key observable patterns that you can see. And next time when you come across that, you know, okay, this is going to affect us in some way or the other, positively or negatively, right? So that's what I would like to leave you with in this part of the preamble of the whole thing, right? So let's dig deep into the observable patterns. The first area on which I would like to talk about is what I call the workonomy level. And what is workonomy? That's a word that I use, where it's an intersection between the business and the economy, where these two intersects, which is mostly outside facing to an organization. At that part, if you really see, there are significant amount of factors that are affecting us, right? First and foremost is definitely the political side of it. There's changes globally. There is regime changes. There is new governments coming in. And even if the government has come in, we really do not know whether the government is going to take, something is technically, there's a glitch or? Okay, so let me continue with that, right? So that's one part of it. And then there are also political angle to it in terms of people are trying to do a lot more today, right? So now the apprentice policy, someone talked about what's happening for unorganized sector. The recently launched apprentice policy from the government enables a lot of these white collar, blue collar, whatever, all of them to come to the organization and start going through an apprentice program, which is a paid program, which the government is also equally partaking in it. And if you have anyone more than 35 people involved in your organization, you are bound legally to kind of start doing this apprentice program. Look up on the internet if this is something that's coming our way pretty much, right? Economy, there's a lot of change in the economy. There is recession, there is war that is creating a lot of more problems, and there is inflation that is there. So there is huge amount of challenges, right? Then you look at the social dimension of it. Our workforce demographics have changed significantly, and all of you are witnessing it. Last week we saw one more trend that got changed. I'm sure all of you would have made note of it. There's a company which advertised for one single position and 20,000 people applied for it. And also to say that I won't pay you a dime for a year and you should pay me 20 lakhs on top of it, right? So it's marking out another disruption. People talked about disruption. This is another disruption. Probably in the near future you would see organization competing for and people competing for whether it is, do I pay for education through the IMs and all the elite MBA institutions, or do I also pay for my experience? So pay for experience or pay for your education is going to be a nice challenge to have in the future, right? And that's another thing that is happening. Technology, I think the previous panelists spoke at length about agentive AI and things like that. I'm not going to go into that, while I thought that might be interesting for you as well. But come next year, you would see autonomous agents coming into play where that can supervise other autonomous agents. Microsoft is releasing that by about first, second quarter of next year. So which means to say the workforce of tomorrow, as someone mentioned in the previous panel, would contain humans and humanoids. And we need to start learning to figure out how do you assign job, get the job done, also become a co-worker for them. And you may have a 360 degree where the agentive AIs might start even giving you feedbacks and ratings. Okay, so that's the future that we have, right? And then there is quite a lot of environmental awareness that is being set. We talk about AI a lot, but the AI leaders have been questioned very clearly to become more responsible, where AI consumes a significant amount of energy as we speak today. And that's another trend that will start setting in, which means either the cost of using AI might go up, or we'll have to find some other innovative solutions to manage that. And legal changes, there are significant legal changes that are happening because of many other changes that are happening. Let's dig deep a little bit more in terms of what is the other patterns that you see at the workplace itself. So in the workplace, you see, if you go to a Kirana store or to an MNC office, you'll see everything is digitalized, right? And you would get to see a lot of matrices, data, dashboards. People know what they have sold, what they have not sold, what are the matrices. So that's kind of become commoditized as of now. And you will also see algorithms coming in, and that's going to be a thing that we cannot avoid in the near future. In terms of workforce itself, they have also changed in the recent past, right? They are looking for, freedom. They are looking for work that is kind of contributing to the value of what they are trying to look at. And there is also a social connection that they are establishing, saying that I would like to work as a team, I would like to work from anywhere. So a lot of these things are also changing. The work itself has also changed. Organizations have started adopting things like experimentation, lean model, try to create certain MVPs, go and take it to the market and see if it is successful or not, and then sustain and move further from there. And the gig economy, both internally and externally, is also picking up. In fact, in my own organization, we have a gig economy internally, where we float out opportunities for people, where people can kind of subscribe to it, do their work at their own time or whatever, and then they get remunerated for it, right? And we complete a lot of projects without adding more people, right? So that's another change that we are seeing, and that's going to continue in the future as well. And then, of course, the communities, guilds, societies, and working as a collaborative thing to solve problem is what organizations are looking at. So this is the basic backdrop that I wanted to set out here. And I want to kind of now move into, if we have to make this journey towards the boardroom, we also need to understand what happens inside the boardroom. Yes or no? If you don't know what's happening inside a boardroom, which has always been a mystery, the CEOs don't come and tell us what really happens there. And the CHROs and our other fraternity business leaders won't come and tell us what exactly is happening there. So it's important to understand a few things about what happens inside a boardroom, and that's what I'm trying to go to share with you now. So I kind of put what's happening there into two areas. One is the thinking pattern, and the next I'll talk about is what do they really talk about, right? So in terms of the thinking pattern, they have 5 broad categories of thinking pattern that I'm being able to put together. These 5 are what you see on screen front. One is board really thinks about long-term sustainability of the organization, your continuity of the organization, resilience of the organization, the technology changes that are coming their way. How is it going to disrupt their business? How could I actually use that to actually go to the market with a better services or a product? That's another boardroom conversation, that's a boardroom thinking that's happening. And they are equally concerned, where they were not pretty much earlier, about what's called the work, the workforce, and the workplace changes, right? That's what I call the 3 Ws. So they are also equally concerned now about the dynamics, the social demographic changes, and quite a lot of other things that are happening. The last two things have become a serious challenge for the board, and they are spending enough time in the post-pandemic era where they are looking at risk, governance, the social impact of the organization itself. That's where the thinking patterns have increased there, and leadership succession, and leadership performance. That's an area that they are trying to focus clearly, and that's the 5 thinking areas that I classify it as. Now let me move to what do they talk about, right? What would be the guess? Any one word? ROI, okay. What else? Growth. Sorry? P&L, okay. There's quite a lot of elements inside P&L, okay. So, future, okay. I put this word in front of you, they talk about only profit. Only profit, and I don't mean that word in the dictionary as profit, it's an acronym that I've created. It really means they focus on all of this. They talk about performance of the organization, of course, right, in terms of revenues and things like that. They talk about the resources that is available for them. They talk about the opportunity, the market that they can capture and things like that. They also talk about financials, which is, of course, a mandatory requirement. The last two are something where the board has taken specific interest in the last few years, right? And I've been talking to a few board of directors across the organization to understand why this shift. Last one, if you see the tenacity, I'll give you an example for it. There's a very, you would have heard this news, a leading multinational coffee brand, which sells coffee as an experience, right? I'm not naming all of them, fired their CEO just because for 2 quarters, the CEO did not produce the result, right? You may know who it is or Google and find out who it is. I'm not naming any company here. So that is the reason the board is taking performances of chief executive officers extremely serious. McKinsey in articles of the CEOs getting fired, the CXOs getting fired, the CIOs getting fired for many of these things not happening. So there is definitely a lot of pressure in terms of delivering results, whatever the results may be depending on the role. And these are the 5 things that they talk about, and that's what I call as the profit. The conversation is around profit, right? So now let's take a look at what happens inside the learning and development organization. And many of you here would be in HR, learning and development. So what is our thinking pattern? If I were to call out 5 thinking patterns, what would they be? Sorry? Growth mindset, okay, fine. We don't think, is it? So many, you're not answering, so I think wondering whether do we even think? People-driven approach, okay. Engagement, okay. Retention. Okay, so let me make things easier for you. Does it resonate with you? You put a learning and development guy in a room and ask him, and to put a business leader in front of him, right, and ask him not to do any small talk, or not to talk about family or yesterday's party, the only conversation will revolve around these topics. Right? How do I personalize the content? How do I make it accessible to you? Is there a learning culture inside the organization? Right? And then the learning technology, and that is the flavor of the month, right? So it is AI is an agentic one, and tomorrow it could be something else. It was LXP before, and then LMS, and so on and so forth. There's a never-ending element of going and talking about this to the business leader. Until unless that person is an extrovert, he will only talk about all of this, right? And then lastly, now maturity has progressed further inside the organization, we talk about measurement. But we talk about different levels of measurement thereafter, right? So this is what we speak. What really is the thinking pattern, but what do we talk about is, I coined a term which you may want to recollect here. I call this as the peppiness factor. This is the only thing that people speak in the learning and development fraternity. They talk about proficiency, they talk about essential skills or prerequisite skills. You can find a different equivalent to it, but all it means is we talk about essential skills, we talk about the psychological safety, the psychological well-being, then we talk about abilities, trades, drivers, right? And experiences, which is what I call it a seasoning, right? So every conversation that we have with people around us, with the business and within our team, revolves predominantly around this. There are exceptions to this also. I'm saying, I'm broad basing it. I'm not saying every organization is this way, but most organizations are definitely this way, right? So this is where we are, right? So now we know there is a huge gap, and we really need to bridge this gap if we have to get to the board. Even if you have to start knocking at the door, you need to bridge a huge gap, right? So here I present to you another model for you to remember. I call this as the AAA framework for you to kind of think through the steps. There are 3 dimensions to this. One is, the dimension 1 is about the altitude of thinking. The learning and development team, what is the level of altitude of thinking that people, starting from the chief learning officer to the team, is able to carry through. The second is about the alignment. Where do they align with the business and the executive leadership and also the board for that matter. And lastly, how do we even articulate our success? You are pretty bad at it. The only thing that we know is we call the CEO for a launch event, we call the CEO for a closure event and ask him or her to send out an email saying that, okay, here happened, this is the program that has happened, 25 people went through the program, 15 of them completed, and the rest did not come, I am not responsible for it. Okay, so that's broadly how this thing is, but the articulation is important. I'll go a little deep into it now, right? So as we saw, the board and the CEO is interested in the altitude level of workonomy, not workforce, not at the bottom level, right? And their conversation on alignment is on profit, the profit being an acronym here, right? And the articulation that they expect us to do is ROI, someone spoke about ROI, return on expectation, return on investment, and how did it actually impact the business? Tell me the connection to it. If there is a developer who's writing a code and he is not able to test it well, and there are bugs that are getting into the next stage, I'm using an IT example since I spent pretty much amount of time there. So you need to connect this back saying that no, I trained that person on a, unit testing is not going to help. You need to connect it back saying that how is it helping the organization in terms of getting it to market much earlier, right? The go-to-market timelines have come down because unit testing prevented something from happening going to the next stage, thereby the rework got reduced, and thereby you are able to actually produce and ship products much faster to the customer that is required. Just giving, I have 7 minutes, 22 seconds. Yeah. So the next one is about where we are today is in terms of the talent, right? So the learning and development today is at the altitude level of workforce. We go and talk about only workforce. And our alignment is around the peppiness factor which I explained to you. How do we articulate our achievements? Skills change, certifications achieved, maybe we have dropped the number of hours of learning that we have done. Okay, we have become a little matured there. So it's all a proxy to the same skill language. Skill or certification is a proxy to a skill, and skill is a proxy towards your training and things like that. So we are still around that space. To move there, you need to take 2 steps. Step 1, I know I'm not saying don't do the workforce level. You have to get it right, absolutely. That is bare minimum expectation. If you get that right, start working towards the next level of getting to a workplace level. The alignment, the altitude has to be at the workplace level, and workplace is denoted by what I call the PROCEED, which is another acronym for you to maybe capture, and we'll talk about it later, but it's all about, in simple terms, when I learn something, go back and apply on the job, what is going to come in my way of applying this on the job? What are the barriers at the workplace? What are the enablers at the workplace? L&D does not get involved in this at all. It says it is OD's responsibility or HR business partner's responsibility. My job is to put up a classroom, put up a e-learning, and it is not, after that I don't have any responsibility. That doesn't work. If you have to get to the board level, you have to start looking at elevating that to the workplace. Figure out what the barriers are, figure out what the enablers are, remove those barriers, and enhance or enrich or sustain at least the enablers that were there. And that is a significantly important role in the future for learning and development professional if they have to keep their job, right? And the articulation here is about reduction and elevation of the barriers and enablers, as simple as that. The last stage is about elevating the altitude of thinking to the work itself, right? The work itself is the biggest piece which we miss completely. And the alignment there has to happen to another acronym which I call PERFORM. Actually, you may not know what exactly goes inside this. If you wait till December 4th of December, I'm actually writing an article on LinkedIn which will have details of all of this. I do have it here, but I have only 4 minutes, 52 seconds to complete my session. So I won't be able to cover all of that today, right? So, but the point here is, if you have done your training well, if you have removed the barriers well, that is the next stage, how did the change happen in that individual or a set of people? What behaviors changed? And when did the behaviors become sustained or more repeatable? And what impact did it create on the business metrics? The business metrics here, the business metrics here possibly is all about to do with, example that I said to you is, if it is a unit testing guy, okay, what is the defect leakage that is going off to the production or testing, could be a simple metrics to deal with, right? So here your articulation has to be what behaviors changed. You should be able to capture the behavior change clearly. The sustenance of that behavior, it's not one-time behavior change and the person slipping back to the old behavior again. What changed as a behavior and how did it impact the business metrics, right? Then you can elevate yourself to going on to a workonomy level. Then you are able to connect the business metrics to the profit metrics. So this broadly is the framework to kind of move forward. There are quite another few elements that are required, but I want to focus on the essence of it alone today in the interest of time. This can be a day-long session. Yeah. But if you get your first level right, then only the first level right, that is the workforce level. If L&D is good at only the first level, we are able to put training there, we shouldn't call ourselves learning and development. We should call ourselves training and development. Our job is to only put information out there. Only when you get your second level, that is your workplace level correct, is when we should start calling ourselves learning and development, or the 1 and 2 together. When you have the workforce and the workplace level maturity and consistency achieved in your organization, the function which is involved in people, then only you call learning and development. But I'm proposing one more thing. If you get your third level right, stop calling yourself learning and development. Start calling yourself the Center for Human Performance Improvement. Our job and our role, someone said L&D will not exist, and I agree. We should shut down our L&D organization. In its shape and form it exists today, we should move towards either the Center of Human Performance Improvement. Our job is to improve the performance of every single employee in the organization who he or she needs improvement. That's our job. And that is what is the core purpose of why we exist. And that's where I would call it this way. And lastly, if you are able to get the work level done properly, and you are able to connect to the business, and you are able to work with that business, you have already got at least a door open in the boardroom, then call yourself not as even Center for Human Performance Improvement, call yourself the Talent Profit Center. Because you are directly contributing to some of the top, the board is interested in top line, bottom line, that's it, period. Right? That's predominantly what I call it profit, right? And a few accessories along with that. If this is done, then is when we are actually getting a seat at the table of the board. Right? So this journey of yours from all the way from HR realm to the broad realm has to move from focusing on workforce all the way up to focusing on the workonomy level and elevating your abilities from talking about only the peppiness factor and go all the way up to the profit dimension and connection. So with this, I wish you all the very best for the journey. You might be in different stages of maturity, but I wish you all the greatness for life in this journey, and that's about it. I'm giving back 1 minute and 1 second. So we have less than a minute now. Any questions? I'm happy to answer it.
We have time for one question. Anybody?
Yeah, and whether I've lived up to that, okay.
Actually, yes, exactly.
My performance appraisal is happening.
Exactly, okay. This is what I've written, how to get seat at the table, how to showcase ROI, and how to create leaders. I think all of that got covered. There's one question here. How do we sustain that behavioral change once we do that training or coaching or any aspect? And help
Okay.
them sustain as leaders? If you can shed some light on
Yeah,
that.
so I think how do you sustain is you have to start measuring it sustained. So we do an L3 and then after that we go to some other project. Okay, after the L3 is over, I'm sure all of you would know preparatives. L3 is over, I have achieved my goal, my KPI for this year is completed. Let me take my focus to the next project, next program, next problem. There is something called as time delayed analysis that you need to do, right? So you need to go back and take some more time and say, okay, after 30 days, 90 days, 60 days, you have done your study. But can I do a study after another 30, say another 6 months from then on, or an intermediate study? You have to continuously keep monitoring how the behavior is changing, and that is the responsibility. You can't do it for every program that you're doing. What is essentially aligned back to the profit, you should start definitely doing that, which will not be more than 20% of what you're doing. So if you do not do the time delayed analysis around the consistency of behavior being formed, you cannot measure it. You can only guess it. You go back and ask the managers, they will say, yeah, they are doing whatever they are doing. But the measurement before what you did at the end of L3 should be repeated in the form of behavior.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that's again time's up. Yeah, if there is just one question there, one last question.
It's not a question, but I wanted to express gratitude and thank you. It's really grateful and insightful the way you have done the storytelling. Really, really thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. On that note, could we honor the gentleman with a big round of applause? And quickly, I request Mr. Abdullah from BW People, our VP, to join me on stage as we take this moment to honor the gentleman for his time and presence, a small gratification from our end.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thanks.
All right, now we head towards the discussion hub number 2, and it's all about power of learning analytics. And it's going to be yet another Power Fact panel discussion, driving innovation and impact in L&D. And to moderate this, we have with us Vice President, Human Resources, Talent and Academy at HDFC Ergo General Insurance. Could we have a huge round of applause to Mr. Gaurav Parvati to please join us, who will spearhead this as the session chair. And joining him, we have EVP Training at Teleperformance, Ms. Bhavisha Dave. We also have Global Head L&D at HCL Tech, Ms. Havia Rashid in the house. Joining them would be former General Manager HR at Wipro. We have Ms. Savita Naira. Can we clap? Can we put our hands together, please? And also joining us is the head Infosys Learning Advisory at Infosys. We have Dr. Sujata Mutanadu join us. And they love this round of applause, and we need some energy in the house. Last time I gave you 1, 2, and you did 1, 2, 3. This time I'm going to have some music, give you a beat. Can we have this audio, please, console? Well, we're setting it up for them. And it is one of the most difficult session, which is going to be before lunch. Can we match this beat and can we use the table, use your hands, you can start? Let's sync up. That was the trick again. 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Console, and over to the moderator. Have a good one.
Good afternoon, everybody. See, the discussion got a little delayed, and we all were wondering at the backstage. This is that critical hour of the day just before lunch, when the mind is more hungry about all the insights that we can get through the panel, and there's a stomach also which is demanding a lot of attention. So I think we're going to balance all those acts together and see how it goes from here. We have flat, I think 30-40 minutes to get the show done. I am Gaurav Parvati, as you already know now. So our topic, the subject is learning analytics. Coming to the subject right away, I think data drives decisions these days. I've been hearing it since yesterday and today morning. What gets measured gets improved and gets managed as well. I think those are the insights that you can expect out of these the conversation that we're going to do right away. While that is all happening, there is a little thought from Albert Einstein that I want you to just chew on while we get the conversations going. He said, not everything that counts gets counted, and not everything gets counted counts. So it is all about asking the right questions from the data to derive the meaningful insights out of that. And this is essentially the core of what we are trying to discuss in this forum today. There are so many incredible leaders out here. I would like to start with the one closest to me, which is Bhavisha. So Bhavisha, how has the learning analytics evolved over the last few years in the role in the organizations, and how critical is that as part of the L&D strategies now?
Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav, for that question. So let me just start by saying that when we talk about learning analytics, we always say, and he just mentioned, right, data is God. I think analytics is then the messenger of God. It helps us read that data and leverage it to our advantage. Now, I'll answer the second question first. Why is it important? It's important for 4 different reasons. One, it allows us to personalize the training, which is the need of the hour now, making it very targeted, very focused, very just in time. It allows us to track performance, ROI. I think through the day, that's one term that I've heard. But performance tracking from a training effectiveness standpoint, from a learner progress standpoint, from an alignment to business goals standpoint. Third most important, wherever you are in the boardroom, cost is always an indicator. So how do you make your training more cost effective? How do you make sure that it's not like a band-aid training, you're doing training for everybody for a certain number of hours. It's about how do we make it more relevant? What is the skill gap, which is the S part of it? If there is a certain workforce that you have today, where do you need to take them? And how do you make sure that using the analytics, you're able to then drive the right and the most impactful training? And so coming to the first part of it, which is how has it evolved? Well, I think it's become far more qualitative in terms of analysis than more quantitative. I mean, we used to talk about more descriptive analysis and more predictive, but I think now it's more prescriptive. What training is required for which skill set to drive what business outcome? And I would say that's really how the whole scenario has changed, because training is changing, the skill sets required are changing, technology is moving at a super fast pace than when I started 20 years back, and the most important, the learner at the helm. We call them Gen Zs, that's the newest population that's coming our way. They're all born with a technology spoon. So how do you keep all of that together and use analytics to drive very specific training aligned to the business goals? That's a very long answer to a question, but yes.
Oh, thank you, Bhavisha. I think we got the discussion started with that. I mean, that's the core idea is data is God, and what you do with the data is part of the learning strategies per se. Continuing on this, Rashid, what do you think is the role of the L&D analytics in aligning the initiatives to what the organizations want to achieve?
Sure, I think we are at an inflection point. I was hearing a couple of speakers saying the role of L&D will get defunct. I think we are the most powerful function at this point in time within the IT space. I think Mr. Krishnan, I was just listening to him. He covered a lot of aspects of it. In the services space today, the amount of technology that is kind of gravitating to the new style of IT, and every company today, wants to grab its pie of revenue. Having a right focus on our people and aiding them upskilled and cross-skilled is essential. And for that, analytics plays a great, important role, predominantly in 3 or 4 areas. One, in terms of tactical planning at an account level, how we are able to get that, and get the monetization done. And 2, in terms of operational level, from an RFP coming in, what needs to get done. And then at a strategic level, we'll have to analyze the next 2 years. What are the new technologies that are going to come in? How much of it we are going to leverage and, make that whole access happen. But before we even go there, right, we need, from an analytics perspective, our skills taxonomy has to be completely graded. Because unless and until we don't know what skills our people have, we cannot make any changes. Like we say, garbage in, garbage out, especially in the role of analytics plays a greater part. In terms of having the skills ontology, ensuring what are the skills, because today we are dealing with a lot of young population. If we don't put them in the right area after they have acquired that skill, then that we are training them for our competition.
Gen Z, as Bhavisha also mentioned.
Yeah, and then the third is in terms of, once that is done, we get the skills fungibility and get that whole thing moving. And that's how the analytics today plays a major part in terms of getting it done.
I think rightly pointed out, it is the data which essentially helps us understand whether it is aligned or not aligned and what do we do next. But the other parts, Savita, I'll come to you on this. I think we're talking about data. It is all about analytics, happens on data and the insights, all of that. The other side of it, if we all take a look at it, data leaves a trail everywhere, whether it is an individual or an organization or outside an organization as well. And the important point that we all need to understand here when we talk about analytics, how do we balance the data privacy of the employees with what are we trying to do with the learning analytics in that domain? How do we do that? Is there a way to do that? Or is it an open kind of a thing that everybody has to figure out once it happens?
So I think, Gaurav, everyone is talking about data day in, day out, and I think we heard with our panels as well that so much of data has been put in, and whether it's L&D, whether you look at any of the field, right? You look at any industry, anywhere. We don't know how to manage that. And being honest, it's all over the place. Do we have our teams? Do we have everyone in place that they know how to manage, read the data? Is our own team enabled? Is that data, are we able to show it to the stakeholders saying, this is this gaps, this is what we need, this is what is the forecast. I think 2 years is still far. I think next 6 months or a year is something which I look at. But what is important is we are not communicating enough what are we doing with this data, right? So it's important for us to talk to our employees, communicate. What are we doing with this data? Where are we storing it? How are we linking it? Then more on that front, if you look at next one, your stakeholders, when you're putting that picture, it's very important that you give them the right picture, right? Otherwise, if you look at L&D, they don't think that L&D has a seat. And I think NK mentioned beautiful topic, and the way he covered was, I would say excellent, that there are various stages of that. So now whether the organization, are we compliant enough? Are we doing the regular audits? Are we following the regulations? And I know we all were talking about it, it's just not the regulations. It's far beyond, and your China example was the very good one with the board recently, which happened. So I think for all of us, I think the readiness of the organization, I think we all mentioned, and one hand raised, and when NK asked the question, I think overall as an organization, we might be in the beginner or intermediate stage. We are not even there, right? I would be honest, and we all are thinking about it. But how does that one thing stitch it all? I think it's far away to go. I'm being very honest.
No, absolutely. As I think coming back to what NK also mentioned, I think the lens also matters a lot. We take a look at the analytics or the data points from a very learning-centric insight or lens. Whereas a person who is learning through an online portal of the organization, maybe late night, every night, what is he bringing to the organization next day? Is that the loop that is getting covered? Where are we on that? Essentially, I don't know, we are looking at that point in a complete circle. So I think those are and vice versa. If a person is spending every day 1 hour in the office on learning, what is that impact on the productivity, and what do we need to do about that? Is that something to think about? And there can maybe different connotations around that. Dr. Sujata, I know you have been patiently waiting for this. I think so it is what to do with the data that comes in a little later. First is, how do we gather data in the rightful manner, the righteous manner? Is there any innovation happening around the world that helps us understand this is a new way of gathering data to get the new style of learning analytics done? Is there something of that that can share your insights with the group here?
Absolutely. Innovation seems to be the most happening word. And we're also seeing a whole lot of things evolving in the last couple of years. And I'm going to share through some examples. What we started off, and I'm sharing it from my perspective. A couple of years ago, and I'm talking a pre-COVID, which is just before the COVID happened, we were running some kind of an engagement for one of the pharmaceutical clients in Basel, and I was there for that. And what we were looking at was this huge wishing wall, which was capturing the kind of aspirations the learners had, right? And what I'm talking about is, it's a way, you write it out there. You emote when you write out a lot of things there, right? So from there, we kind of transitioned and we collected so much of information about how learners were learning, what kind of changes, what did they like, what do they wish for, and all of it. But over a period of time, and when this COVID happened, it had to change, right? And when they shifted gears, everything had to be done in a very innovative way. So whether it is a Miro board, whether it is Connect, whether it is capturing your feedback through surveys, all of those things were brought in place. But I'm again going to go back to something that was shared earlier. Through what lenses are you looking at that data, right? Because the data sanctity is very important. You can gather loads of data, you can analyze the data, you can draw inferences, but what is most important is, how do you want to see it? If you're talking about somebody in the boardroom, they would want to look at, how is it going to be meaningful to drive profitability in the organization? While probably somebody in the HR would look at, how is it going to be meaningful for people, right? So that they find it relevant. And I think the way in which data is being analyzed, the way in which it's being captured, there are different ways. Whether it is in your learning experience platforms, you can collect data, you can look at how people are using it, which part of the day are they using it, so that you can kind of, start some kind of an engagement within the organization. All of that is there available in the data. But I feel that at some point, we should not miss out the empathy part of it. And if we only rely on data, right, and the sanctity of the data is important, we are talking about numbers, and sometimes it could be lies. And so it's important for us to also have a combination. While innovation is important and technology has taken us to a totally different level, how can we also bring in the human aspect to to drive inferences from the data that we observe? And that's my thought around it.
I think rightly said. I think it is innovating the whole process, by the same time being responsible of how are we going about the matters from there on. I think very rightly said.
The ethics of data.
And the whole circle once again.
Yeah.
You get the data, you apply the right lens, you get a meaningful information. Then what happens at the end of the whole circle to the organization, coming back to the WWW model? Where is the ROI? Tell me the return on investment. And that is exactly what I'll come to Bhavisha on for. Essentially, learning analytics leads onto ROI. How, when, where? And is there anything that can be taken home for somebody who has just begun the journey on the ROI, forget about the impact and the other part of it?
So I think ROI, there's always a song. Every time somebody says ROI, there's a song which in Bollywood which says, tu paisa paisa kehti hai, paise se kyun darti hai. There is this whole thing of money, where's the money, how am I getting the money? Now ROI is what? Return on investment. What does it mean? It basically is, what is your gain of training versus your cost of training? Now, I think the first and most important point again, and because we are on the whole learning analytics piece, is how are we designing training programs that are aligned to the business goals? I think one of the biggest fallouts that we've seen is when there is a learning strategy that moves or works in a siloed manner versus what the business goals really are. Now, when you have a business, when you have a training that's aligned to a business outcome, then the question is, okay, so what do you mean by ROI? What is going to be that return? The return is how are the people who are getting trained delivering better, they are more skilled, and they are as per the requirement of whatever the business needs. Now, there are learner engagement metrics that we all, of course, track, and we've been tracking all these years. And so from your completion rates to your knowledge retention rates, to your assessment scores and so on and so forth. But the more important ones today, and which is why, I keep saying that every training, while it has to be aligned to business, but there has to be performance tracking metrics, which will tell you whether your training was good enough or not. Now, this could be improvement in your productivity, it could be improvement in the customer satisfaction scores, retention scores, sales conversions, it could be reduction in any of the defect rates. However, there has to be a business goal or a KPI attached. If the KPI is improved basis the training, that data comes back to you and the analysis is that was a training well done, because then whatever training you funded, it automatically paid for itself through the business outcomes that were positive. However, should there be, there were no impressive or significant training outcomes that came out, then that is again an analytics that comes back to training or learning to say that, okay, this training needs to be done differently. Today, there is no one size fits all. It's very important to have very customized, personalized, content that is targeted to, business needs, to the skills that we need for them to perform. And if I know what skill I need, then I need to know what business KPI am I going to be impacting, and any performance improvement in that. Now, you could look at it over 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Now, that's something that is very specific to the organization, to the account, to the function. But I think looking at all of those cuts is how we can define really what the return on investment, or paisa uska vasool hua ki nahi hua us training ka.
Yeah, I think again, very well said, Avishi. It is about the return that we get out of the whole intervention, not just one part of it, in a manner of speaking. And alignment with the right people at the right point in the whole journey has its own significance. And this is what I would like to now ask Rashid. The ROI will happen once the process gets followed in a proper fashion. One of the most important part of this process is to align the right stakeholders in the journey. Do you have anything on that? Maybe some incident or some situation, or how do we get the right alignment done with the stakeholders so there are minimal challenges later?
Yeah, if you look at all the business heads, if you go to CXOs, if I ask a CHRO to sign a check for a learning initiative that's going to be done, I need to have the right plan in terms of how much of dollars that I monetize. What will be the billing cycle. It's not just for a lateral level employee alone. It's for freshers too. So what specific interventional programs that we bring into. I can quote an example where, when the COVID hit us, right, once in a century pandemic, there was sudden surge in terms of, the unified communication and collaboration tools. So we had to really put that, as to how we can get those training modules in place and what can be done through remote. And then we figured out a few vendors. But it was an uncertain environment as well, and people were like, what do we do if we don't get those deals? Right. So we had to plan and ensure that these people who have the base skills can be trained on, say, a 2-week kind of a module and get them up and running, and then they will be monetized in days, 40 or so. That really resonated. Then the stakeholders also track this X dollars that I've invested, what is the ROI that I get. Once we kind of have those expectations done, I think we will be able to be in a good shape. Also, with this lure comes a lot of additional pressures as well to kind of get maximization of ROI. Here, I think I would definitely Dr. Sujata's point, we have to measure both, we have to take both the objectives as well as the subjective element, and empathy plays a big, important aspect. We cannot push people and, get them skilled at scale, in pressured environments and then, just look at dollars alone. We have to look at well-being. We have to ensure that what's the balance out and other softer elements of it. I think if we are able to do that and demonstrate with the right metrics, like what Bhavisha was mentioning, both in the learner's standpoint as well. What is it in for the learners? Have they moved from L1 to L2, L2 to L3, L3 to L4? I think that is the career path. The dollars for the organization and the people are happy. I think we've got a bingo.
Perfect. I think those are some of the process points that need to be followed. If you miss out on any of those, I think the whole thing comes back right to the square one, isn't it? So, perfect. I think, having a discussion on learning analytics and missing out on technology, nobody's going to spare us, isn't it? So, Dr. Sujata, we come to you on this. How do you think AI or machine learning or any other predictive analytics tool or something is changing the whole landscape of learning analytics, if it is doing anything of that sort, in your opinion?
Yeah, it is. I spoke about data earlier, but the power of data is also enormous, right? So the way in which we can use data to drive inferences for the organization, for different fraternities that we're talking about, for the organization, when we're talking about, what is it that we're going to be showcasing to the client, when we're having these conversations with the end user, who is our clients or the end users of the clients, right? So it really helps us to understand what are some of the things that are going to be most meaningful for them. And I think we'll have to start again with the right approach, which is the problem exploration. When we get into this entire space, it's important for us to understand what is it that we are trying to gather in terms of details. Typically what would happen, and because I also feel that there is a pressure from the organization, from the HR to push into action mode, to get into action mode. And so we might sometimes miss out on that, identifying the real problem, and we might jump into the solutions part of it, right? And if we jump into the solutions, we continue to have fantastic analytics that can be depicted in beautiful ways, visual depictions. The sky is the limit today, and thanks to AI, the way in which you can call out data and present it is very different. But I think it's very important for us to look at what is it that we want to project, and it could also end up sometimes in giving the wrong kind of information and taking wrong kind of decisions from the organization. I'll give you an example. Again, we're talking so much about ROI, and I'm going to get back to that. So are we looking at, if you're evaluating a learning experience platform, are we looking at how much time learners have spent on the platform? Or are we looking at what have they done at the end of the journey? One of my clients actually came back to us and said, I don't care how much time they spend on the platform. For me, there's going to be a hackathon, right? There's an energy client based in Europe. We have a hackathon. The business cases will come in from the different portfolios from the organization. They just got to crack it. Because once they crack it, they're going to get into, they were looking at setting up a center of excellence for automation, and they will get into that. I don't care how they're going to study. I don't want to look at the patterns. So look at how organizations may not look at a level 1, forget about level 1, level 2, level 3, and then get on to level 4. Some organizations are probably at a higher maturity level, and they want to start looking at level 4 right from the start. And so our analytics will also have to cull out that kind of data. It's not basic data. It's about what kind of support do you need from your ecosystem to be able to apply it? Don't you have the support? What more do you want? And the other one is in terms of what is the organization, and connecting it to the strategy. What is the organization looking to drive, right? What's the strategy of the organization to drive, let's say, AI in this case, right? So why are you driving AI? Because sometimes when we go back to a lot of clients, they're very excited about this upskilling on Gen AI and all of that. So the tough question is, so what? But why? Right? These are tough questions. They might have this big charter, but they don't know why they're doing what they're doing. And it's important for us to ask those questions, because that will make them think, at a very strategic level and not just look at things, the analytics that is about completion and progress and all of that. It's about what happens when the rubber hits the road, right? And that's something that as learning and development or people in the HR space, that's something that we need to peg at, because that's what's going to probably help us with those boardroom discussions, because that's going to be meaningful for everyone.
And that's where the challenge lies. I mean, there's not a hunky-dory story, not a very easy path to take, as everybody is saying. It is just about talking and then making those things happen when we go back to the organizations. Essentially, I heard somebody saying, not here, somewhere else, the learning analytics, the romance had started several years back. The marriage still hasn't happened. So it is about knowing it. Now it is about implementing it in totality, which going to take some time, I'm sure. And talking on this, Savita, I know there are more good stories on learning analytics as a theory, but not in practice. And what is stopping that to happen is the challenges which are happening around all of us, isn't it? Can you help understand, or the group here, the challenges that are bound to come our way? And some of those do not have the solution also. We're going to find it together as a fraternity. What can those be?
So I think we all are talking about the data privacy one. I think that's going to be the first one, which I feel, and I'm sure most of us would know. What we have seen is why many of the countries or they are coming up with the various rules and regulations to implement. So I think that part, the consent of whether it's an employee, organization, stakeholder, that will be the one which I see. Integration of our own systems. One hand does not talk to the other one. If you look at L&D part of it, as NK also mentioned, we are in one silo, right, working. Are you involved in that strategy, and how are you going to go into from the talent to the people to the centric part of it, or the business strategic partner? It's a long way journey. We are still at that stage, or the recent stage, where we are still thinking, and many organizations are still not ready to invest. So integrating, unless until it's integrated across, it's not going to help. You can do all.
It might happen in pieces, but not.
Yeah, absolutely. And being honest, we all have evolved. I'm not saying that we have not evolved from L&D. If you talk about our learning journey of that 40 hours mandate to the classroom training, everyone together in the same
smiley
group.
feedback form, we involved.
So it's like getting everyone. No, it's no longer, right? And when we are talking about, okay, what is the business outcome, there has been. But I think the third one is your stakeholder matters, right? They have to see the bigger picture. And most of the organizations have started. They started looking at where the skill gaps coming through, how we're going to fix it, how we're looking at our future part of it. But I think the challenge is still that mindset, that adaptability part of it. And are we open, or are we ready to invest, keeping that profit, which we all as an organizations, whichever organization we are working at, but we always look at that profit, that how much of the investment is happening and how much really will be the outcome. So that ROI understanding, it's still, I think it'll get there. Definitely. AI will help us, but I think we're still a long way.
And I hope you're talking about the profit as in dictionary, not in the mnemonic.
No, I will take his definition and as well what we stand for. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much, Savita, once again. Yeah, sure, Rashid, please.
See, there are two elements, right, to it. Challenges is in terms of, responsible AI. How do we deal with that? I think that is going to be the biggest challenge. Like what you mentioned, while we were having on the Chinese bots story, there could be many other. You could definitely. I used to lead RPA 10 years back. In fact, we had this horses for courses. Phil Fritz, used to do that. So we had a guy in RPA itself, when he was writing, he kind of changed the bot, and that caused havoc. So you have to, that is the biggest, big hitter in terms of how you manage it. The power of compute is getting added. We are relishing it. People feel that AI becoming central to the business is essential, but how much of it, of social good and other challenges going to come in, that's one. Two, from a people standpoint, if we don't embrace this change, India dominated the services business, right? We started off in the late 80s, and then after that there was no one else. This industry 4.0, I think if we are at a very challenging situation, we have to get our people skilled. If we don't get them skilled, and that's where L&D function plays a very critical role, we'll lose the bus. The opportunity is huge.
100%. Very well said, Rashid, once again. All right, so we have a little over 8.5 minutes to go. Maybe a quick piece of advice by all the panelists here for organizations. One piece of advice, how do they get into learning analytics if they're going into that journey? And then we can take a couple of questions, wind up the session then. You can start from anywhere.
And I think for the group that's here, I would say broadly, so learning analytics, I think most of us get it. We are using it in some shape or form. I think the biggest fallout that I've always seen is when there is a learning strategy where the data analytics is created in silos and not in alignment with the business strategy. If the two don't go hand in hand, there's absolutely no point of having any data and any analytics, because then we are working in different directions and not together. So that's something that I've observed in a lot of organizations over the years, and I feel that yes, there is data. Yes, there is a lot of data. There is, today you have a lot of AI, ML-based, data analytics that comes out to you. But how you leverage keeping in mind why are we doing it and to attain what objective. I think that alignment with business has to be very crystal clear to run anything or any strategy for a given year. So I think that's my 2 cents on this one.
I think strategic alignment, clean data, I think those two elements will mean that we will progress very well, and we will get a place in the boardroom. I've seen that L&D today gets a place in the boardroom. It's completely isolated from the HR functions earlier. Anything we get consulted in terms of where the investment dollars have to happen, where beginning of the fiscal year.
So I would just add that I think we have overwhelmed with the data which we have. So it's very important for us to first define the objectives, define the metrics which we're looking at, and make sure that your audit and the compliance is in place. I think that if we have it in place, I think we will take it from there.
Thanks, Avi. Definitely in terms of data sanctity, that is an area that I would probably call out, because we are in a major rush today across the globe when we go back to organizations and help them reimagine their AI framework. They already have something in place. The data is not in place, all right? So it's important for the data sanctity to start off with. I go back to this entire hierarchy that we're talking about and the linkage between L&D strategy, the HR strategy, the business strategy, the organization strategy. I'm going to put 2 more above that, okay? That is about sustainability. How are we aligning with the sustainability? We're talking about SDG 2030. There are certain things that are very close to what we are doing, what we can do as organizations, the way in which we're using data. So in terms of sustainability, I believe that there is a lot that we can do. The other angle is about community. Right? From my organization, I know that we have something called Springboard that we have taken to a lot of rural sectors, because it's about not leaving behind anyone, right? We're talking about inclusivity. Inclusivity in data and digital inclusivity should bring in people from all sectors, all backgrounds. Yes, there are a whole lot of other things that need to be taken care of, which is infrastructure, accessibility, and all of it. But digital inclusivity needs to really mean everyone is included across strata. And I'm sure, because we've seen the power of the digitization that when we have taken it to the rural sector. We've had small little girls in government colleges, putting together QR codes to sell some of the vegetables that were there in that village.
wonderful.
So it's like amazing what we can do with data and with digital technology and digital inclusion. And those are some of the thoughts that I want to leave behind with you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody. We have around 4 minutes open for questions. Somebody gonna hand over the mic? The people? So we have a question.
Yes.
We have a question coming.
If anyone has a question, when is lunch? Just in 5 minutes. Apart from that, any question to the panelists?
Thank you. I think you guys touched upon data privacy, right? So one of the questions that I had is with the recent DPDP Act that India launched, obviously last year, but the rules are going to probably get finalized at the end of this month, they say. What strategies do you think that organizations can take to look at implementing the Digital Privacy Data Protection Act for India? Obviously, we have GDPR, cross-border, pieces, consent management. So just curious if organizations are doing something to take this on.
I can just add in that, and I think what I have seen is we have to have those agents who work only on the data and the privacy part of it, have that audit, have those algorithms, keep vetting. I'm being very honest. I've seen it where, and we say that whatever you feed comes out, right? But then I think in overall, the organization, the countries, the way they are taking the steps, it's important how much you want and to what extent. Right, we all have to have that define that line, and I think it takes time. But as long as we know what we are looking at, you have your clear objectives to run to. You define it accordingly. But I think it's very important for all of us to be very cautious. And as he mentioned, Isham, that it is responsibility, how responsible you are to have that data in place. I think that I would take. Maybe if you want to add.
I just want to say something, especially we're talking about Gen Y and Gen Z today, and they're very particular about how, their space is so important. It's important for us as well, but it's a lot more important for them probably, not to generalize. But so it's, I don't know, and in our country, I think there's a long way to go in terms of respecting digital privacy. We're talking about deep fakes. Anybody can do whatever they want, and that's not on, right? What kind of regulations do we have? And I'm sure those are some of the things that need to be put in place, because it's also, one is about privacy, the other one is about respect. It's about just respect for people, for who they are. How can we not misuse? But I know it's about a utopian world and it's very difficult, but there are checks and balances. I know us as a large country in population is one of our biggest problems, right? And probably a solution as well. However, I think it's important for us to really have the skin in the game when the country is talking about digital privacy, not to discount it, because we've got to embrace it. Yes, sometimes when we go to some of the other countries, when we do work for the US or some other European country, I know there's a lot of resistance, and we're looking at how it's taking so much of time, but it's still worth it, because this is really going to be a deal breaker for a whole lot of other things in the long run.
It's an evolving space, so to say, just to summarize. I think the policies and the procedures and the systems and the dialogues are all evolving as we speak. So I think it is more the personal responsibility, so to say. How do we bridge that is, nobody knows what's in there as of now. All right, any other question? Just 30 seconds. There are many hands raised there.
Generally, it's said
first table is all prepared with all the questions, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for all the insights. Generally, it's said that leaders take the decision and then they make the decision right. In this parlance of analytics, and especially the learning analytics, how do you think we are evolving as a space from leading the learning fraternity, and where are we moving towards?
No, I think we have to change. See, it's three things I talk about, right? It's the mindset, tool set, and the skill set. we have to force ourselves into making ourselves more meaningful. From the L&D space. Analytics gives us, it's a tool set, right? Where we leverage it to change mindsets of the leadership, executives. If you get a chance to, get a 1 or 2 minute with your CEO or CXO, it is a great opportunity to share where exactly the investments need to go. And for that, we need to do our work. We need to get to the bottom of it in terms of what are the future opportunities, what are the current gaps, skill gaps that we have, and so on, right? We have to look at an entire overarching, like she mentioned, Bhavisha, in terms of not look at things in isolation, but completely connect the dots. Then you get an overarching one picture framework that helps you have meaningful conversations with your executive leadership.
Just to add on that, and no harm or no harsh feeling to any L&D or HR or any fraternity. And as again, NK is not there, but then I would still quote, is the business need. We are going to all work together only through that. And it will be whether the business is looking to grow, they want to do automate, they want to adapt, whatever it is the business. Now, whether it's HRBP or it is L&D or you're looking at ops, everything is going to be aligned there. And I see it very strongly, whether it's no longer going to be, again, sitting L&D separately, HRBP sitting separately, all one thing. No, it's, or the TA team sitting separately. Now, if you see the model is changing, I know in our business, we have changed it. We aligned everyone together as a team. It was no longer you're different, you're all that people, team. That's the way we call it. And I think that's what I see in the future.
Wonderful. All right. One final question we can take.
So, hi.
You all are delaying it. Okay? We gave you 5 minutes.
I apologize. My question is more related to learning analytics and getting buy-in from the stakeholders. So as a business, my business requires me to go and provide L&D services to organizations. We even propose to them how they can benefit out of it, which means business owners, we have these conversations with them where we tell them about how we can help you in understanding the learning and analytics and link it back to ROI. Now, the challenges that we face is in, I think, the total buy-in and letting them actually believe that L&D initiatives can actually make that the difference that we are suggesting. So my question to you all is, how do we get the buy-in? I mean, that's all I want to know.
I want to just take it slowly. I know I'm just taking proactively, but can't stop it. Have you identified their business problem first?
Absolutely.
So why are you not able to disclose on the gaps and the challenges, whether it's your skill, whether it's your talent which you're looking at, or what is the future coming? You can just share with those details. It's very easy to reflect, right? If example, you are hiring for a particular skill and our clients, and most of us, we know, they need overnight talent, how big client, whatever it is. You need to know their pipelines, you need to know their challenge, and you show them that if you don't invest in, say, for example, look at upskilling, reskilling, which we all have been talking about it, and earlier panel also spoke. But how much are you going to save, or how much time, or how much investment will that be than hiring from external world? So I think if you try doing that.
I completely agree with you. That's the approach that we usually follow. The challenges that we face is that we see that there is a resistance in actually believing that we can make the difference. And that is where we struggle as a company also.
That's a mindset.
And it all boils down to just giving, guys, you can do L&D na, you can do training na, so come na, do training. So,
see, I'll tell you, I understand where you're coming from, okay, from a vendor mindset. And I tell you, whenever I attend these conferences, right, I get about 20 to 30 emails from the vendors, different vendors, same solution. What is the differentiator? See, I'll give you one, thought, okay? You guys should come up with an outcome based. See, you also have to evolve, right? Organizations are also cutting strings. cutting, whatever the investments are. So everything is getting in-house. So all the, service providers need to reinvent themselves. Same control C, control V kind of decks, how many we'll see. I get 20, 25 and everybody keeps calling me and how many? Can we give everybody the same stuff, right? Differentiator, guys, differentiator. And what is the outcome? You are just scratching the surface, but there are a lot of problems which goes beneath. And for that, you want to get a 30-minute conversation with someone that should really galvanize or give them some thought process, right? Okay, investing 30 minutes with the service provider makes our job easier. So think about it.
Yeah, so the question seemed more complex than the answer. So the answer essentially is know the business very well, talk to them in their language, maybe do a small thing and then make it big later, scale it up, and that sounds like
how
a
about
solution.
probably just looking at a long-term research for maybe like 10 days into the client's business with their approval and then suggest a solution.
Yeah.
But
I just have
the data part of it. Yeah. Why would you let somebody vendor, which I'm not even sure.
can I just add one thing there? I know we're all talking about the business problem. We need to take people along. We need to understand if there is some kind of a resistance in learning across the spectrum, it must be about the culture. So culture plays an important role. What about values, right? Are we really taking all of those into cognizance? If we have to understand that, we don't have to jump in and offer a solution. You can also do a discovery, like we do in coaching conversations, right? So you can do a discovery, talk to a cross-section of people. It'll give you a sense of what's happening out there, and then you can look at the linkage, like all of them said, right? Then let's see if it is a lot more easier to connect it to the business strategy.
Be part of them, be the insider, not the outsider, essentially. That winds up, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your questions and for your wholehearted engagement. Thank you all the panelists for making it happen on learning analytics. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely, and in fact, one of the most interactive panel discussions we've had over these 2 days of the conference. A big cheer for the moderator and for all the panelists in the house. Thank you so much for your time, your presence, and all the insight share. And I request Ms. Bilkis to please join me one more time to honor our moderator and the panelists. And with the number of questions that we received, even though this is a session just before lunch, I think that proves the point that learning hunger is more than the actual hunger that we feel. So it's a good one, and a huge round of applause one more time for the moderator and the panelists. And now, well, it's the segment that we all love the most, networking lunch. So let's quickly head out, and we have 45 minutes. Let's get to catch a good meal, re-energize what you've made, and please join us back in 45 minutes. We'll see you on the other side at 2:15. Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good noon. In case if you're done with your meal, request everybody to join us back inside. We'll be starting the post-lunch session in about 5 minutes. All right, request everybody to settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're right here at day 2 of the BW People Festival of L&D. We have a lot more sessions to cover. We've got the panelists on standby. With due respect to everyone at the back, request you to settle down, please. We have the panelists on standby and we need to kickstart the sessions in less than a minute. And there's a shout out for all the people outside. Request you to join us inside right about now. Thank you. Also request you to occupy the tables up in the front. Please do occupy the tables in the front. Thank you. All right, less than 2 minutes to go. We kickstart in less than 2 minutes. Request people to join us back inside and do occupy the tables in the front. It's a request. All the members, participants, speakers outside the hall, if you could hear us, do join us inside right about now. And those who are inside, request you to settle down, please. We're starting in the next 60 seconds. Gently request everybody to step inside right about now. The gentleman outside by the food counter, could we have all of you inside? Of course, we've got pretty much the entire day and lot more breaks for you to network, but we really need to segue into the panel discussion. We have the panelists on standby. So request everybody to please join us inside right about now. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good meal. Request all to settle down quick, please. And gentlemen right here outside, if you can have everybody inside, that would be great. More the merrier. Did we have a good meal? Energized? Are we good? So they say that post-lunch session is the most difficult one, but we'll beat that and we'll make sure it's going to be the happening one, just like how we had an interesting panel discussion before lunch. So could I have everybody put your hands together and welcome ourselves back right here for day 2. Clap it out loud. Before I introduce the panel, well, we started the morning on a very nice note, a flying note, wherein I hit that nostalgic chord, and I'm going to continue that. There's one thing that is common between all the leaders that we have in the houses. Of course, you have a similar vision, mission, and we're from the same fraternity. But apart from that, we also have this bonding of being from the millennial era, right? We've got that 70s, 80s, 90s kind of millennial era wala vibe. So I'm going to play a video, and this is a game between all the tables, no individual one, the tables. So the tables which gives me the right answer the maximum number of times, you are the winners. And what is the gift? We'll talk about that later. So give me a shout out from each table. So I know how many tables are competing in this game. And it is something that you will love, something that we've been a part and parcel of, and you would want to compete in this. So give me some shout out from every table, whichever is the most happening table it is. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What about the front bunches? You are in the game, you know this, right? So can we get a shout out from every table? Come on, give me a shout out. Give me a bang on the table. Yes, yes moment. Superb. So very simple, it's a rapid fire type. A video will play which has multiple questions, and every time there's a question or a video, there will be a blackout for about 5 seconds. Within that time, you have to give in the answer through a shout out. Right? So what is this? I don't want to ruin the surprise. Let's have the video. All you have to do is guess the good old retro ads from our era. All right? So it'll play right now. So only when it goes blackout, you need to answer. 3, 2, 1, hit the video, please.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Political small district?
And you have to give it along with the tagline.
Yeah, what? Stop my bike!
So quickly, which table?
Suzuki Samurai, no problem.
You need to give it with the tagline as well. So that was demo tha. So answer this one coming up. Tagline? I got it from 2 tables, but you're going to shout out when it goes blank. That's the time you give the answer. Whichever table gives me the loudest one. 3, 2, 1.5. Yes. Correct, right answer. Very quick. Chutki mein chupka hai. Lovely, round of applause, 1 point there. And good try from this table as well. So now you get to guess the next one. Tagline, Claire. Quickly, 3, 2, 1. This table is winning. Only because they've got a lot more people in the house. But I'm going to give it to this table. One there. So one each. Next one. Everyone's out. What about you? Kit Kat. I like it, sir. What's the tag name? I give you that table right there. Yes. But I'll give 1 point to this table for the most amazing wrong answer. Kit Kat, they said. But I know it was intentional. This one. What about the front tables? But who can give me the tagline of this one? Okay, let's see. So again, the central table right here, and you say it is Fevicol. And they didn't have a tagline for this ad. Yeah, you get the point. Last one. Rasna, who said Rasna? Very good, wrong answer. Rasna is wrong answer. Yes. The ultimate cooling. The answer from this table is right. It's Whirlpool. Round of applause to everybody and welcome back. Now that we have smiles all around, I'm sure we've got the energy back in the house as well, and we'll put that into play as I take this opportunity to welcome the next panelist and the moderator. It's Discussion Hub 3. It's all about micro-learning mastery, transforming training for the modern workforce. To be the session chair, the moderator, we have Gracie Thavamani, Deputy CHRO at Canara Capital, to please join us. Could we have a huge applause to Miss Gracie Thavamani in the house? Good noon, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining with us. And joining the lead, Director, Learning Design and Development at Dell Technologies, we have Mr. Biju Matthew in the house. A big cheer for Mr. Biju. And also we've got from Vedanta Limited, the Aluminium Business Domain, CHRO Aluminium Business, we have Mr. Bikram Keshari Nayak joining us right here. A huge round of applause. And also adding on, we've got the Vice President and Head Training Future General India Insurance. We have Mr. Pankaj S. joining right here. Clap it out loud, it's absolutely free and it's good post-lunch. All right. Instead of Mr. Bikram, we've got Ms. Sanjoti joining in. A big cheer. And also we've got Director iLabs L&D 24/7.ai. We have Mr. Srijit Nair. Very pleasant gentleman. We had a good conversation back in the restroom, but not the places matter, but good conversation, sir. And we also have a Senior Vice President, Head of Talent Management and Development, APAC at Northern Trust. Bring us together for Mr. Walden Gonzalez. Fantastic league. Over to the session chair.
Thank you for the wonderful intro. So this is about micro-learning mastery, right? In today's world, you all know that the fast-paced world, how micro-learning is most important and how is it a game changer for all of us, right? It's a bite-sized learning which helps everyone to learn in a quick access, and you know how as a HR or a learning fraternity we can ensure is like, one is like how do we bring the employee engagement, employee retention, productivity, and most importantly it ensures the ROI, that which we all are talking from morning, right? I mean, investing less, and then how do you make sure that we get the output about this using the micro learning. And also one important thing that as I said, it is in a fast-paced work environment. So the attention span, which was in 2004, it was based on some report, we have got to know that, it is around 2.5 minutes. But now, is any guesses, I may ask the audience, any guesses that what is the attention span we have today? Because we all have having a conversation that we were debating on the seconds. So any guesses on that? Okay. Again, we may have to have the debate then. Yeah, it's drastically dropped, compared to the previous. Like the attention span is very less. Now the young generation has been always used to scroll the Instagram. So same thing they have started doing and the learning also. So how efficiently we can use the micro learning and lot of things coming from the panels. So we'll quickly start on and hear from them. So this question goes to Biju. How does micro-learning impact long-term retention and practical application of knowledge amongst employees?
Actually don't know. I'm really worried because mentioned 8 seconds is the attention span.
Yes.
And if that is right after lunch, what will that be? Probably less than half of that. So I'll try and cover that in 4 seconds. It's a very interesting question because after a heavy loaded analytics session and before that the technology session, micro-learning seems to be a very interesting but not really heavy subject. So that's the right thing after lunch.
So you should say it is heavy, then only they'll be awake.
So I will talk about my story. I started my career probably 28 years ago, and my first job was in aviation. And the first thing I did was to get a certification called IATA. I don't even know how many of you know there's a certification called IATA. So I did IATA certification. Those days, it was only in the Air India building that you have to go to, sit in a 4 weeks or 6 weeks, I don't remember exactly, 4 weeks, 6 weeks class. For that, you can get an 80% marks in the certification, which is supposed to be guided by the Geneva, right? So I entered the classroom first and I saw probably a 1 feet tall book. It's actually 2 books because one book it is heavy to turn. So 2 books, and the only thing I still remember, what the hell? I'm not going to learn this in 4 weeks' time to get 80% mark. Now the thing that then I thought about this yesterday when I was thinking about the subject is that at that point of time, what I was thinking was about certification, not learning. I don't think anything that I learned was retained for a day. Forget about 30 days. Those days we used to say that the retention for what you learned is 30 days. Today, it has come down to probably seconds or minutes, right? So I think it is more forced by technology that we are here today, not really that micro-learning is a long-term solution. It's just a solution to the problem that we have. Because I think that time when I did the IATA course, I could still remember about 100 telephone numbers, right? The only telephone number that I remember today is my wife's number because she forces me to remember. Otherwise, I would have forgotten that too, right? There's nothing that I remember, not that our brains have shrunk, it's just that we don't use it the way we used to use it those days. So today, micro-learning is definitely essential. Evil I may call it, is because otherwise there is nothing that we can do, right? So I think the first benefit that is in the current scenario that we have, it enhances the retention because, micro-learning, what I understand is a content that can be given in 3 to 5 minutes or not more than 7 minutes is what the definition says. But anything less than 10 minutes could be a micro-learning. But that can be engaging in terms of video. There's no definition of that. Should it be a video? Should it be, content in a Word format? Or it could be just cheat sheets. Anything that you can retain for a longer thing and you can recall. I think anything that happens in a short span, I'm sure you will remember the wife joke more than the whole 1 hour content, because the smaller impactful content you will always remember. So that's the first benefit benefit that I talk about. And it's also flexible. I'm one of the luckiest because it took me only 30 minutes from home to this venue. Some days we spend hours together. So And imagine that you have, you said, many people say learning is waste of time. But there's nothing more waste than driving in Bangalore traffic for 2 hours. Imagine that you can spend 15 minutes or 5 or 6 different topics. You can learn 5 or 6 different topics in that half an hour to 1 hour drive that we have on a daily basis. So that is the flexibility that we have. I'm making it into smaller chunks that you can probably understand. And so that is the biggest benefit I see. And the third thing is, I think from a business point of view, most important thing is, yes, it is cost effective. My previous role, I used to do content development. 3 years ago, I started that group. My group took 8 months to develop a 3-day content, and the same group developed the similar certification program in probably less than 3 weeks' time. Right? So technology is also helping, and so that is the way the world is moving towards. So this is much more cost effective in that. And from speed, right? I said from 6 months to 3 weeks. Imagine that I'm developing a product today and I have to train my people in 6 months later. It's too late, right? So I think speed is the biggest benefit today. So all these, there are many more benefits, but I think for want of time, I will put that in the 3 benefits that I say, retention, flexibility, and speed. That's what I call it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, micro learning is very important. It's a bite-sized learning which we constantly do. Here the challenge is for all of us, how do you design the micro learning, right? Micro learning, we can't have a large content put in there and people doesn't read it. So how do you make an eye catcher to them? How do they recognize? That's more important. So connecting to that, I would like to ask Royden about what are some best practices for designing micro-learning models that are both engaging and aligned with the specific needs for the global organization like Northern Trust.
Yeah, thanks, Gracie. But before I answer the question around designing for micro-learning, I think I'd like to just bust a couple of myths about micro-learning. And while I do agree that attention spans are falling, and it's falling by the day, I think using that line of thought in learning may not be that relevant, and I'll tell you why. See, when you look at the attention spans dropping and the whole analogy around it and the reasons as to why that's happening, it's probably relevant in the marketing advertising industry, right? Because there you're actually battling for somebody's attention to sell a product or to market a particular product. Learning is a little more serious than that, right? So micro-learning, just by having shorter modules and trying to make it a little more creative and a little more engaging is not going to address your eventual impact of that learning, which could be organizational change, behavior change, it could be something to do with functional learning as well, right? It's a lot more critical, a lot more important than that. The second myth I'd like to bust is micro-learning is all about making a 1-hour module into a 5-minute module. Right? Again, the essence is going to be lost. And I'll share a short story. I know it's after lunchtime. Most of you are probably feeling asleep. Maybe I'll help you in that process. So I happened to meet a good friend of mine a few months back. And he came to me and he said, we've shortened this learning development program, which was like 8 hours of learning, 1-hour modules, into 5-minute modules. I was like, great, tell me more about it. And he showed it to me, I had a look at it. It was fabulous, the 5-minute modules were fabulous. But then the question that I had was, you've reduced an entire leadership development program of 8 hours into a 40-minute micro-learning journey. Has it really had the impact that you intended to have, right? So I looked at the module, objectives were mentioned, outcomes were mentioned. So I said, okay, this is a good trailer, where is the movie? Right, the movie was missing, right? And so I said, okay, so do you think that you met your objective? And the response the gentleman gave me was, yes, when we had those 8 hours of learning, nobody would come and attend the completion rates were very low. But the moment we reduced it to a 5-minute module, the completion rates are high, right? So I explained it to this person this way. I said, there are either 2 ways that this could have gone wrong, right? One is, it's like a 1,200 square feet apartment, right? And you're now saying that you've condensed that 1,200 square feet apartment into a 100 square feet apartment, right? So either your design initially itself was wrong, and imagine the price that you're paying for that apartment is the effort of your team. So if you've been doing that all along, what was actually required was a 100 square feet apartment, and you've been selling a 1,200 square feet apartment to your audience, right? They've been paying a lot more than what is actually required, right? So in which case, your initial design was wrong. So micro-learning is not solving the problem that you initially had. Or the other alternative explanation for this is they need a 1,200 square feet apartment, and you're forcing them to buy a 100 square feet apartment, which again is not going to serve the purpose, right? So micro-learning is not about making that 1,200 square feet apartment concise. It's about delivering 100 square feet at a time, right? So it's not about making that 60 minutes 5 minutes. It's about delivering 5 minutes at a time until you reach the 60 minutes. Now coming to the design part, sorry, it took a long time to come to the actual question. Now in terms of designing for micro-learning, I don't think it's any different from designing for a regular e-learning or another module. I would recommend going in with a usual audience analysis. You do your Bloom's taxonomy, define your objectives based on your Bloom's taxonomy. And then for regular 1 hour modules, typically most people would go with Gagney's 9 events, right? It's like a well-established model. When you're doing a micro-learning module, I would recommend something called as the ARCS model. It's a lot more concise. It's attention, relevance, confidence, and satisfaction. And it's easier to implement when you're designing for a 5-minute or a 10-minute module.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Actually, all contents also cannot be kind of a micro-learning. We need to understand what can be go on micro-learning and what is in-person training and what is like self-paced learning, right? We have to segregate that. Coming to the next question, maybe Srijit can answer this. With employees often overwhelmed by tight schedules, how can organization integrate micro-learning seamlessly into their learning journey?
I think Royden beautifully told us, see, micro-learning is not about giving what people don't want, but giving it in smaller chunks, thereby giving them the complete value. Could you just repeat the question so I just pick up? I want to emphasize on this point and bring
With
to that.
With employees often overwhelmed by tight schedules, how can organization integrate micro-learning?
Overwhelmed with work is something that is a reality of today, not because they're overwhelmed, but I think, at least in my organization, we have a particular number of people who are allocated for certain projects, and they have a very tight deadline. The other day we were talking about this, that somebody goes on a vacation, yeah, we are on PTO, but when we come back, the work still remains. It's up to an individual whether they want to complete before they go or come back and complete it, unlike a government sector where, okay, I'm on leave, I don't have to manufacture these things in whatever, on those lines. So the relevance of this is so much today, because people want to learn because they understand they have a gap. The manager understands, the individuals understand, and we, I think, as HR team or L&D team, continuously keep passing this message that unless you upskill, upgrade, things are just going to go away and then tomorrow you will become irrelevant. And I think during the last few months and years, we've seen that those who do not learn, they definitely are not around for multiple reasons, especially when there are right sizing and things like that happen. So the challenge is in ensuring that you support your people with what they want, but in the way that they can learn at their convenience. Like he was talking about, Biju was saying, right, that when you're driving, is there something that instead of sitting and cursing your traffic, can I make it as my learning time? And that's a beautiful strategy that I've heard and I've been following, and I'm sure that's what he's also saying. It could take an individual an hour, but if that 1 hour is invested in learning, that's fine. So convenience is very important. That's why what we've done is we have bites, we have emails that we send as just small bites, and it will not be done with one. We may be addressing a particular topic that we felt is an issue for a team. So we work with the stakeholder and we understand this is what we need to address over a period of time. It could be every alternate day, sometimes every single day, emails that goes out to these people. which is just less than a second. They glance and with powerful pictures that we have, which helps people to retain. That's why I told him, his example was so beautiful. People know 1,200 square feet house is what I needed. I'm not getting 100 alone, but then over a period of time, I'm getting what I pay for or what I want. Similarly there, multiple chunks or number of emails that goes out to individuals on this topic. It could also be short sessions, which could be maybe 8 to 10 minutes as video bites. Sometimes we also have an app called as Employee Connect app. We very beautifully, that app is used by our organization 24/7.ai for all the services that an individual has to avail from the company. So learning is also inbuilt into this particular app. So when they log in here, they're also forced to just have one quick glance on this. So multiple ways. So that way people never feel that learning is a burden, but they enjoy the journey, they enjoy the process because they're getting exactly what we want. We generally don't have this carpet bombing thing that, okay, everybody has to get this. Some may not need it. And if there is somebody who needs, they will anyways come back to us. So different strategies depending on needs and how conveniently we can offer and how creative one can be is what sells well. And then of course the impact of it, which I'll come back later whenever I see there is something that we can pick up on that line.
Okay, thanks, Richard. So adding to that, in our company, we are also created a WhatsApp group, which is more convenient. People always, have the mobile learning, kind of a tech, environment which we are in now. So WhatsApp groups we created and then start pushing them. So easily it get captured. Our goal is for them to make learn. Yeah. So the next question goes to Pankaj. What are some challenges specific to implementing micro-learning in highly regulated industries like insurance? How can they be overcome?
Yeah, let me start with the topic that we discussed at the beginning, attention span, because everyone is silent. So the attention span is shrinking, we all agree.
Yes.
It is being compared with goldfish now. They say that goldfish attention span is 9 seconds and we are at 8.25. So there is a race going on, how we reduce the attention span. But there is, why all this started? Let us look at that rather than, saying whether this is good or not good. It has a history. Long back in a book, Economics of Human Resources, the writer mentioned, first time the word was coined micro-learning. From there, behavioral psychologists started, researching on that, discussing that, studying that. And they found out that the cognitive load theory, which means that at any one point of time, how much information can a person receive and can retain. On that basis, the micro-learning theory started gaining importance. Today, when we talk of the shrinking attention span and the importance of micro-learning, we try to relate that. It is because we are talking of adults who are internet users. So when they are using internet, their attention spans are those limited ones. So now we are racing towards, gaining that attention span of an adult who is, using internet, making the learning available on phone, where already the person is doing so many other transactions. So one is that we have to look at whether the attention span is our enemy and we have to, contain that. Second is that from my perspective, and as you mentioned that in a strictly regulated industry like insurance, how do we deal with it? Our body of knowledge in general insurance is huge. It's tremendous. No one can comprehend. People who spend years together and retire from the industry, they cannot even, confidently say that they have gained all the knowledge in the industry. And I'm not saying that other industries, they can do that, but here it is definitely not that. So, in a very strictly regulated industry, if you are trying to ensure that what is the purpose of sharing knowledge and, enhancing the knowledge, that you want to take the performance of your, of the receiver or the learner from point A to point B, okay, and ensure that the knowledge is applied where it is to be applied and the outcome has to be optimum. So whether you use micro-learning or you use any other method, depending on the circumstances and the era that you are dealing in, it definitely says that micro learning is going to stay here. Okay. Now, when we come to the subject matter, we have to do, I mean, I am in this industry for the last 20 years. And when I started, my seniors who initially said, "Yeah, you are not from the domain. So how will you survive? How will you swim in this ocean of general insurance? It's not your cup of tea," literally. So I was given a place to sit there, given 1 month, and I was told that if you come out with good training manual, you are in, otherwise you look forward to some other industry. So first few days I was really, it was terrifying for me to learn all that. But then when I started speaking to the seniors, they said that we have spent 6 months as an induction program, in an induction program. You have not even spent 1 day in the induction. And today we have inductions of half-day programs. Yeah. So 6 months of induction in public sector, and they used to stay there. It was a residential program. I think you mentioned about that. 6 months of induction program, you come out with marvelous professionals who understands the theory like back of their hand. And then they apply it into the industry. That liberty is gone. That leisure has gone. Now you are pressed for time. Now you have to comprehend all that knowledge into small nuggets and deliver it and expect the same results or maybe better results. Where are we leading to? So the challenge was that, and to comprehend that challenge, we said that we will experiment with micro learning, but it will not be the only thing that we'll do. It will complement all other types of learning. Because the ultimate aim is that person has to be productive. Okay.
Right.
So, general insurance, typically the industry I belong to, has a mandate from the Ministry of Finance through IRDA. The regulator is very clear about certain regulations. Now, of course, you see 70 regulations reduced to some 12, 13 regulations. That there also the micro thing is happening. And so, even the industry as a whole, the compliance, we do a lot of compliance training, and those are not simple, terms that people can remember.
And it's mandatory now.
It is mandatory, AML and POSH and data privacy and everything. So when you are dealing with governance, there you have to understand that you have to do justice to the subject matter also, so that you don't falter on the regulations. At the same time, you have to ensure that everyone understands it. It's not a small deal. It is a big. So what we do, we spend a lot of time churning that information, make meaning out of it, decipher what is important for people to understand, and then put it as a supplement to the main course. So micro learning is also augmenting all other learning methods. For example, we do have physical workshops, then we have full day-long workshops through online medium, but we also have micro learning, and that helps people to remember it frequently, retain the information, and start applying it. Another aspect that I would like to bring in, because I think that's the only question I'll be handling on the industry part, then it will be general. So now that the industry has been given a mandate by the government and the IRDA that by 2047, we have to have insurance for all. So that's a larger target. Every company, this is the first time any regulator is giving sales targets to insurance companies. So insurance companies have been given sales targets, although they are in spirit, not in letter right now. But so we have to look at that also by 2047, every Indian citizen should have insurance. Now what does that mean? That means that we are looking at some 10-15% people in the organized sector. Look at the population of India, reaching there through distribution channel. Now there is Bima Trinity, which means Bima Sugam, Bima, that's an e-commerce platform. Then you have Bima Vistar, a product which will be understood by a common man. And all the insurances will be covered, life, general and property. And then you also have Bima Vahak. My biggest challenge today, if you ask me, how do I look at micro learning helping me growing my business in future? when the Bima Vahak channel, distribution channel opens up, which means that rural women will be participating as distributors of insurance. So we're not talking of organized sector where people are educated, highly educated. If you give them flashcards, they will read and understand quickly what it means. We are talking to populations where the awareness levels are very, very limited. Their basic education is also limited. And through them, we have to ensure that quality business happens. No mis-selling happens. Because recently IRDA also came up saying that, mis-selling is happening through different channels. They named a particular channel also. If we have to train them and ensure that mis-selling doesn't happen, that's a bigger challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
And micro-learning, I think, will really help, but there are challenges, which we'll talk later. Okay. But that is how in this industry we look at micro-learning.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, and it's going to be a hard journey. I mean, as you said, right, 2027. The next question for Sanjyoti, for you. How can micro-learning be adapted to cater to the diverse workforce needs in large organizations like your industry?
So I'll be talking about my specific industry, but before I start talking about manufacturing and how micro-learning factors into a manufacturing setup, let me just start with a learner's perspective. So let me take myself and what I expect out of micro-learning. So having said that, we have to take into account that the workforce can be very, very dynamic, very, very diverse. We'll come to that later on how micro-learning caters to that. But from a learner point of view, what benefit I want from micro-learning would be to maybe quickly recall or quickly refresh my learnings about very, very important topics having a direct impact on my job or my industry. So that is my number one priority if I'm thinking about micro-learning. Second priority would be to have something creative to learn. So some training modules are boring, some training modules are very, very lengthy, some training modules just don't make sense for my job. So this is second benefit that I would want to derive from micro-learning from a learner's perspective would be it should be creative, it should be engaging, it should be something that sparks that dopamine in the mind, which is direct correlation to how social media works, right? So that is something from a learner's perspective. Coming to a business perspective, as HR professionals or as somebody who drives key business drivers such as productivity, efficiency, what does business expect out of micro-learning? So one might ask, our leaders ask, or people who've not been exposed to micro-learning, at least in manufacturing setup, might want to ask, why invest in micro-learning? We have set up processes to deliver a day-long learning. Let's just go with that. It's all set up. You don't even have to invest time to maybe research about something else. Why to invest in micro-learning? I think from a business point of view and specifically manufacturing point of view, safety, for example, safety is of paramount importance in manufacturing. How do we ensure that everybody is getting refreshed with the safety training? Yes, we can call everybody once in a while, have a 2-day long training, but with time, how effective would that be? So people are missing the trainings, people are not listening. I don't know, we talked about attention span, that's a established fact. At least that is something we know. So how do we ensure that safety is ingrained in every individual who's working for us at our manufacturing setup? So that becomes a very, very important cause for the business leadership to invest in micro-learning. So refreshing content in our mind. So coming back to the baseline for micro-learning, in my perspective and from a manufacturing point of view, we are not talking about replacing macro learning. That's not, I feel that's not what the point should be driven at. We are just talking about, for example, in manufacturing, it is very, very important for us to train our workforce on SOPs, on operating procedures of our equipments, on productions line, on safety hazards. The first point of information cannot be micro-learning for them. That would just mean that they have just a very limited understanding of something very, very important to their life, to the life of the business, right? So in no ways, as a business, we are saying that we'll replace macro learning. So we are not replacing maybe the traditional methods, maybe very, very deep dive kind of sessions on training material. But what we are saying is we are augmenting it with micro learning. So we want to enhance the retention. So going back deeper into the subject matter and talking a little bit of psychology, because I come from a psychology background. The whole intent is to push knowledge that we have in our short-term memory to long-term memory. So it typically takes around 6 months of time to continuously review and recall for that memory to get pushed into long-term memory. So it's not enough. It's not enough if you have a 1 day long training session every month. Still, might not be enough. You need to maybe apply it. You need to keep on refreshing it, at least for a prolonged period of time, so that it gets pushed into your long-term memory. Once it gets pushed into your long-term memory, that is when you can recall that information. So recall in terms of times of need, in terms of business productivity is something that we are aiming at from a micro learning perspective. So coming back to, how do we, review or refresh that training time and again, you got to make it engaging. So, how to drive that point home, why micro learning is important for a manufacturing setup also. We are having dual, I think, quadruple benefits out of it. You are making sure that your training material is getting refreshed in the minds of your employees. You are pushing that engagement score high. And manufacturing setups are typically very high on the job training. So you definitely don't, you expect people to apply the trainings on the job right away, and the operations are running 24/7. So you are letting them have that option of just-in-time learning also. So if you want to quickly refer a SOP or quickly see how this particular machine should work, what are the hazards if I'm standing near it, where is that information available quickly? Can I access it somewhere? Can I access it in my mobile? And talking about not only mobile or not only technology, I can access it right in front of my department, wall also. So in our company at least, we have had safety rules, a couple of safety rules, drafted on top of the wall itself, so that anyone can pass by looking at it. I feel that is what micro learning is, at least for how I have seen it play out in manufacturing. It's a refresh recall mechanism, and we've been very surprised on how meticulously it works. In day-to-day interactions, I've come across people, completely, totally aware about POSH regulations, laws and regulations. Now, why that has happened, we have time and again driven that communication. As my co-panelist said, emails, infographics, somewhere written on the wall that this is right, this is wrong, this type of touch is right or wrong. I think that has helped our workforce ingrain that very, very deeply, and that is the role micro learning plays. And I don't think it's just limited to manufacturing setup. I'm just giving example from but I think that's the same for everybody, all the industries sitting here. So I think that is typically what happens in manufacturing and how it plays out for us. But at a broader level, that is the importance of micro learning, and that is how we should be driving that point forward in terms of business output.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the learning is like, it's a focused bite-sized learning, right? How do we leverage it is more important. And also I like the term of long-term memory, right? How do you make them constantly sending this micro learning to them and make them registered in their brains? That's more important. So this question goes to Baiju. Can you share an example of micro learning initiatives in Dell Technologies that significantly enhance the employee performance? And what are the takeaways?
Yeah, there are many. There are obviously all of us over here working with organizations have many examples. She actually touched on beautiful example of how she uses micro learning in the manufacturing setup. I think all of us do it, but I think I like to talk about this example because we marketed it well. I come from before the learning development role. I am from a tech support world in Dell. I've had 10 years experience in Dell, and those who are from the tech support world understand that agent retention in terms of knowledge retention is the biggest challenge, and that's the That's one detractor, and there's a lot of focus on resolution, customer satisfaction, and these are the and cost. These are three things that drives the tech support world or a contact center world. The biggest challenge being there is that you have a lot of known issues, but the solution is dependent entirely on how that agent gives that resolution to the customer. And that resolution is also based a lot on how he probes, because these are not 3 minutes interaction. These are all 30 minutes to an hour interaction with the customer to identify what the actual real issue is the customer is facing. And the same solution, we found that different agent gives different solution. And obviously sometimes it ends up with a customer dissatisfaction or a solution, wrong dispatch, and the failures can go long. And this was, okay, while we talk about micro-learning today, this example that I've started when I was probably 12 years back in tech support world, we marketed it. Everything that we do, we need to sell it with some marketing name, otherwise nothing sells. So we called it a 3Q5M. That is 3 questions in 5 minutes. And the first thing that agent does when he logs in, not the first thing, within the first hour, every tech support agent and the level 2s had to take this 3 questions, every day different questions, and and that question laps in 5 minutes. So 3 questions, 5 minutes. And those questions were all based on the known issues of the previous day, previous weeks, and sometimes it's also based on the number of failures that we've had. Now, one, because it is very simple questions, nobody will copy others. And 2, it is all random questions, so it's not, your question is not the same as mine. So, and it's also probably relevant to the failures of that particular individual. So it's also kind of connected to what he is doing. So one, that from a learning point of view, we identified what is the need for that particular individual. And then there is this 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes videos or sometimes activities to correct that individual if he makes a mistake. If there's no mistake, I mean, he's getting 100 out of 100 every day, it's fine. So that's one example that I can talk about, that we've really helped the agent. ROI, you spoke about ROI. We've had about 5% improvement in our resolution after that, because that is the benefit of that. And now that 12 years plus, that process is still on. So you don't have something in micro learning that's still continuing for the last 12 to 13 years.
That's a wonderful idea, right? 3 questions in 5 minutes, what comes on your mind, and then how do you answer it within 5 minutes, and different person has different perspective to answer. Yeah. What tactics have proven effective in gaining stakeholder buy-in for adapting micro-learning approaches at scale? Srijit, maybe you can take this.
I won't call it tactic though. That's a very tricky word. Everybody wants to learn. And I think at the beginning or sometimes we discuss a pretty similar question about, it's not about an individual because of his work, etc., that they're not able to prioritize, right? That's a fact too. I think in the previous panel they were talking about this, that somebody said, why? Whenever a business leader tells you, I want you to do this for me, so ask a why. And they have a why in many cases. Sometimes because this is the most happening thing, and I heard that company, this friend did this, so I want something similar in our office too. I thought it was fantastic, etc. But if you ask for a why, they have a reason. And wherever there is a reason, that's their real challenge. So I feel the best way for us to work with our stakeholders is for us to understand what is their why. Now, how do I understand? Not just by going with what they tell me, but I would like to get a feel of it, because that's when I feel most of these things are designed by me personally. So I would like to understand who is going through it, to what extent. So when there are war room meetings that are happening, which is quite common in the product industry that we belong to, I'm part of those meetings to see what's the kind of frustration level that people are expressing, and the challenges and the fights, and how much they race against time to solve certain challenges or something that has gone wrong. So behavior everywhere, right? Similarly, when you go and become part of the strategy roadmap, etc., then you know what is somebody focused on. So mine is not based on just understanding about from the person who reaches out to me and say this is what I want, but working with them and solving it for them. Is it easy and is it possible all the time? Need not be. There are many a times there are people who are quite senior to me who say, I don't know, I've heard too much of wow about this and I want you to want this to be done. ठीक है ले जाओ. Oh, it worked for that manager. I want it for my team too. Okay, that's fine. But then more than the tactic, it is about being with them and helping them understand and solve for what they want. Similarly, the other way around also, from the bottom of the spectrum too, you have learners who are looking for certain things. There are many that I speak to who over a period of time wants to grow in their careers. So if you're not doing what they want and what they're passionate about for learning, then they're not interested too. So the tactic that has worked for me is to understanding what they want and giving it to them in that format. And I think he was also very beautifully saying that it's not about cutting down something that usually I do it for 16 hours into just 2-hour module and say, okay, done, tick in the in my checkbox, and I've touched this many number of hours is done, this many number of people have gone through, feedback score of 4.9, this is the change that we see, ROI, blah, blah, they're all very important, not undermining them, but to ensure you give what people want, that they like to learn in the format that they want to learn. Now, micro-learning, if you don't follow it up, I think she was also mentioning about that, with few other interventions, it may not work. So what I have done is, while I send out these communications through e-learning or through the Employee Connect Act, etc., I have identified learning partners from every team. There are people who are always, wherever you see the I types, if you understand DISC as a personality assessment type, there are these I guys who really want to socialize, stand there, talk. They're not trainers, but they wish somewhere that they could have actually hog the limelight and be like a trainer, etc. So identify those people. I like that smile. Identify those people, and then during the team huddles, so whatever I've sent as bites, we bring that up as a discussion for maybe 5 minutes. While my bites were only for few seconds that they had looked at, when the series is over or during the middle of the series, we do a team huddle, which is their team huddle, and I'm just walking in, but I have an understanding with my learning partner who will then say, I'm going to take the next 5 minutes to talk about this particular series that the L&D team ran. And then I see the engagement to how much people have read it or not read it, and if they have, how differently they are seeing. So when it catches up at one place, this easily gets on to everywhere else too, and then I suddenly see that their excitement and passion that people exhibit for what they've been learning and how they can also then contribute to that learning initiative. I have played my part too, and that's brilliant. Over a period of time, to take them for lunch, my CEO very kindly agrees to be around, or my CPO when he's in town, and then reward those people too. So doing multiple things, circus, jugaad, whatever you call them, tactic.
Yeah.
All of these works.
Most of gamification is what is being trending now, right? We have to design a gamification for every learning now to get the stakeholder for that. Okay, how do you see emerging technologies like AI and AR and VR? Maybe Pankaj can take this question.
Yeah, I think, am I audible? Yeah, the emerging technologies, particularly AR, VR and AI, we are talking a lot about it. In fact, the industry has also started working around those technologies. Particularly in our industry, where we sell intangibles, insurance is an intangible thing. You can't show a customer a mobile phone. You can show that customer a mobile phone, but not an insurance concept. So you have to imagine things. So not only for the customers while reaching out to them, and our sales teams when they are in interface with the customer, their AR and VR would be very, very applicable. We experimented it. We said that imagine in your home, what are the different risks that you are carrying? So not every time you can actually, make customers imagine, but through AR, VR, you can actually show them on a screen what can go wrong with your home. And home is the most, it carries a lot of sentimental value to that. So by that, you can, ensure that even for the Salesforce training, for example, if you are explaining them marine concepts, not every time it is possible to go to the dock and actually show them a container ship, and explain them how it works and what could go wrong with that. But through these technologies, we can definitely, bring in those aspects which are far-fetched, which are not understood by reading text. So people can't visualize unless they see videos or see, things happening in front of them actually. That is one. Secondly, we see a lot of use of artificial intelligence, particularly when we are underwriting the risks. There, again, we feel that this data is always scanty. When you are trying to figure out trends, let's say, for example, which passenger car is having the most, the highest claim ratio, you'll always be finding data scanty. But artificial intelligence is supporting that. And underwriters can, on a click of a button, can figure out industry-wide claim ratios for a particular make model and can use that for pricing the next risk that they are. And I'm just giving one example, but then such things are possible with the emerging technologies. While conducting training program or designing training modules, we see a lot of empowerment through AI because that is hyper personalization. You can actually pinpoint what exactly is required by a particular insurance professional. Okay, what kind of learning is to be administered? Like my friend Shrijit was mentioning that we don't carpet bombing. We don't do that. We also don't do that because it's a vast subject. And if we start doing it, everyone will be completely confused. So we have to go for hyper personalization, which only AI can provide. Otherwise, it's a humongous task to get into all that. So I think emerging technologies are a boon, but there is a flip side also. And recently I was referring to this book by Mustafa Sulaiman, The Coming Wave. And I was reminded 20 years back, I was reading another book by Alvin Toffler, Third Wave and Power Shift. So I see it is some kind of a relation to that. He has taken a lot of things, concepts from that. He says that this book is about confronting failures, technological failures, and is trying to tell us that look, technology is a two-edged sword. So you will get benefits also, but at the same time you have to be very, very clear about what unintended damages it can create. So I think when we are talking of emerging technologies, we are very optimistic, but there is a pessimism aversion. We don't want to look at the other side. Arey, isse to benefit hoga. Let's not talk about. We are trying to awkwardly sidestep from the main discussion that what other challenges it can bring in. And that is where I think a lot of attention will also have to be given. I think in the previous discussion, somebody pointed out the European Union regulations, why India is still not having very stringent regulations on all that. Deep fake and all these technologies will have both the things, advantages and disadvantages. So mis-selling can also happen with the help of technology not being properly used, and it could be absolutely hazardous. So we will have to contain that thought also, and the fear is real. It's not imaginary. It's real. We have seen that in different geopolitical clashes, even in politics. We see that a lot of technology is being used to deviate, to harm, or to put each other against each other. So there are advantages, and we'll have to contain the disadvantages also.
Right. All the the world which we are getting a lot of AI, technology, and how do we leverage it is very important. As you mentioned, the sentiment part of insurance, right? Sentiment, or it comes the emotion part there. So how do you present the emotions to the stakeholders and get their buy-in for that is more challenging. That I think VR will help on that.
Yeah, in fact, we pitch the same thing which we pitch to the customer. Risk hai life mein.
Yeah.
So here also you have to sustain the business. There is a risk. So the famous quote by joke also around it. The CFO says that if we train people and leave, they leave, we lose. And the CEO says that if we don't train people and they remain, what happens? So we have to keep on training people. And I think it is fairly understood that in our particular industry, it is an important thing. Learning is definitely an important thing.
Definitely, yeah. Thank you so much. We are actually, time is up. Any questions that we have to take? Yeah.
Well, because in the interest of time, we can probably take one question. Yes.
Thank you. It was a really good session, especially after lunch. So even I'm trying to compete with the goldfish and retain a little more than so many seconds, but I think I did because of you. So there were like, I liked certain words like the recall value, definitely about learning while you're traveling, the 1,200 square foot house, visualization and imagining the trailer versus the movie. So, and as you said, there's so many tools coming out right now. So people may not want to watch a 3-hour YouTube podcast, but what they're doing is putting it in Gemini and saying, summarize this in 10 bullet points. So, or they're saying, I want to learn this complex topic, teach it to me like a 10-year-old. Or I want to recall this, so create this, create it in the form of a simple poem. Or create an image of this document so I understand the workflow. So people are pulling a lot of content because of the tools available. So how much time should you, or should we as the fraternity be spending in creating micro learnings? Because they're kind of going to choose what they want anyhow. They're finding incredible ways. So coming to my question, so what, in your 6 organizations, what percentage of your budget are you currently keeping aside for micro learning? And do you see that budget going up or down, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I don't think we segregate the budgets for micro learning versus rest of the learning. I think it's just a learning budget and it keeps dwindling by the year. Yeah, we're just getting more efficient in creating content. That's how we see it. Anyway, see, I think it depends on the purpose of what you're trying to solve, right? So if it is optional topics, like if it's good to have rather than a must have, it's not going to impact your career, right? It's probably, you're probably doing it for retention or recall value or, the impact of you not having that knowledge or that learning is minimal, then you're probably not going to spend that much effort, right? But if it is critical, right, and if it is part of the nature of the job you're going to do, the function that you're going to perform, then obviously you've got to spend more time. How many of you would go to a doctor who's done their medical MBBS in a year, right? You would want to go to somebody who's done the full 5-year course, right? So it depends on the intent, how that learning is going to be applied.
Yeah.
Okay, can't say no to that smiling face. So one last question and quick, sir. Could we pass the mic to him, please?
Thank you for allowing me. So my question is related to the relevance of micro learning in some specific aspects of L&D. Like I can recall last week when I was searching for a DIY video on YouTube on how to replace my car's remote battery. Out of the search results, I actually clicked on the one which was having the minimum duration because I thought that will take my least time. So when we are designing training for, say, manufacturing, we spoke about manufacturing, so replacing a machinery part or insurance, how to log into your customer, or as simple as how to download your salary slip. We can have micro learning nuggets or e-learning or videos. But when we touch upon behavioral topics like conflict management, team building, goal setting, so how easy or how difficult it is to utilize micro learning in these kind of learning aspects?
I don't know that I'm going to be saying it right, probably sometime against what I said. Not every learning can be micro learning. I don't think behavioral can be shrunk. Possible, it could be. I'm not saying it is not possible, right? Not every learning you want to chunk it into a 3 minutes video. Sometime it will be joke, right? So may not be. I mean, that's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, also, how do you create the micro learning is very important, right? You have to take the content and who are your audience, right? How do they go through these contents and design accordingly? I mean, for this question, right, we need to spend some more time there, in designing part. It's micro learning, not just copy pasting from the Word document to the one deck, right? It's more important. How do you make them into their layman language to understand them and easily register in their brain? So that is more important. And all the policies like she was mentioning about the POSH related. But once you take them through the training of 1 hour session or it's a 30-minute session, how do you make them practice again and again? That's where you bring in the micro learning and make them constantly see it and, observe it and start long-term, memory. Yeah?
Exactly,
That's right.
exactly. I think that is probably the answer to the question of how to integrate micro learning when we're dealing with complex behavioral topics. As you said, behavioral training is very, very complex in terms of retention. So you can't replace that with micro learning. Let it be a 1 hour training maybe on a conflict resolution topic, but you can reinforce conflict resolution with memes, with creatives, with infographics right around your office, right on your phone, on your emails, and that's going to have a credible impact on your training which you gave for 1 hour. So that's just how it should work. It's been working for us, and I hope that answers the question.
Just to add to what she also mentioned, see, goal setting definitely requires conceptual clarity, understanding and aligning with the business that we are talking about. But then micro learning can help there also, because I don't know, I see my goals only once in a year. Okay, so everyone has that kind of memory. But then micro learning can be interactive and remind you every time, maybe quarterly, you put in some data and you get what you need to do next and what are the steps that you need to follow. So that kind of nuggets can be built in so that they become more relevant. And it is not just learning consumption, but it is actually guiding you what should be your next step. It can be used for reinforcements, yes.
Can be used for pre-work also.
Okay, I think we are time's up, and thank you so much for asking the questions, and thank you all the panels. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you once again. A big round of applause. Absolutely interacting and insightful. Thank you so much. And could I request Mr. Abdullah to please join me to present them with a small gratification that we have. And we can applaud one more time. Thank you for all the questions that came in, especially the question from you, sir. You gave so many examples when you were placing the questions about the tools and how the micro learning can be done, the examples that helped me build my own content. I got a lot of ideas from that. Thank you so much for that.
A big thanks to him, because after lunch, immediately playing that game really, stirred everyone.
Thank you so much. Hope you recorded that, camera person. Yes. Absolutely. 2 nights and 3 days holiday package. Destination will be discussed later. Could we have you up in the front for a group picture? Once again, for the moderator and the panelists in the house, thank you so much for all those inside shares. And now we shift the focus from panel discussion towards some use cases. Sneak peek into the world of L&D. First up, the first use case to be discussed, building a culture of continuous learning through leadership. And to take it forward and talk to us, we have Chief Human Resources Officer at Subex, Ms. Asha Subramanian, to please join us on stage. Could we have a huge cheer and let's welcome Ms. Asha onto the stage, please. Can we have a louder round of applause? Yes. And some cheers as well. That adds on. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi everybody.
Check.
Another one word to it. Probably the only constant thing is change and learning. Let's all raise up. I have a lot of beautiful friends over here, and I have very serious faces also. I know that's because of the entire day listening. How many of you have done human train? Human train. Quickly, I have only 20 minutes, so I'll take 2 minutes. Lot of you. Okay, just catch each other on the waist or maybe on the shoulder if you're not comfortable. Quickly, come on. Come on, you're going to come back. Fast. I know a keynote speaker. What's the keynote speaker doing over here? Right? Put some music and just go around. Yeah, join everybody. You've got 2 minutes. Music.
Come in, yes. Pump it up.
Yo, you'll have to join. Please do it.
Are you allowed to go outside?
The MC is looking at me. Why are you taking away my job?
Absolutely.
No, come back.
That's what I'm asking. The first telling you they're allowed to go outside.
I'll not do more than 5 minutes, my keynote. Please come back to your seat. Thank you. Surely I'm not taking anybody's job. Okay, I think, let me have some smiles. Okay, nice. Yeah. I think I'll have to go back. Okay? So, I'll take only 5 minutes as a keynote speaker today. I'll not bore you more than 5 minutes. And I'm sure there's a lot of things what you would have read on internet or chat GPT or everywhere, right? There's nothing new what I'm going to bring in. Probably what I'm thinking is I'll finish my speech in next 5 minutes and give you 2 case studies and probably we can discuss about it. That would be a little more interactive and better. Okay. So, why is leadership so important in learning, in making sure an organization has a continuous learning pattern? I'm sure you would all know it's because the leadership gives a lot of freedom to people, right? They can actually empower people. Or as a leader, I can probably show my team an example of learning some new things or probably getting out few certificates showing, hey, listen, I've learned this newly. Why don't you do it, right? Or probably many other things like empowering the team or being influencing others or also setting the example and giving them different kind of learning, like how the previous panel was talking, the micro learning and other things, right? So what are the things, what are the steps basically happens? Why a leader is important to make sure an organization has a continuous learning. One thing is he can surely probably celebrate the learning achievement and make them feel good about what they are learning. Or maybe provide a regular feedback telling that this is not the right thing what you are doing. Probably you will have to learn something else to make sure that your individual goals are aligned to the organization goal. Or maybe give a different kind of diverse learning experience to people, like what the previous people were telling. Lead by example. When I do it, my team does it. It's a classic example actually, and I've seen it like probably in my 15 years of experience. When I do something, my team surely follows it. If I don't do it, like, for 6 months, they just don't show up on any new learning. So it is something very, very important that every leader has to showcase, even if in case they are not somebody who wants to continuously learn, at least for your team, start this, right? And also creating a safer environment for people. So when I talk about safer environment, it basically means that I learn and go back to my manager. The manager probably should not be judgmental, or also should not look at, like, if in case I don't succeed in something after I learn, there should not be it should not be a judgmental thing. So creating that non-judgmental environment for people, right? Okay. Let's look at these slides, and I'm sure there are a lot of HR folks over here. You all feel this, right? Yes? No? Yeah? Okay. So, it's boring. How do I get my people to the classroom or any kind of learning? If you don't do it, the entire organization screams at HR or at the manager, telling that, like, there is no growth over here. I don't see any kind of training. But when you do, this is the phase what we get, right? So this is one of the biggest constraints. So why is this so, right? Let's understand a little bit about it. Resistance to learning. They want learning, but there is a huge resistance to learning, right? Because, like, they feel that maybe if I learn this, if I learn from my probably Java to Python, right? Or React Native, or a new technology, or anything new, right? If in case I'm not able to do it, right? That is something. So the solutions are already given over there. Time management issue. Everybody has this. It's just not me or you. Everybody wants to go back home or probably wrap up the huge projects what they are in. Work-life balance, right? Okay. The third one is low engagement level and perceived lack of rewards. So people go on making, like, getting certificates or learning new things, but where's the reward and recognition from the organization, right? So that is something which we'll need to also look at. These are all probably challenges which each one of us are suffering from. Skill gap identifications. Diverse learning needs. But the organization is actually teaching something else. But actually the person is requiring something else. There is personal goals what I have to achieve. There's a lot of things what I want to do. But my org is not understanding what I want to do, right? And unclear career path. This is something extremely important, I think, like, which I have faced many a times, where a lot of people have come back and told, why the hell am I doing this training, right? Okay. Cultural misalignment. So I'm doing a LGBTQ stuff over here, and my Middle East people over there are telling this is wrong. You can't do this, right? So these are all the things what is the issue basically, right? Okay. Just had another one thing. Okay. So the role of the leader in creating a learning culture. What are the things? Basically, like, making people understand that it is not something what you learn for a day or a month or a year, right? Counseling or probably mentoring. Mentoring is one of the most understated today in any organization. A lot of organizations are picking up. But mentoring is something which actually, like, takes you a long way, especially for youngsters. Right? So when I was very young, my mentor was Swami Vivekananda, because my parents were, like, used to go to Ramakrishna Ashram. So it gave me a lot of things actually, like, I have to be on time, and I have to, like, respect somebody else's time, or maybe the things what I do about nation building, a lot of other things. So I think mentoring is something extremely important, and we don't talk about it, right? And these are the few things which probably, like, measuring communication impact, giving proper right feedback to people, right, about their learning and other things. So these are the things what I wanted to tell you. So I'm done within 5 minutes. So let's go to the case study. If you want, you can take a picture so that we can discuss about this. There are 2 case studies. Let's start with the first one. Okay, my efforts are given some kind of this one. I can see a lot of you taking pictures. Thanks a lot. Okay, if somebody wants to talk about this, what is the solution for this? Please don't go to ChatGPT. I picked it up from ChatGPT. So if you think that, I've been very transparent, if you think, if you have some kind of initiatives, what you have started for this case study, please you can bring it out. So let me read it. Amazing is a company, a mid-sized tech firm. It faced stagnant growth and high turnover despite competitive pay and benefits. Challenges, what basically they had was leadership apathy. Basically, leadership felt that it was not an important thing, learning, and there was low engagement, and there was misaligned strategies. Basically, the individual strategy and the organization strategies were not aligned together, and there were huge feedback gaps. Anybody? Anything what you have done or you have faced? The second one is like a growing software development company emphasizes innovative and continuous learning but struggles to integrate formal training into employee daily tasks. So, anywhere you have faced these kind of challenges and what were the kind of output for it? Okay, great. So basically, the first issue, right? So they gotten a very strong feedback system into the organization, and I read about it, and I felt that there's a lot of feedback gaps in the organization. The first thing. Second thing is what happens is as the previous panel spoke, generally we put up one training program for everybody, right? It can be Gen Z or it can be somebody in a age of 30 to 40 or age group of 20. Everybody has the same kind of learning, right? And the third one is people have probably not today, but yesterday year's problem is the training program used to be generally within the company in a classroom, right? So shadowing training programs where you shadow your manager or probably you shadow your senior folks. Those kind of trainings were not there. And reverse mentorship. So that is something which they brought in, and that was the solution for this. Anybody wants to take this? This is my last slide. So again, the issue is classroom training, and people started making trainings outside and bit size and microbytes, and also taking them out, and also leader shadowings and mentorship, reverse mentorship. These were the few things which actually happened over here, and they were able to solve the issues. So with this, thanks a lot for the human train. And again, thanks a lot.
Thank you. I think we got to give multiple thank yous to Ms. Asha for that energizer, for this use cases, and also finishing up 5 minutes before time. So could we have a big cheer for her one more time? And could I request Ms. Bilkis to present her with a small gratification that we have? Right, ma'am, could we have you back on stage, please? We have 2 gifts to be given away. We have a gratification and also your mobile bonus. All right, it's time for yet another use case. It's use case 2, building a culture-first recruitment strategy, attracting and retaining top talent. Before I introduce the speaker, are we ready for this one? I love it. Are we ready? A little louder? Give me the loudest yes. It'll really help us. 3, 2, 1. All right. So here we have Dr. Sujata Mutana, Head Infosys Learning Advisory at Infosys, to please join us to present us the use case number 2. She's not going to take the stage until we give her a huge round of applause. Clap it out loud. Over to you, ma'am.
All right. So good afternoon to you all. Oh, okay. I'll have to stand here, is it? All right. Okay, I'm going to move it around a little bit. I'm going to stand here. Okay? All right. So here we are trying to figure out the connection. Did you see any kind of a connection between what was there on the screen? Did you get to see the topic? Very nice. Then let me do this. Let's see if this is going to work. Where's this one? Okay. Oh, super. Thank you. All right. Anyone who likes active sport out here? No one likes sport? What do you play? Okay, super. I come from the land of hockey. I come from the hills. Yeah. Yeah. Who else? What else? Which other sport? Let me put it that way. What is the other sport you play? Soccer? All right. Super. All right. Anyone here who's aligned with badminton? Anyone plays this game? Yeah? Sorry? Seriously? I don't know about that. Gonna come back to you. All right. Okay. So, this is something that I play. It moves with me wherever I go. It's part of my personality. So I wear it on not just my heart, on my hand as well. So let me go to the next one. Okay, because you didn't see the topic, right? Who's into this? Just 1, 2, 3. I thought the world would have their hand up. Simply because we're getting into December. What's happening in December? Bangalore. Ahmedabad, Bombay. Okay, what else? I'm a little old school. Okay, Margadi, okay. What else? 18 till I die? Summer of 69? No takers? Okay, so it's Coldplay. All right, not really Bryan Adams, is it? Okay. What about this? What's happening out here? I know, we are all getting into that space, right? Or just gotten out of that space. Okay, all right. So there's some conversation going on, there's some communication going on. somebody is saying something and I'm sure the other person's listening as well. So, we're trying to, as part of this use case, like they called it, bring a couple of these things together. And how does it relate to what we are all talking about since morning? What were we talking about since morning? AI. Okay. MR, I heard in the previous panel discussion. What else? Okay, analytics, socialization, personalization, you said. Okay, what else? Yes, a seat in the boardroom. Okay, see, he dropped something which is really very close to my heart. Okay, all right. Okay, so what we're trying to do as part of this short conversation is to bring it all together. And how are we going to do that? I'm going to lean on all of you for a lot of things that you probably are passionate about. I'm passionate about these three things. And as a workplace transformation professional, for me, it's not just about what happens in the workplace. It's also about what happens over the weekends, right? And I like to kind of connect all these things, and that's what I've tried to do out here. This is something that, these are a few of my favorite things, and I try to bring them together because that's what has been meaningful for me. And I hope you're able to relate to it. We had some other kind of music a while ago, but maybe I'm going to be talking about something which is slightly different. Yeah? Any golfers here? Badminton, soccer. You said soccer, badminton, golf? Badminton. Okay, so let's flip it a little bit. This might be meaningful for me, but I'm just going to be looking at, so how do you improve your game in badminton? And I'm not talking about the professional sport. Even if you're an amateur player, what do you do when you go back time and time again to play on the badminton court? Super. 10,000, okay? 10,000 times you repeat yourself and something happens, the magic happens. It doesn't happen overnight. You look at data. Where does the data come from? Okay. Okay? And what else? How do you do those things over and over again? What are some of those indicators that you want to either repeat or change? Okay, what else? Okay, done? You develop your skills. And that information comes from somewhere. We're not just, yeah, please. Yeah, you watch their technique, you see what's worked for them, what's not worked for us. I can just quickly relate to a couple of these things. So here we're talking about when I go for my practice, I've got to hit a couple of practice shots. 50, 100, 200. There are times when I just get off the golf course because I know my game is just not okay for whatever reason. So I go with my swing. It's important that I get my swing right because when I don't get my swing right, I come back cursing the golf course or the game, right? So I try to go ahead and do my practice, and then there's a lot of analytics that comes into play out here. Yeah, like you rightly said. So here we have somebody who's mulling over, why is it that I don't have that hole-in-one? For a golfer, hole-in-one is really good, right? Or a birdie or not a bogey. So, it means that a birdie means that if you're supposed to take 4 strokes to complete one hole, I might finish it in 3, and that's when it's a birdie, right? But sometimes we do a bogey and a double bogey, which means we, take 5 or 6. Right? So those are all so how can I avoid the bogeys and the double bogeys and try to go towards a hole-in-one or a birdie? And that's what this guy is mulling over. Where does the data come from? Okay? In golf, we have something else. And in all other sports, we have that. Sorry? Previous record? Yeah, and if it's a stroke play, in my 18 holes, and I'm just kind of relating it back to golf. In the 18 holes, a maximum number of strokes that I can have is 72. If I've done an 80, I know it's been a bad game. So I keep looking at that data. I fill out the sheet every time. But I also have a coach and a caddy. My caddy also tells me what to do, because there are times, not in a tournament, there are times when I know that I've probably used the wrong club. Yeah, we have to take a maximum of only 14 clubs in a golf course. Okay, so I could have used the wrong club, I could have had a bad swing, and a whole lot of that depends on a couple of other things. So here I just want to show you how analytics plays an important role, not just when we are consulting with a banking organization. So from my organization, we've been doing a lot of work with Australian Open, and we do data analytics for them, where the players get to see what kind of backstrokes, what kind of, what is it? I'm not able, who's a tennis player here? Who's into tennis? Yeah, the forehand, the backhand, all of those things, right? So we actually track those patterns, the analytics, and it's shown up there for the player to take a look at and use it whenever they want to. So I just want to show you how this is also about, if I have to miss that, what do you call, the hurdle out there. Okay, sorry, I was not supposed to do that. If I have to miss that water body, they're called hazards. And these are hazards that we have in life, right? How do I avoid that hazard? And that's when the kind of stroke that I've played, or the kind of club that I've used to play that stroke, will tell me why I've either got it into that water body, which for us is a hazard, and then we end up with a penalty. How can I get it out onto the greens, right? So which is where, you have your putt and all of those things. So analytics plays a very, very important role in many kinds of sports, and I was talking about golf. You're all talking about various other sports, which is also very interesting. Soccer, for that, big money's out there, right? So I'm sure they have data out there, they have analytics that people are just gleaming through to make certain inferences. So I go to the next one, which is, you can't see that. What does this tell you? You all had a show of hands about December. Statistics about? Probably I'll show you this. Does anyone know what this instrument is? No? Indian classical music? Yes, that's the one. It's a morching. Yeah? So why I brought this in is this plays such an important role in concerts, in kacheris, but very few people know about it. We probably know about the veena and the flute and the mridangam and all of that, but we don't know this. But nevertheless, what does this data tell you? What are these numbers? It's not data. Data in some sense, but what do these numbers tell you? Okay? Okay? In some way, yes. Okay, let me just share this with you. In Carnatic music, we have 72 Melakarta ragas, which means that they are the parent ragas. Okay, and I'm only talking about Carnatic music. In Hindustani music, it's very different. So look at this. Look at how this data can be played around with, and the permutations and combinations that will emerge. There are 1,000 Janya ragas, which are, if I translate it, they are the babies of the Janaka ragas, of the parent ragas. So now look at the combination. There are over 30,000 raga combinations that can happen, and they are continuously dynamic. They're continuously growing. Because each one wants their identity. They either want the Janya raga to play a little bit of precedence over the other, all of these things. So what I want to share with you is, imagine the massive data that we have out there to try out different ragas. And now when you're talking about bringing in AI, or when we're bringing in a lot of technology into music, look at the power, the art of the possible that can unfold, right? So on this note, I just want to share this piece with you. Now do you see a connection between this, what we have out here? Any connection? Does it resonate in some way? Are we still looking at banking numbers pharmaceutical numbers, medical profession. There's life out there, right? We're talking about music, we're talking about games. These are things that we involve ourselves in. Or take the example of about 3 weeks ago, there was a book on the 1,000-odd native species of trees of Bangalore. There was Professor Raman who had come out with a book, and it's going to be out in the open, I think, in another week's time. Look at the way in which we can start identifying the trees that we have around us. It's not just about what we do in the workplace. Data analytics, telemetry is relevant to our everyday life. If I go back to the music example, now that we have Brian Adams and Subbalakshmi out there, look at the way in which you can see the patterns in Spotify. You want to identify some kind of a song, you want to keep listening to it on loop. How does all that happen? It's because of the patterns that they're able to recognize and the recommendations that keep coming in. And that's the power of how analytics has immersed itself in our everyday life. Okay? So I go to the last one, which is the bringing together of all of this. What does it do to us? Now we're talking about AI, but we're also talking about human intelligence. One of the panels or one of the speakers spoke about that, right? Now, what is the most important thing that we can take back from the fact that analytics is here to stay and it's kind of immersed itself, or it's become very pervasive? So what is it that you can take back from all these connections? You can draw insights. What else? Okay, sales for which one? What would you have in mind? Because, sometimes you resonate with different images or different aspects of whatever we're discussing. What kind of sales performance are we talking about? I'm not talking only about the workspace. I'm also talking about the weekends. The success stories, okay? What else? Don't we also take the GPS routes depending on what the analytics is telling us? We do that, right? And it also recommends at times that, hey, you know what, there is some kind of impediment on the road. Do you want to take a different route? Right? That's also based on analytics. What's happening in our everyday life? What's happening around us? Yeah? And coming back to you on the sales performance, could you tell me something more? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. It is analytics. Why are we getting Brian Adams a second time to Bangalore after about 8 years? We're getting Coldplay again after a shorter while, right? He was there about 5 years ago, is it? 5 or 6 years ago? Yeah? So it's an analysis. It's because people want more of them. They've enjoyed the music. Yes, it does. Yeah, I see the connection. That's really nice. Predictive analytics, right? Oh. Hmm. Yeah. It's magical and scary also, because it listens to whatever you're doing and then tells you that, hey, you know what, if you've been surfing for a particular product, I'm already here. Would you like to buy me, kind of a thing. But the Instagram recommendations that come in. Any other things that you're able to relate to? What are weekends like for you all? I'm sure it's not work. We're done with appraisals. What is relaxation for you? Activities what?
It can be fun.
Okay.
It can be sometimes learning personal skills.
Okay.
So it can be eating food, playing some games.
Okay. Playing some games, reading some books based on recommendations that have come in from people, or some book that you've read of that particular in the past. Somebody was talking about Alan Toffler some time ago, right? Yeah. What else? Eat outs. Bangalore is the happening place for anything food. right? Gourmet food, artisanal food, you have all of it out there. Where does that information come from? Right? There's people who are doing an analysis and giving you reviews, but there's also a lot of massive data that is out there that's getting churned and telling you, hey, if you're in this locality, if you're in Koramangala, please go to this place, right? Glens or something else, okay? So if you're talking about coffee, I come from the hills, from Coorg, so please go and have rustic coffee, okay? So now, the only thing that I want to kind of close this discussion with is, there is in all of this, whether it is the sport, the music, and the last part of it was about coaching. When you're having coaching conversations, there are so many processes that need to be followed, right? There's contracting, there's discovery, and in each of this, including analytics, there are certain processes that need to be followed. And I want to bring us all together to say, when we talk about processes, it's not something that happens only in the workplace. There's a lot of that we are adhering to in our everyday life. And it's become a part of our DNA to some extent. But then we don't look at it as processes because this is something that we enjoy doing. And it's a weekend activity, like one of you said, right? So there is the mind that plays a role out here. If I go back to any sport, if I have to bounce back 100 times, not played a great game, but I want to get back to the golf course or to the badminton court to play again, that's a mindset, right? I want to change my style of the game, and I go by what kind of analytics I've seen out there. The next one is the body. How fit am I? Right? The physical, the mental, and the emotional. Am I getting drained when I look at all of these things and say, hey, you know what, leave all this. I don't want to play all over again. And that's when there is that mental state. And all of this are analytics. We may not be looking and reading the analytics continuously, but it's telling us a lot of information. And in order to excel in whatever we do, right, over the weekend, during the week, whatever it is, our mind has to get into that flow state, that blissful state, when we end up doing things in an unconscious manner without even realizing what we are doing. And that's the power of analytics, that it has pervaded all our lives, and we know that we kind of lean on analytics, but we may not be doing it in a very conscious way or may not be even aware of it. And that is the message that I wanted to leave you with, that it's not just in the workplace, but it's in our everyday life that analytics plays a very important role. So on that note, over the weekend, please go ahead and follow your dreams and your hobbies, play the game, listen to the music, do your talking and your communication, and make sure, and even without realizing that analytics is out there telling you something in a very silent, quiet manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And could we request Ms. Bilkis to please join me on stage? And it was really a cool presentation, so relevant to all of us, with the genres that we're so familiar with. Thank you once again for that. And we take this opportunity to felicitate you for your time and presence, a small gratification. All right, could we have everybody inside, please? Those who are outside, if we could have all of you inside, and a round of applause. One more time to Dr. Sujata Matana. Thank you. All right, after the two use cases, we are back to the panel discussion, and hope the energy is back as well. Do we have anybody outside? Quickly join us inside. We're getting into the last leg of this fantastic day, a couple of more presentation and speaker session. While the stage is being set, we're just going to do something. Right at your table, I just wanted to pick up a partner. Just randomly. At your table, just get a partner. So you need to have at least one. So if you're odd number, then you got to move to the other table. You need to have one exactly. So you can join here. So there's that. Yeah, you can sit, not an issue. You just need to have a partner. So they're like 4, 2, 2, 2, 2. So just please move to a table. You can probably move there. There are 3. No, him. So we need one over here. You need to have like one partner exactly. So it has to be even number. Super. Just make sure that you get a partner at the table that you're seated at. Superb. So that's about 4, 2, superb. So now between you two, I want you to pick up a water bottle and just place it right in the center where it's easily accessible at the same distance for both of you. Superb. So you can just like practice it out. Measure it. It's right there. Superb. There we go. So now we play by instruction. For this, could I just request everybody to stand up? It's even more fun when you stand up. And I know there'll be a little bit of sound effect when you stand up. We're used to it. So now, very simple. What we're going to do is just going to trigger our reflex. When we do that in a very quick motion, it actually rejuvenates us. I'm going to give you different instructions like head, shoulder, knees and toes. You know it. And I can change it any which way I want to. So whenever I give that instruction, you touch your head, shoulder, knees and toes. When I say the word grab, that's when you go for the bottle. So it's a competition between both of you. So let's see who gets to win this, right? But in case if you grab it, if you touch it, even before I say the word grab, you just have to give it to the other person. You've given the point, you've lost the point. So it is listen and then react. Let's do this. All right, team, here we go. Once the gentleman is done with the coffee, superb. Don't go for the coffee cup. Head, shoulder, head, shoulder, head, shoulder, head, knees. All right, I like the way like how the person who lost is giving the high five. Superb. Head, shoulder, toes. Now the sound effects. Head, toes, head, toes. Your toes are like not pair point. Thoughts. Head, shoulder, chin. And I'm just trying to confuse you. This cheek. Head, grab. Who got it? All those who got the balls, put your hands up in the air. Good. And all those who did not get the bottles, put your hands up in the air. Pick up the one which is next to it. Cheers, and let's get into the next panel discussion right here at the day 2 of BW People Festival of L&D. Another discussion hub, L&D Tech Talks, transforming learning with innovation and technology. And to moderate this session, could we have Ms. Asha Subramanian to please join us back on stage? And a big cheer for her. Otherwise, you know what's coming. Train, bus, auto. Thank you so much for joining with us, ma'am. And could we also have our Senior Vice President, Head of Talent Management and Development, APAC at Northern Trust to join us right here, Mr. Rodin Gonsalves. Back again on stage. Global L&D from Techion Corp, we have Mr. Neelakantan in the house. And we also have Assistant Vice President, Human Resources, Biocon, Biologics. We have Mr. Vikas Maheshwari. We also have Head Human Resources, Shriram Bioseed Genetics and Bioseed Research India, Mr. Ranganath. Mr. Ranganath in the house? All right, he is not here. He could not make it on time. Next, we have Mr. Pankaj S. Khandewale, Vice President and Head Training Future Generally India Insurance to join in. All right, with this, we have the league all set. Take it away. We have the session chair. Ms. Asha, over to you, ma'am.
Hi again, everybody. I'm sure we've heard quite a lot of things about L&D today, and probably one of the most fast-paced growth what we see in corporate today is on the L&D, right? every single day, corporates are trying to find out what is that new thing, what they can bring to the table so that, people are happy. There can be retention, there can be people sprucing so that, they don't need to walk away in a very short period of time what they spend in the organization. With this intro, let me start with my first question. This would be for you, Roy. I'm sure, gamification and L&D goes hand in hand today, right? On that, how can organization effectively integrate gamification into L&D program to foster a culture of continuous learning while ensuring measurable outcomes?
Cool. Thanks, Asha. I think that's such a loaded question. It'll take me 1 hour to answer it.
You have 2 minutes.
But yeah, I think using gamification is part of your learning strategy to drive a culture of learning. But you can't use gamification alone, right? It's an important ingredient. It could be leveraged to create more engagement, to create a more impactful learning experience for your employees. But using gamification just for the sake of using gamification again is not going to really help serve the purpose. So I think an important factor to consider when you're looking at gamification as a solution is to see, does it really impact the end objective, right? And if it doesn't, then it's probably better to avoid using gamification than trying to force fit it. Because at the end of the day in organizations, we are all adults, right? And while I know there's an inclination towards creating better engagement and making learning more interesting, we shouldn't cartoonize the whole thing to such an extent that people don't take that learning seriously. Right? I'll give you an example where we've actually used gamification to drive culture. So in our onboarding, I'm sure most organizations do a day-long onboarding, and during the onboarding process, you would probably try to teach different things to the participants. And end of the day, when you go back and ask them, what is the organization's culture? I don't think most people would remember. So we actually created a board game, and we used the board game to help the new joiners understand the organization's culture better. And what we realized is that retention, because of them playing that board game during the induction, helps them recollect the organizational behaviors right through their tenure with the organization.
Okay, so I have another one for you, Neil. I'll just come to you. So you mean to say, Roy, there's no requirement of a force merging something just because it's trendy, right? So totally agreeing on that. Let's move to another question. So Neil, this is for you. What strategies can be used to design team-based gamification challenges that enhance collaboration and strengthen workplace relationships? I know the questions are a little longer, but...
Yeah, so I think a couple of things to take off from what Roy said, right? One of the things we often end up doing, and I liked the word you used, cartoonize. I would put it in a slightly different way, but the same thing, right? A lot of times what we try to do is we design a learning intervention for a team or some sort of thing, and then you strap gamification on top of it. So we end up using gamification as a decoration. And this is what Edward Tuft says. You don't want it to be a decoration, should be a construction. But a lot of times, unfortunately, as he says, what happens is you take something and you say, let me put gamification on top of it. Let me do a leaderboard. Let me put a timer. It doesn't work because you have not got the need right. So fundamentally, once you get the need right, the gamification is something that they are going to be extremely competitive about, that they value, and that there is something that they gain by doing it. So if you go back to the principles of gamification, it's called fun once, fun always, FOFA. So why do you go back to a game? Because it is fun. So if there is gamification in my learning, it better be fun. If it is not fun, please don't gamify it. You will destroy the gamification and the learning. So with this preamble, one of the things that we did recently at our company was we organized a hackathon. 1 month of pre-engagement, getting the teams formed, teams coming in, putting up their challenges. The kind of energy, engagement, and ultimately business result, because the kind of ideas we got were actually beneficial to the business. So hackathon is a brilliant example. It's something they're really motivated. It is fun for them. They will stay up 24 to 48 hours to develop things. The same thing if you do it if you go back when there is no hackathon, things will not happen. But there is so much motivation. People had organized themselves. They got the beds from the dormitory, put it in their workplaces. People worked I think it was a 48-hour coding exercise. And at the end of it, they won phenomenal prizes. Some people have still put that big check, which we gave at the end of the hackathon. It's there at their desk. So that's, to me, is an ultimate example of how you can use it. Again, it has to all be tailored and, really tailored to what motivates them. If I did this with a leadership program, nobody will come. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Okay, coming to the next question, Pankaj, I would I've heard a lot that there's a lot of gamification which happens while you design a sales training, right? What are the kind of areas what you look at, and what are the strategies to make sure that there is a total arrangement while you do a L&D training for a sales team?
Yeah, sales predominantly, we have to understand the psyche of sales employees also. They are always competing. They are always, it could be external competition, it could be internal also. So we take advantage of that. We say that let us have a very healthy competition. Among the channels, it could be among the different departments. Typically, the salespeople enjoy, scoring over each other. So they, on a daily basis, there is a spurt of energy. Suddenly you find that people start learning certain things. The scoreboard, leaderboard shows somebody is scoring higher. The team is, there is a lot of teamwork that happens when you put people into gamification. And in my previous organization, what experiment we did was, we actually played a game of cricket at the end of the, the numbers when they achieve. We said that we'll have a stadium booked. The winning teams will come, pan-India winning teams will come to that stadium, and will invite some cricketer also and actually have a game there. So people understood that it is the spirit of gamification that we are talking about, not just a competition. But coming to regular L&D sales training, we create small nuggets of learning, and we ask them to finish it. Whoever finishes first, and scores the highest marks, they start getting some coins, and then you can redeem those coins with certain things. So a lot of gamification can happen that way also. But I buy the point that sometimes it distracts. So you have to be very, very systematic in administering it. And you have to see that gamification serves a purpose to an extent. Beyond that, you have to get into the business. So it should not be left only for the sake of it, but the learning has to continue.
Got it. Thanks, Pankaj. Moving on to the next topic on L&D, right? We do L&D for the entire organization, but sometimes, we kind of miss out on giving learning and development for our own teams, that is human resource. So Vikas, here is my question to you, what is the kind of strategies what you use for either talent management or recruiters, or it may be HRBPs or compensation and benefit, or people who are into branding, right? In HR only, right? What is the kind of overall L&D what you use on these people actually?
Yeah, before I answer that, I just have to comment. I came across this one little thing since we spoke about gamification, so I just want to add my 2 cents here. And there were 2 people who were not getting along, right, in the office, extremely political or whatever. And somebody thought that throwing both of them into a snake pit would be a good idea. They were actually thrown into a snake pit. And the whole game, so-called, was to be able to help each other get out of that snake pit. And that's how you build camaraderie. And that's, I kind of so agree to what you just said, that at times we kind of just overdo the whole thing. We make games out of some very serious subjects, and some very serious subjects, need to be dealt very differently. Okay, so to your question.
So you can also concentrate more on talent acquisition training, because those are the face of the organization, right? And they face a lot of dynamic challenges. It can be pre-boarding, or probably getting somebody, and also a simple thing like getting them down to the coffee, right? What is the kind of training or development or any kind of thing what you do for this set of group?
Yeah, if you look at, I don't know whether it should be HR specific, but any kind of a training per se, I think needs a very strong VIFM, right? If you're going to let's suppose I'm the comp and ben lead and my manager thinks that, I need to go through a comp and ben program for about 3 days or whatever. Till the time I don't really have a very strong need to be a part of it, no amount of gamification, leaderboards, incentivization is going to help. I'll tell you, in 97, I started my career. I was a sales guy. I was telling a gentleman there. I used to do a lot of sales trainings. And, somebody thought that, it's a good thing to put people into offsites. And these offsites used to be training and learning initiatives, right? Where somebody would come, make you play games and things like that. Fact is, the reason at least I used to go there was because I would get to meet so many people, and then there's a lot of liquor and dancing in the night, right? So, did I really go there with an intent to say that, listen, I want to learn something new, they're going to teach me about some frameworks and stuff like that? Not really. And let's be honest, put your hands to the heart and answer this question. But then, I was blessed with a daughter in 2005, and I thought, listen, she's very pretty and I need to click pictures, right? So I went to a store, picked up a camera, and I didn't know how to operate a DSLR because that guy oversold me. I had gone for a point and shoot, and he said, oh, you need to buy this. I didn't know, and I bought a very fancy one. And all these settings and features, I just didn't know how to use them. What did I do? I learned. There was no incentivization, there was no gamification, there was nothing. I had a very strong reason to learn. I think for us, when you look at in HR or for any other role, the main focus for us has to be to create that reason, that what happens? What's in it for me? So, you know it, Asha, we have spoken about this, that when you create things like skills-based organization, and then you say that basis skill adjacencies, you can move into other roles. However, to move into those other roles, these are the 3 skills you need to learn. Now here is a VIFM for me to say that if I have to be progressing in the organization, this is what I need to learn. But you try and tell some HR guy, because we in HR really think that we know it all, right? People say yes, no, but we think we know it all. We don't, all right? So if you're going to tell me that, go and sit in this training program and they're going to teach you AI, I'll say, I'm sorry, I know it all, right? So it's very difficult. So get the VIFM generated first. Now, if you really still have that VIFM and now you're looking at, okay, how do I enable it? Then you have tools and artifacts. I've come across so much content in the last 3 years that it's amazing. Today I made a very nice little piece for my own team to say that what are good prompts that you can use for your daily routine jobs, whether it's about creating JDs, because we still use ChatGPT more like Google. It's a query engine, not the right way. And when I told my team that you have to actually upload some information to ChatGPT before you actually start asking queries, and they were like, what? We didn't know this. So what I'm saying is that the reason to get into a learning program is prima facie the most important thing. And then as far as the tools and artifacts is concerned, even an Instagram or a YouTube, AI HR, there are plenty of those. And even if you don't, and we've seen this in my company, okay, even if you don't have a tool or an e-learning module, the people who are seeing that, okay, for me to move to this role, these are the 3 things I need to do. They have gone out and they have upskilled themselves on their own. And now they are asking me that, listen, I've learned this, but where is the way to, apply this skill? Can you give me a project? And all of this is them coming back to me. So I think I'm just twisting the whole narrative to say that what are the tools? You can Google them out. But the real thing that we have to do is that let's get the VIFM or the VIFU, what's in it for you, kind of thing.
I know. You are very passionate about this topic, and I can see that. Thanks a lot for that. So we kind of covered the gamification of L&D and how also the gamification of sales can happen with L&D, and also what Vikas just spoke and threw some light on the HR or maybe the entire recruitment scene, right? Moving on, this is about data driven, right? How many of us today are using a method where our approach is towards data driven, right? It can be about the attrition, it can be about what kind of colleges work for us, what kind of companies work for us, right? Towards that, let me questions, and I have very clearly told my panel it's only 2 or 3 minutes per question, so bear with us for another 6 to 7 minutes. Okay, so Roy, this is for you. How can predictive analysis and workforce planning help HR leaders to anticipate future skills needs and align L&D initiative with long-term business strategies?
Asha, your question was so long that it actually had the answers in it. Right, but yeah, jokes apart, I'll probably start with the personal experience that I had. So I was taking over a team. I had moved into a new role a few years ago, and the person who was handing over, the manager who was transitioning out, spent about 4 hours with me to do a knowledge transfer. And more than 90% of the time was just being spent telling me what reports are created for which, there were 8 different countries, so which countries, and the leaders these reports were going out. Right, so there were different cadence for different reports, so there were weekly, monthly, quarterly reports that were going out. And after the end of that 4-hour grueling session, I was totally confused. I didn't know what data we were looking at, why we were doing those reports, what was that data being used for. Was it really driving any decision making? I was clueless. So this was a team of L&D professionals, right? And when I spoke to my team members, I realized they were spending more time creating reports, doing basic level of data analytics, and creating dashboards, right? So I was like, okay, this doesn't seem to be the JD for which you're supposed to perform, right? How am I going to do your performance management at the end of the year? So I said, okay, let's stop all these reports for a month and let's see what pushback we get from the leaders in the organization, right? It's been 5-6 years. I'm still waiting for one of those leaders to come back and say, hey, you haven't sent my report in the last 6 years. Right? So the fact is that we were generating report after report, spending more than 50-60% of our valuable time creating a dashboard or creating dashboards which were not being used for any meaningful decision making, right? And that's the reason behind that. We actually look in deep, right? See, there are input metrics and there are output metrics, right? L&D performance management, at least the data that you put into your performance management, these are all input metrics, right? The board or the C-suite leadership is not really interested in those input metrics. It doesn't matter how many hours your employees spend in mandatory training or optional training. What really matters is when you have to recruit for a mid-level position, is that talent available in-house or are you having to go outside for that talent? Right? If you are a GC and if you've been here for more than 10 years or above and you are going outside to recruit, it means your learning organization has failed. You've not created a learning culture. It's as simple as that. Right? So the way I look at it is look at output metrics, look at internal promotion rates, look at internal movements. It doesn't need to be vertical, it could be lateral as well. Look at your retention rates and look at your business outcomes, right? I think correlating that with what learning culture you want to build will give you better results.
So Roy, you mean to say data is not required every nook and corner of the organization. We'll have to probably look at few strategic areas where it can yield us the right results and at least for the future this one.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying data is not important. Data is important. As leaders, we need to keep an eye on the data, but we don't need to get over obsessed about it and lose sight of the end objective.
Okay, like the gamification, wherever it is required, please use it. Okay, let me close this session with the last question because I know Vikas is very passionate again about this data-driven L&D strategies. Because this is for you, right? What role does integration L&D data with enterprise-wide system and employee advanced data visualization technique play in meeting the board's expectations?
I think this word visualization, you should just scrub it off. I mean, I think that's what Roy was saying. Those days of diagnostics, etc., are kind of behind us. If you look at some of the tools that we use today, you don't even need to look at, okay, what is my attrition percentage? Actually, what do you do with it? That's the point that Roy was making, I'm assuming. That, what is it that you're going to do? You're looking for insights, and there is tech which actually today throws up insights, and clearly tells you an action. So we've gone beyond predictives, and we are saying that here's an action. Go ahead and do it. And that's how you're going to be arresting your problem. And if you look at L&D data, I think it's so rich, and it's not just about the number of training hours that you did. I mean, data is not just numbers. Let's get that clear. Even a text is a data. Even an image is a data. And there is so much of that which exists in an HRIMS system or in an email, I mean, I don't know if you've heard about things like ONA, Organization Network Analysis. There are tools which actually tell you that within the organizations, which are the real active and the passive networks, which basically means that if Neil is my boss, Maybe I do not have a very active, working relationship with him, but maybe I have it with Pankaj, and who's probably in another team. This your tech tells you. And it throws up these kind of working relationships basis which you can create cohorts. Now that's a use case, so-called, which you can use to make more productive teams, isn't it? Now, where is this data coming from? It is not coming from a number. It is not coming from some statistical model, but it is coming from a very simple read of email communication, working rhythms, etc. So I think we have to understand that the use of data, the way we used to do early days, where we used to create these fancy visual dashboards and we used to say, hey, listen, this is looking very nice, this is not looking very nice, a red and an amber and a green. Those days are kind of behind us because there are tools that are available which we all use, or maybe we don't, which kind of tell you that, listen, your attrition is going to go down in the next 3 months. So good job done, or go up. So here are the 4 actions that you need to do. I'm in fact working on a predictive model which tells me that, if I go ahead and recruit someone, what is the propensity for this guy to perform in the next 1 year at a rating which is between 1 and 2, and 1 being the highest. All right. We are also having these attrition models. But unfortunately, we have started generalizing attrition models to say that, oh, your attrition is going to be at 38%. That doesn't give me any information. But if it tells me that Savita is going to attrite in the next 3 months, I can probably go ahead and ring fence her. And that is possible today. For that, I do not need a visual dashboard with Savita's picture there or any of that sort of data. I just need an information and an action. And what if that tool could also tell me that these are the 3 things that you need to do, which is probably change a manager, make a compensation better, or whatever. So this is, I think, the new use of data. But for that, we as HR professionals have to understand that data is not just about a metric. It starts from a use case, that what do you want to solve for? All right. Today you can predict a whole lot of things. And some of these predictive use cases are so rich and they are so, they actually go in the realms of fiction. Right? But trust me, there are companies which are actually working on POCs with those use cases. Hit me up for more of those. But even if you Google them out. But we as HR just look at data as numbers. We have to start using things like sentiment analysis, understand NLP, understand ONA, understand that data is everywhere and it is just not numbers. And that's when the learning data comes and plays, shakes its hand with the performance data. I said yesterday that performance is a skill and a will issue, right? Assuming will exists, and if your performance is not doing well, maybe it's a skill issue, maybe, right? So does the learning management system and the performance management system talk to each other and give a nudge to some person to say, here is 2 actions that you need to do, these are the 2 skills that you need to learn, yeah? So that's how these kind of marry with each other.
Thanks, Vikas. Anybody else wants to add? Pankaj? Yeah.
Both the sides I would like to add. One is that they say that digital transformation is not about the digital world, it is about human beings. Recently, Satya Nadella and Reid Hoffman, they were having a discussion. And Satya Nadella spoke about the productivity paradox. So he mentioned that in Microsoft, the managers think that 85% of their team members are slacking off. And the employees were feeling, 85% of employees were feeling that they are overburdened, they are overworking. So this paradox he was talking about, and he said, what do we do with it? How do we overcome this paradox? So he talked about the importance of data. And he said that managers should not place their judgment on the basis of dogmas. They should look into data. Secondly, he also spoke about aligning the goals, making the goals understandable by the employees, making it very clear that how they have to perform the productivity norms and all. And thirdly, he also spoke about soft skills, that managers should also communicate well with the team members. So data is extremely important. We keep saying that decisions should be based on data, but we actually do not understand how do we do that. And even in big companies where data is actually available and analysis are available.
Thank you.
So I just want to add to that. The last 2 companies that I work for, including the present one, have been startups. Now in startups, a lot of traditional methods, and that's why I concur with what Roy says, we don't use big dashboards, not in the learning and development space. So we have clear goals. Hey, in the next 1 year, we need X number of leaders. You will have to work on moving these people, figuring out their skill set, moving them from X to Y. That is my only metric. I have to move the needle from here to there. Or I need a business metric. Or I am looking at saying, I have to train a whole bunch of managers, leaders, and I don't measure anything else other than, okay, how are they doing in the engagement survey? Is there a correlation between their numbers and training? Remember, I'm saying correlation, not causation. I cannot take credit for it. But hey, is there a link? That's all I can do. So, and the point that Vikas raises is absolutely spot on. There are so many tools within the HR space, and I've seen some of them because newer companies tend to use newer tools. There is so much data, there is sentiment analysis. You can actually, there is just a specific button on a specific tool. If all employees click, your sentiment is visible. The engagement survey tool that we use, exactly like Vikas says, gives you action item at a manager level. If your score is X, it actually goes through the entire data and says there are 3 things you can do. It's actually come to that level, and like he says, it will go to the next level. Even to we are not yet at the predictive stage, but it will actually go there. And there's another tool that we're using which collates all the interview data. I mean, in the next few years, you'll actually have a bot taking an interview. That's for later. But right now, so much rich.
No, wait. Yes. On this bot that takes an interview, okay, there's a very interesting, I'm sure you guys have heard of it, okay? You've heard of these bot-based interviews, right? We guys have those bots and they talk to a candidate. I know of these candidates, so-called, they have their own bots talking to your bot. No, this is real. No, this is today. This is right now. Okay, I was in the same Kolkata, and I was sitting with these guys in the night, the students. They said, Vikas sir, I want to show you something. I said, what? You know, there's this interview that they do. We found this one little application. It understands the JD, and it understands through the JD that are you using success factors or whatever ATS you're using. It knows which is the bot that you're going to deploy, and it identifies the bot on your behalf, and both the bots are talking to each other and giving interview to each other. Neither the recruiter has the time, neither the candidate has the time. They're having a good time together, you know, so that's where we are headed.
So yeah, welcome to the future.
Okay. Thanks a lot. And just quintessence of the entire thing is there is a lot of data, but we'll need to find out how we are going to use it. There's a lot of gamification, there's a lot of future trends which are coming, but we'll need to understand what fits our organization, what fits our employees, right? Probably with this, thanks a lot, gentlemen. It was amazing, hosting you people over here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to the panelists and to the session chair. Could we have a big round of applause to them? And quickly, if I could request Mr. Abdullah to please join me right here to present them with this more gratification that we have for their time and presence. Team, if you could help us. Could we have you in the front for a group picture, please? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a huge round of applause. Don't clap it out loud. And with this, we get into the next panel discussion. But before that, we have with us Mr. Paul Dupi, a celebrated author, and is one of the bestseller books, The Rule of 5. He's here giving out the signed copy so you can interact with him and make sure that you get a copy for yourself. And also request all the partners, delegates, and members right here, while we are in this course of panel discussion and speaker session, we also have a lot of kiosks and we also have setups from our partners. Please make sure that you walk there and get to feel the experience, get to know their products and services. And now we move on to the last panel discussion, but not the last session of the day. The last panel discussion. It's about learning, aggregators, and AI, the next big investments in L&D. To moderate this one, could we have the Vice President, Training Strategy and Operations at Moody's Corporation. We have Mr. Kabir Aswani in the house, a big cheer. And also joining in as the panelists, we have General Manager HR at TTK Prestige. Could we have Ms. Mamta Devi to please join us? Yes, you can be seated, sir. How do I? And also joining in, Global Head, Learning and Development at Torrey Harris Integration Solutions. We have Mr. Lalit Suresh in the house. And also could we have the Vice President Learning and Leadership Enhancement at Axis Bank. We have Nuzhat Ayaz to join us, please. A big cheer for Ms. Nuzhat Ayaz in the house and for the moderator and all the panelists. Come on, the final panel discussion right here, the Festival of L&D. Good afternoon, almost segment into the evening. Take it away, please.
Ladies, it's working. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. How is everybody doing? I'm not going to do the make some noise, clap for me, and something like that, but can I just hear, how is everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Yeah, last session. Thank you very much. She probably hates my guts right now. Right, beautiful. So my name is Kabir Aswani. Welcome to this session where we will be talking about learning aggregators as far as AI is concerned. And I can promise you this panel discussion, A, will be short, B, it will be succinct. It won't be as brilliant as Vikas, but we will try to entertain you a little bit, okay? I have my beautiful set of panelists over here. I have Nuzhat, I have Lalit, and I have Mamta joining us today. Would you just like to introduce yourselves for the benefit of the audience, and then we can jump in? Nuzhat, let's start with you. My grandmother trained me very well. Ladies first, so over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Totally empathize. You've been here since morning. My name is Nuzhat Ayaz, and I've got 23 years of experience in learning and development. Primarily in leadership development, that's my forte, and very happy to be chatting with Kabir and my co-panelists here. Thank you so much.
Lalit, over to you, sir, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lalit Suresh. I come with over 24 years of industry experience, worked with varied industries, started my career with hotel industry, then moved on to IT, ITES, entrepreneurship for a small stint, and then back to IT. And it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lalit. Welcome. And we have Mamta as well.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mamta from TTK Prestige. I'm sure all of you have grown up with the brand Prestige, using our pressure cookers and pressure pans and all the other kitchen appliances. So coming to me, I am a trained mental health professional and an ICF trained coach. I've been in the field of learning and development for past 20 plus years. Nice being here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamta. And I've had many a fond memory using TTK Prestige, so welcome as well. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, I know we're here to talk about AI and L&D and data and all of that good stuff. And I know we've discussed this over and over again, and sometimes we've probably discussed it till we're blue in the face. So let's maybe change it up a little bit. Let's make this session a little interesting. I'd love to involve all of you as well. However, we'd maybe just talk about 2 or 3 key focus areas and not pose too many questions. So Lalit, I'd like to start with you. As far as you are concerned, could you talk a little bit about current trends in the organization as far as AI is concerned? I promise not to ask too much about it, but as far as AI is concerned, cybersecurity and data science for learning and development. What's up with you guys? What are you doing right now?
Sure. Thanks, Kabir. It's an interesting question, though. With the evolution of AI in the corporates, right? I think primarily when it comes to the AI bit, I think it's about AI integration that is more important, right? So when it comes to AI integration, organizations are actually, they are increasingly using AI to integrate with their learning management system, with their data, right, everywhere, so that it is able to give us the learning metrics, right? It is able to predict the learning behaviors. It is able to also personalize, all right, the learning interventions accordingly, right? We talk about cybersecurity. I think with the evolution of AI, I know cybersecurity is becoming the talk of the town today when it comes to so many frauds that are happening, in terms of breaching, the entire IT protocols in the organization. So I think it's important that organizations invest, in cybersecurity, so that we're able to put few guardrails, right, from our data privacy, from our GDPR, DPA, all those aspects. right? And then, what was the third one?
Last thing we were talking about was data science and learning and development. What's happening in that space
See,
as far as your organization is concerned?
L&D adopting data science is important. As I said, data is something which is helping with the help of AI to, for us to personalize the learning plans, understand the learning behaviors, right? Using again, predictive analytics, which is able to also let us know that, what is the feeling of our learners. And, it is giving us way ahead a notification saying that, probably we need to intervene and, probably take corrective actions.
I like that. I like the fact that you speak about taking corrective actions. I think that's the key way forward. A little bit about me. I started training in 2007. And I think the first topic I ever trained people on was on this particular thing called subject-verb agreement. If anybody remembers, please can you raise your hands? There you go. SVA, right. We hated SVA. We had like 15 different rules. Subject-verb agreement was a big thing. And I remember I taught English for many a year. A couple of weeks ago, I was certified and now I can tune engines of a car. How did I learn that? Well, AR experiences. And I'd like to ask you one more question, Lalit. Can you talk a little bit about how immersive learning technologies exist and how can we implement, let's say, augmented reality or virtual reality in our current ecosystem? Because it definitely has a place to stay.
Absolutely. I think with AR and VR in place, I think first thing that it's gonna help us do is enhance our engagement level, right, with our learners. We are able to customize using AR and VR the learning experiences of our learners so that they're able to get into immersive learning, which is really helping them to understand the scenarios and the situations first, right? Second, we talk about realistic simulations, right? I know that, a few years back, we started doing a lot of role plays and, role-based trainings, right? Now, with the invention of AR and VR, right, it has become pretty easy for us to put them into simulations, right? Especially, I think in the IT side, I think we haven't yet started, but I think it really is helping the supply chain side, right? And where in the retail sector as well, where they're able to put people into scenarios and situations using AR and VR for them to understand the good and the bad side of it, right? So which is giving them a lot of experience rather than doing it textually, they're able to put them into the immersive side, right? The third side is more about on the personalized learning, right? With the usage of AR and VR, we are able to create, because I understand the person's behavior, the learning behavior, I'm able to create more personalized VR and AR experience for them to, learn and apply. I think application of knowledge is becoming a challenge today. I mean, it's easy for us to create learning programs, but how do we judge or how do we check whether are they going back and applying that knowledge? I think that is something that, using AR, VR, we are able to, give them that experience.
It truly does, and I fully agree with you. The fact that we can talk about the implementation of learning and development is probably one of the cornerstones of success. Another key story of AR and VR is, they're not interchangeable. As far as AR is concerned per se, is you have a diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and you can put an AR headset on, and then you can actually track eye movements. Are my eye movements appropriate? I know that might sound a little iffy to people, but that can truly help track what's happening with the person and how he or she or they are applying learning. So something for you to consider. Another thing I'd like to talk about very quickly as far as virtual reality is concerned. A friend of mine was learning how to play the piano, and I know we spoke about music and learning. And for my friend, she donned these glasses, and her teacher was Antonio Vivaldi. And I thought that was fascinating. The Four Seasons are something which is close to me. So that was curated for her. And I'd like to ask you the next question. As far as content creation and content curation investments are concerned, I'd like you to talk to me about how developing and sourcing high quality content is relevant for learning outcomes, please?
That's a great question. I'm sure all of us have been working with content. My personal experience as far as content is concerned is almost like putting a restaurant together, right? So if you compare the process of putting the content together, it's like putting a
Please tell me
restaurant.
to be an Indonesian restaurant serving nasi lemak.
Yeah,
Okay,
so the
then-
reason I brought this up is because if you're going to be serving sushi to an audience or customers who don't enjoy international cuisine, you're going to really lose the customer. So similarly, as far as content is concerned, the most important thing I feel is to understand who are your users, what is their capability of intake, and then at what point in time are you going to be presenting this content to them. Let me give you an example, right? There is a particular program that we, curated where negotiation skills are presented to the sales executive just before a meeting that they go for. So this in-time content can actually make it very relevant for the person who's going for a meeting, and just before the meeting he has an option or they have an option of selecting which particular skill they want to focus on. So the three things which I feel is important for us to focus on as far as content is concerned. One is, of course, the people, that's the DNA, who are you curating the content for. Two, the business context, as in why am I curating this content? And is there a buy-in from the stakeholder? There was an experience where we did a program which ran for almost a year. And at the end of the year, we had a senior stakeholder who came back and questioned the content itself, whereas the sign-off happened from one of the junior stakeholders. It's very important to get a buy-in from stakeholders of various categories, whether it's leaders, the HR team, all of the people involved in the process. That's another learning that I've had personally as far as content is concerned. The third thing, like I spoke about the restaurant business, like you see, KFC or, McDonald's, what is common in all of these restaurants? Let me ask you a question as opposed to giving you the third answer. So I'm comparing content with a restaurant, correct? Are you with me? So what is common between KFC, McDonald's and all these restaurants?
Bad American food.
Very good food.
Bad American
Has
food.
anybody had McDonald's in Thailand? Or a standardization? So content needs to be scalable, right? So I feel that these three things, people, who is it for, stakeholder input and involvement, and third, are you able to scale your content? And now with AI, can the content go to, let's say, an LMS platform? Can you do the same thing, maybe by changing a few things in a virtual reality? Can you deliver this in person? And how will I do this differently in each of these phases? So I feel that some of these learnings I've had through content.
I love that, Nuzhat. I absolutely love that. I think content curation is an underrated skill. It's not just putting stuff together just so that people can receive it, but fully understanding how a person can receive it, how it can be personalized to that person, and then how it can be implemented. So it takes off beautifully on what Lalit had to say, the whole implementation of learning. And AI can truly help us recreate that. You also spoke about buy-in from stakeholders. So I'm going to look at my lovely audience over here. How many of you have struggled to get funding from a stakeholder? All of us? Raise your hand, raise your leg, I don't care, raise something. Okay, there you go, lovely. Beautiful, so that brings me to my next question. I'm going to ask you this question, Mamtaz. The question is this, as far as skill development programs are concerned, can you talk about funding initiatives to develop critical skills and competencies for the workforce? What happens with TTK Prestige and how do you manage that?
Thank you, Kabir. It's a beautiful question. I pick up some cues from where Nuzrat left. She spoke about the content being relevant to the context. So similarly, I would start with our context for you to understand where the funding is going as far as L&D is concerned. So ours is a fast-moving consumer durable product. So the products are added at a very fast pace. Probably we are one of the highest number of products are added in the category will be from TTK Prestige. There are a lot of innovations happening. At the same time, we are a 75-year-old company, so there is a trust in the industry. We are also facing a lot of competition in the same time. So this puts us into a lot of challenges. For us, skilling starts from the last mile. For us, the last mile is the guy who is selling the product in the shop. the guy who's servicing, who's coming to your house and servicing your gas stove or hot top. So how do we skill them? So our approach would be a combination of human-led intervention supported by technology. So where I say human-led intervention, I mean there will be classroom-centered training programs, there will be train the trainer, there will be OJD. So when I say train the trainer, so we have a pool of trainers who are developed to train the frontline employees, be it the service, be it the sales. We develop the trainers in turn. So that is one where one of the interventions of funding will happen. The other thing is also the OJD. We follow a OJD model for our sales force, wherein the manager is equipped to give feedback on the go. So he is supposed to shadow his team member while he conducts business and come back, and under a tree he gives a feedback and comes back and puts it in the portal. That is where the technology comes. Once the process is over, he gets a feedback in terms of where does he stand in the branch and what is his comparison according to the zone and the national average. This is how the development happens for us. This is not going to be changed. So more or less the human-led, human-centric intervention is going to continue, but where is the challenge? The challenge is that I have developed a set of, let's say a set of 100 managers. So by the end of second year, I have lost 50 of them due to the attrition. So how do I scale it now? So I adapt to AI technology, wherein AI develops the manager. Apart from the other intervention, AI also supports in developing the managerial skills, be it the coaching skills, sales coaching.
I was agreeing with you, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. So these are the things we would continue focusing on human-centric intervention, wherein technology would help us in scaling it up, because we have a far reach wherein the store personnel and the people who are across the country need to be trained. How do we assess them? How do we give them the on-time, real-time feedback? So that is where technology is helping us. So one more thing where Lalit spoke about the role play situation. So role play is the ideal scenario that we can build in classroom, but how do we scale it? So the AI is helping to create this role play to each and every person, wherein he or she gets the customized feedback based on what he or she said. The other beauty of AI is that usually whenever these interventions come in, we also get a feedback that these are all not in the regional language. So this is not scalable, or this is not reaching to the last mile. So but with the AI and text-to-speech methodology, we are able to scale to the last level of the person. So they learn in their own language. So this is how our human-centric intervention will continue, supported by technology. This is where the funding is going to continue as far as TTK Prestige is concerned, like Kabir.
Thank you for saying that. And I like that as well. I love what we said in the audience. We spoke about data and insights. Data is not just data for the sake of being data, because it's all that there is, but it has insights to it, and therefore we need to attach ourselves to insights. So thank you for saying that. And I also like what you said about the fact that things need to be customized for an audience, and only then can it be scaled up. So you touch upon really important points, and I like the fact that it's not reliance on technology for the sake of being technology, but also using human-centric approaches. This would not be a learning and development conference if we didn't check in with the audience. So let's check in with the audience. All of you people over there near Gray HR, you're doing okay over there? All of you? Yes, I'm looking at you, putting you on the spot, all of you. Yes or no? Gray HR, next to you guys, all of you there. Raise your hand, you're doing all right? Good. Everybody near the door, how are you all doing? Royden just walked in. How's everyone doing over there? Center table, my good friend, center table, you're doing okay? I'm pointing at you guys. Good. Everybody in the front? Everybody okay? Good. Can you smile for me uncomfortably, please? That always works. Okay, beautiful. So, we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about L&D, we've spoken about data and machine learning and all of that good stuff, right? But it's now 5:15 and it could be a bit much. I have 21 minutes on my timer, and I probably might not take 21 minutes, but I'd like to take everything we've spoken about and distill it. Let's make it real for all of us. So, three of you, one success story each. I'll start with you, Nuzhat. Can you talk about successful implementation of, let's say, AI in one of your L&D programs? What did you do? How did you do it? What were the results?
That's a great question.
If your mic isn't working, you can use mine.
There's this simulation that we designed, very proud and happy to share with all of you about the success of this story. It just reminds me how we implemented it. So this simulation took the leaders through the decision-making process. So they would log in, there would be a link, and then once they click on it, they would enter this particular simulation where they're required to make decisions, and it's a timed activity. And basis the decisions that they make. So you'll have certain decisions where they'll have to choose the human element versus the business decision, right? Either the business wins or they are being people-centric. Difficult decisions where they have to either drop the business numbers or drop people and all of that, compromise something or the other. And with this particular simulation, what was the biggest input that came is that we were able to understand the leader's capability in certain areas, especially in high pressure situations. And as all of you agree, as far as leadership development is concerned, self-awareness is the first step that we start with. So this feedback went to all the leaders and people. So when we started off this program, at least 80% of them asked the question, and I'm sure most of you know, what's the question most leaders ask when you go to them with the L&D solution? ROI? Or, I've been working for 30 years, 25 years, 40 years. What do I need to learn furthermore, right? It's like a know-it-all. So with this awareness simulation showed them the true insights about what their strengths are and what could they improve. And because of those insights, we were able to sign them up for the next program. And then they asked more of the program, which was a coaching intervention one-on-one. So this became like a precursor before we launched a new initiative, which is still on. And this is something which I'm very happy to share with all of you. Thanks, Kabir, for reminding me.
Absolutely. I think awareness is, again, I hate to use the word cornerstone, but definitely is a cornerstone to who we are as people. So thank you for sharing. I'd love to go through that sometime as well.
Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah,
I've been here 30 years. I probably can't learn anything, but I will try. Thank you, Nuzhat. Lalit, over to you, sir. How has AI in L&D been implemented in your organization, and maybe one or two case studies? Okay, we just asked the professionals, the gentleman over there, if you can just keep the volume down, please. The voice booth, please, guys. Voice booth, hello.
Guys at the voice booth.
Just ask them to keep the volume down, please. Can you
just
keep it down?
reduce the volume,
thank
please?
Thank you very much. Lalit, over to you, sir, please.
Sure, Kabir. Honestly speaking, we've not yet implemented the AI as such in the organization. However, we are building one. Okay, we are building an AI chatbot, okay, which can talk to individuals and, and capture what is their learning preferences, right? What do they want to learn? In which area do they want to learn? Instead of the generic practice about the manager raising a training request and then it comes to us and then we go ahead and plan. We are giving this leverage to each and every individual to, put in their request in terms of what they want to learn. The objective is, at the end of the day, when we collect all these requirements, then it helps us build our calendar easily, right? We're able to plan our half-yearly, yearly calendar, right? Though ours is a medium-sized organization where most of our training programs that we conduct, it's all instructor-led or vendor-led programs. We don't use any of the learning aggregators in the organization because it is our belief system that if you give them a menu card, to learn, they will learn everything under the sky. But it will not be a focused learning approach, right? Hence, we have defined learning paths, okay, for various roles. However, we want them to come to the classroom, take out that learning time for which we've made the learning as a KPI, okay, so that they can learn, they can have an immersive experience, okay. So to support is why we are creating an AI-based chatbot, right, which can capture all these information.
Thank you. It's a very interesting take, the menu card of learning and development that people take, and sometimes it becomes a one-size-fits-all. So it's a very interesting approach that your organization is taking towards the implementation of learning. So, Mamta, I'm going to pivot over to you. That'll be my last question for the day, and then we can give the audience back a little bit of time. So the question remains the same. Talk to us about how AI has been implemented in your organization, and what were the success stories or what happened with that implementation?
Thank you, Kabir. So, as I said, our organization is widespread. There are people who are joining in literally every state. So that is the kind of joinings that happen. So I'm going to talk about the new joinee onboarding experience. So we used to experience a huge attrition. So when we looked at the data, why people are leaving us, one of the reasons we found that the connect is missing and various other parameters. So we came out with a beautiful 90-day induction program. So when we implemented that couple of years back, it fell flat. Because who's going to implement it, who's going to monitor? There are so many touch points. On a day one, the branch manager will speak. On the day two, the commercial manager will speak. The day three, buddy will speak. But are they talking to the employee who's actually looking at that? So it fell flat. That is when we realized without technology, we are not going to drive it successfully. So now the technology is able to kind of remind people, throw dashboards, remind HR, get everybody together on the act. So we are able to give those touch points to employees with the help of technology. So on day 7, he has to look at a particular e-learning module. On day 8, he goes to the market. So likewise. So we are able to get the dashboards. We are able to get a better visibility of red, amber, green, so-called, where are the difficult points for the employee. And that is where the HR's intervention begins. Rather than earlier case, we used to physically follow up on people. Did you meet the employee? Did you have those sessions with him? Did you take him to market? So those are not the concern points anymore. The concern now is we have identified a lot of data. We have identified issues. So what are we going to do with those issues? Have we settled them? So we have been doing this successfully for the past 1 year. So we are able to see 50% of attrition has reduced after we have been able to bring in technology. I wouldn't say it is only AI. AI is a part of it. There is a normal Darwin box based reminder that goes, the regular ELMS, and also AI. So put together all of that, the technology has really helped us to bring down the attrition and help people to up their productivity in a shorter time. This is one example. The other example is how we have used AI to kind of upskill our managers in their skills to develop their team members. So they have a scenario where the AI bot acts like a team member, and he is supposed to coach the team member, and he gets the feedback to kind of refine his skills. So with a fast pacing, people, a lot of people are joining. So it's impossible to keep training people on a physical way or in a classroom-led way. So this is really helping us. I would like to close here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mamta. And I love me a good dashboard. How many instructional designers in the house? Raise your hand. Okay. 2 instructional designers or 1 more? I'm partial instructional designer. There you go over there. I no longer write emails to people. Stop doing it completely. If I want to write an email to somebody, I open up my Word document, I speak into the document, it captures what I have to say, I send it to Copilot, I say wordsmith it, then send an email. I have gorgeous emails, probably win the award for the best email. I said to myself, why can't we make this into an e-learning? So you have a tool called Synthesia. You might want to write it down. If you don't remember it, think of a fat guy in Bangkok listening to 80s music. Okay? Shouldn't be using that word. Nevertheless, okay, Synthesia, text to speech. It takes your text, makes videos out of it, somebody is speaking. It's beautiful. Okay? We've taken Synthesia, we've connected it to Articulate Storyline for my instructional designer friends, connected Articulate Storyline to your data models, and now what happens? You got an e-learning, you speak to the e-learning speaks back to you. No longer click next, 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 it's going to end my life. Okay? Now the e-learning by itself becomes interactive. That's a use case that we've used with artificial intelligence. So one success story over here. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular panel was to talk about the next big investments in learning and development. Can you please give Nuzhat Ayaz a big round of applause, please? A nice big round of applause like you mean it. Let's go to my very handsome friend, Mr. Lalit Suresh. Round of applause for Lalit, please. And finally, a round of applause for Mamta. Thank you very much. We love you. Thank you.
We request the panelists to please stay back. That was a powerful end, and I think it just continued. We still have small formality to complete, and could I request Ms. Bilkis to please join us on stage to give the small mementos that we have. Gratification from our end for the time, presence, and all the insights shared. All right. Well, we are at that moment where we have only one session left. Do we have energy left? Do we have some energy in the house? Wow, nice. Much awaited response, yeah. Every time I have to get into the crowds to get the response, do we have some energy left? We have the final session, the final keynote of the day. What a fantastic 2 days we've had so far. Could we have everybody cheer, clap, and applaud for all the speakers, all the power speakers, panelists who have taken stage today. And we're just one session away, and post that we're going to have the award ceremony, the big night. So I hope the excitement stays alive. Before we invite the keynote speaker, just a quick energy check at tables. Which is the most happening table right now? I like the way how you're looking at the other tables. You have an option to make your table the happening one. So give me a big cheer and you become the most happening one. As simple as it gets. Which table is the most happening table? I like how the gentleman is like waving and now they're having a group discussion between themselves. Like kuch kare kya? Any team or any table which does anything with sync. It could be a cheer, it could be a clap, it could be like yes, hey, whatever it is. Super. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Superb. And that particular table. So now before I invite the next speaker, we have something very interesting. We love talking about technology and everything, and it majorly depends on coding and decoding, right? So here's a chance for you to decode something. Are we ready? This is where you say yes. All right, this is again a table game. If you know the answer, you give me a shout out, I come to you and you answer. So let's try and decode what's coming up on the screen right now. Could we have my slides, please? Could you decode this? Yes, it's a song. Which song is this? Huh? Yes, complete karna chahiye. So he's doing half and the other gentleman is doing 50%. To bolo sir, what do you think? Which song is this? हाँ ठीक कहा आपने, so complete कर दो.
अखियों से गोली मारे लड़की.
Copy paste. Yes, there we go. So who can give this one line properly to us? Complete line.
अखियों से गोली मारे लड़कियों लाइन मारे.
हाँ वो तो गाना. What? This game is not wrong answers only. Yeah? This is like right answers only. So who can give me the line correctly?
लड़की कमाल रे की अखियों से गोली मारे.
Oh, ये भी गलत है. Yes, okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1.
अखियों से गोली मारे लड़की कमाल तो.
वाह 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 वाह. Superb. Lovely, 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 lovely. Ma'am, one question. By any chance, are you carrying a band-aid with you?
No.
Ask me why. Just ask me why.
Why?
Because I hurt my knee when I fell for you singing. Next one. Yeah, you can clap for that. Some cheese in our food is always nice. Next question, please. All right. Who can get this? Which table? This one, Sergey got it. And with a straight face. Yes, that is indeed right. Auntie G, get up and dance. 1 point for this table. Round of applause. Next one. Next question coming up. Okay, this is easy. Yeah, very good. Wrong answer. Yeah, correct. So complete the song. So you can give me this line.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor.
Super, round of applause, 1 point there. Next. Okay. Let me give you the hint. Or before that, there's already a hand up.
This seems to be a local language. Car, Yelli, Nodi, car.
Vare va, superb, high five, superb. We're in Bangalore, that's a Kannada song. Lovely. Next one. One more. Again, this is a Kannada song. Anybody who can get this one? I love your confidence, ma'am. Really. Lyric is wrong, but you... Yes, who said that? So can we just get one line of it? Just complete that.
ನೂರೊಂದು ನೆನಪು ಎದೆಯಾಳದಿಂದ ಆಡಾಗಿ ಬಂತು ಆನಂದದಿಂದ.
Wow. Super. Dhanyavadalu. Next one. All right. Let's see. The front tables. Easy. Maybe if you could just try to decode it. What do you think? What do you think this is going to convert to? The emojis, just check it out.
Child, I don't know. Baby.
Correct.
Baby.
Yeah, so they're like,
I don't know, 3 babies.
and you got the song, yes. So you will say baby, baby, baby 3 times and everybody is going to give the chorus after that, all right? 3, 2, 1, go.
Baby, baby, baby.
Justin Bieber will be so proud of us. Next. Yes. All right. One of my favorites. Absolutely. MJ's track, Black or White. Let's reveal the answer and move on to the next one, and the final one, I believe. Next question, please. Yes, this is the last one. Who can get this? 2 points. Hindi. Decode, think, brainstorm, and then I'll give you a clue. With stable. L&D. Take a wild guess. Sabasa. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll give you a clue. The first emoji, it's more to do with love. So what do we call love in Hindi? Prem, pyar. So pyar or prem. I've given the clue. You can use one of the word and then you can get the other 3. Yes! I like the way he gets all the answers with such a straight face. I'm sure your favorite game is poker. You're pretty good at that. So could you have a big cheer for them? Lovely, ladies and gentlemen, that we have the smiles all around back again. With the same energy, let's welcome the closing keynote speaker. It's going to be an enthralling session for sure. We have with us this gentleman to talk about Envision to Execution, the Future Ready Leadership Gym. We have Paul Dupuy, CEO, Take 5 Global Leader, Management Consultant, and best-selling author. A huge cheer, a big round of applause. Let's hear it for Mr. Paul. Take it away, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm standing between you and dinner, right? Tough position to be. I'm Canadian. You don't get Justin Bieber today, you get Paul Dupuy. Next best thing, huh? All right. Well, welcome and thank you for this opportunity. It's just great to be back in incredible India. Some of you I spoke to outside, some of you know me, some of you old friends, so it's long time no see to many of you. It's nice to meet you to many of you. I spent 4 years in incredible India. I'm going to tell you a bit of my story. Today's going to be some stories, and they're wrapped around purpose and they're wrapped around future readiness, which are 2 key themes for me. So I'm going to connect it with my own story and talk about what I think future readiness is really all about. So here we go. Well, for those who are dedicated to learning, we know that it's important sometimes to push pause, honor the past, and focus on the future. And of course, learn from the past. So I'm going to go back and show you a little bit of my past, some of the lessons learned, and we'll talk it in terms of leadership muscles. So, Canada, 1972. You know, like Indians who love cricket, Canadians love ice hockey. It's our religion. I grew up on the ice. I probably learned how to skate around the time I learned how to walk. And that photo's me, the little guy, with my brother in the backyard rink. And I show you this photo because my dad built that rink for me. First example of real leadership, eh? Dad who went out minus 30 degrees, putting on a scarf and a hat and building this rink for his boys. And I learned a lot of lessons on the ice. So anyone who's played sports or anyone who's had a hobby, you know, you learn things from that. And I learned teamwork. I learned the importance of getting back up when you get knocked down. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, but we always bounce back. Resilience, right? An important muscle, which is important for the future. And my very first job was actually a paper delivery boy in Canada. It was a 365-day newspaper, morning newspaper. So think about that. 365 days on the bicycle, in the winter as well, in the snow. So I learned the importance of delivering on the promise. And that's where I came up with this idea of promise of action. Anyone who's worked with me in Randstad and beyond knows that Paul always talks about what's your POA. Every single interaction should result in a promise, whether it's with each other as colleagues, with your customers, and so on. What is your promise of action? And that's where that was born, and that sticks with me today. And of course, discipline. During university, I'm from Windsor, Ontario. It's kind of the Detroit of Canada. I worked on the assembly line at Chrysler. I was a welder building the Dodge minivan. So I learned some important lessons. One, hard work. I don't want to do this forever, but boy, I learned some important lessons. 1988, I'll never forget when this word came in. First time we heard it, Kaizen. Anybody know the word Kaizen? You've heard it? Okay. Kaizen is a very difficult word in Japanese, but when you simplify it, I define it as being better than yesterday. Very simply, being better than yesterday. That has stayed with me until this day. It's a very important muscle, the desire, the mission to be better than yesterday. So this young guy, I'm a little more aerodynamic now, but this young guy, 22 years old, 1990, I left my small town, first time on an airplane, first time out of Canada, fresh passport, and I went to Osaka, Japan. I wanted to do karate. I was going to stay 6 months. I was into karate. So I was going to go there for 6 months, go back to Canada, be a lawyer, live happily ever after. Well, that didn't happen. I ended up staying in Japan. I landed with my life savings, because I bought my plane ticket, bought my green suit that you saw there, and my red backpack, and I had exactly $300 Canadian to my name, and I slept on a park bench in Osaka my first night. Didn't know anybody in Japan, and that's where the adventure began. I got into Japan. I fell in love with Japan. I've now lived in Japan 4 times. I live in Tokyo now. Somehow I keep circling back to Japan. And of course I got into the martial arts. I learned Japanese. I speak Japanese. Of course I led Randstad Japan in Japanese. So it's really deep in my heart. And I also discovered along the way the importance of purpose. So this was where purpose comes into the conversation as a leader. I made my first trip to Cambodia in 1992 when Pol Pot was still in power. And the Khmer Rouge was running wild in Cambodia. And that's where I fell in love with the country. And I've been going there almost every year for many years as part of Hope International. I'm the former chairman. Microcredit projects and water projects as well. The importance of doing good. And then, if you recall, this day in Japanese history, probably in modern history, the most tragic day was the Kobe earthquake in 1995. The city was completely destroyed. I was there. And this literally shook me up and changed my ideas about life, what it means to be here on this planet. So I decided to become a teacher. I went back to Vancouver, focusing on purpose, so that if I become a teacher, I can make a positive impact on the world by impacting the future. The children, the future leaders, and so on. Back to Japan. Again, I stayed in education for a while. I'll fast forward, and I got into recruitment. So I met this company called Randstad, an amazing company, Dutch company, 42,000 people all over the world, a leading company. And they approached me to be one of the 3 managing directors in Japan of a very domestic Japanese operation. And so I went in. And through that journey, I had an aha moment. That leadership is actually really about enabling. What we do every day as leaders is enable those around us to shine. Ultimately, that's it. So if you gather great people and you create an environment where they can shine, I guarantee you the results will follow. And I certainly have proven that as a CEO. I've been in struggling organizations, fast-growing organizations, but that formula is always true. Of course, in Japan, you can see 95 offices, spent a lot of time with people in the field, as we say in Japanese, the gemba, right? And of course, reinforce the idea of leader as enabler. So then I got a call, which was a life-changing call from Amsterdam, the head office. My boss called, he said, Dutch guy, Robert Jan, he said, Paul, things are going well for you in Japan. I said, yeah, Robert Jan, thank you, really good. He said, good, time for a change. All the learning and development professionals know what I mean, right? Right? What? Time for a change, things are going well. Yes, time for a change, and I got it, you're right, Robert Jan. And he said, how about India? Yeah, deep breath, never been to India, know nothing about India. My wife's from Japan, by the way. We probably can't get too much further away in many ways, huh? India and Japan. But the backpacker in me was immediately saying yes. But I said, let me check with my wife. So we came and took a look. We came to Bangor. The first thing we saw was the Bangor traffic. Okay, welcome to India, yeah? All right, that's okay, yeah. And then, of course, everything in Bangor. We took a look, and I just fell in love with it. Soon after, a few days later, my wife said, let's go. So it was a done deal. I got on the plane. Those of you who know the story of Randstad, it's in my book, by the way, and some of you know it very well because many of you were my trusted and important customers. You also know that Randstad went through some very difficult times. So I was sent over on a mission. This connects with the important leadership muscles of the future. And I'm being very transparent now because the statute of limitations is done. I've graduated from Randstad. So I can share the real story for you. And it's quite dramatic, but I'll give you a piece of it right now anyway. It was a loss-making business for 7 years after the acquisition of Ma Foi. It was siloed. Very weak engagement. Some of this, I see some of you already nodding like maybe you have this issue in your organization. Huh? Low energy, the victim syndrome, blame culture, high attrition, lack of a clear purpose. In Good to Great by Jim Collins, they call it the doom loop. That was the situation in Randstad, India. Out of 38 countries in the world of Randstad, India was number 38, worst performing country and also a risk from key control framework standpoint, compliance, and I was sent to fix it. So here was the mission, kind of like Mission Impossible, but we'll call it possible, because fast forward, we ended up doing it. That's my big boss from the Netherlands, and he issued me the challenge, and this was it. Steady the ship, stop it from sinking, make tough decisions, courageous decisions, a very important muscle I came to develop here in India, achieve profitability, get out of the red, and ensure future readiness. The word future readiness was really planted inside me in 2017 when I arrived in India. I'll add this on. What is the mission of the leader? To enable future readiness. From every single member of the organization to the organization as a whole. And that became my mission. Oh, by the way, you got 18 months, Paul. So I got on the plane to incredible India, and it began. The first 90 days. I think all of us have read the book. It's a wonderful book. It's a classic, The First 90 Days. Well, my first 90 days, I decided to get into the field and meet with people, to learn, to really understand. I called it a pulse check. And I traveled all over the country. Sometimes cost-cutting initiatives, grabbed an auto in Chennai, and got to the client meeting on time. But I saw incredible India with my own eyes. I went through the four corners. I got on trains to Bhubaneswar and Jamshedpur and Bihar, and I went all over the place to be with our colleagues, to be with clients, to be in touch. And that was a reminder of the importance of leader as in touch. And I also discovered something, that every single voice is important in the organization. We sometimes focus on the top layers, N-1, N-2, but where the real work happens, where the real impact happens is actually on the front line, and it's so important to be in touch. And then I discovered something which I call AIR. The answers are in the room. Any challenge that you face, if you gather smart people together, and you listen to them, and you give them a chance to speak, you give them a voice, the answers are in the room. And I learned that firsthand in Randstad, India. There's a quote from Epictetus who said many, many, many thousands of years ago that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. This is very profound, isn't it? 2 ears, 1 mouth. A very important leadership quality. Listen more than you speak. Peter Drucker, we'll fast forward to more modern days, said something very similar. He said the leader of the past knew how to tell, the leader of the future knows how to ask. Again, very powerful and an important muscle, the ability to listen, the ability to ask rather than tell. You know, in this world of disruption, it's easy to get lost. It's not just disruption, it's interruption. And so the importance of what we call true north emerges, and that's also something that I learned. And here's an interesting thing. And when I wrote the book, I kind of discovered this, that the leaders that thrive during times of crisis versus those who survive, the organizations who thrive versus those who survive, there's a big difference. Think of COVID for a moment. Some organizations struggled big time, most did, but some actually thrived. And what we discovered when we analyzed is that the leaders and the organizations who thrive focus on why, more than the how and the what and the how many and so on. So the most effective leaders focus on why. So the why-centric, the purpose-centric leader is the most effective leader. And that's also a really important muscle to think about when we talk about future readiness. How much are we talking about why in our organizations? And as learning and development professionals, I'm sure you start every conversation with why, right? A wonderful quote from Jim Rohn. When the why is clear, the how is easy. Easy might be an over-exaggeration, but you know what I mean. When you start with why, that's your North Star, your true north, and you hold on to that why, and you begin every conversation with it, eventually the rest falls into place. So, Randstad, India, the dirty details are in the book. You can read it if you'd like, maybe a future Netflix drama, but we turned it around. Not only turned it around, we brought it from number 38 to number 1. India became number 1 in the world of Randstad on every metric. Year-on-year growth. Thank you. Well, thank you for clapping for me, but actually it's these folks right here. You know, who was I to come to India, to parachute in to an organization of 75,000 people and be the only non-Indian who've never been to India? What I did was I came and I shifted into enabling mode because I sure couldn't teach. I had no frame of reference, but I knew how to enable people. And I probably lit a few fires along the way, right? Got people excited. And we did it. And you may know some of these leaders. I'm sure many of you know Anjali, my CHRO, who's wonderful, and Vishy, who's now the CEO, was the CFO. And we hit some best ever results. The wind was at our backs, spotlight was on India, great things happening, and then boom. This seems like so long ago, but it was really just a few minutes ago when we went through COVID. And I was leading the ship through COVID. And this was a critical point in my leadership journey. And I think all of us as leaders built an important muscle here I want to share with you. Again, the importance of purpose. That at the end of the day, what is the role of the leader, especially in times of crisis? It comes back to purpose. Why are we here? For those of you who have been in learning development for a long time, you remember the old days when IQ was a predictive part of deciding whether someone was going to be on a path to becoming a leader. In other words, if you were smart, you're highly predictive of becoming a good leader. What did we learn? Smart people are not necessarily the best leaders. Isn't it interesting? So what came next? Do you remember? Hey, there we go. Okay, EQ. So if people have an emotional quotient, in other words, they're empathetic. We started to measure empathy. It became a KPI, being empathetic, being feeling. How do you measure that? Well, it became important, right? Very empathetic. And what I discovered during COVID is empathy is not enough, because when you look up the dictionary definition of empathy, it means feeling how the other person's feeling. Well, we lost 150 people, members of Randstad in India during COVID. And I was on calls with family every day. And just talking about it, I get a bit emotional. It was such a tough, tough time. And I was so frustrated because I was feeling for them, but I couldn't do anything. Because empathy is just feeling. And that's where the next muscle of leadership was born in my mind. And this is about future-ready leadership. The CQ. Can you guess what that is? Somebody just said it at the back, I think, yeah. The compassion quotient. Empathy is feeling, compassion is doing. So of course we need to be empathetic. First you got to feel. Next it's about doing. And I know all the organizations in this room, we all have stories that we can tell of things that we did where we rallied together to help not only our employees, but the communities, their families, and so on. And Randstad, of course, being a Dutch company, we worked with Philips to get oxygen concentrators, and we saved lives. We literally saved lives. So converting empathy to compassion is a key critical muscle of the future-ready leader. We learned that important lesson during tough times. So my purpose, I want to share it with you. My guiding principle, my true north, is to do well. I want to be the best I can be at whatever I'm doing. When I was CEO, I want to be number one. I want to be the best. Father, son, husband, hockey player, whatever. I just want to be the best I can be. But that's not enough. That's not a full life in my mind. It's important to also do good. Do something good for the world. And I know many of the organizations in the room are committed to doing this. We also need to encourage our leaders to do this, to walk the talk on doing good and doing well and doing good. We all know VUCA, right? VUCA was actually created in 1987. You may know this. The US military created the concept. This is all about a military situation, right? If you think about it, volatile, uncertain, complex, and they came up with their way of navigating through it, and they're very, very good at it, right? Well, VUCA's a bit old now. A new one was born called BANI. Have you heard of this? Yeah? Okay, how about this one? You've heard of tuna? Yeah? It's, let's say, the most recent, and I'd say cutting edge. So if you haven't heard of it, please take it away and use it. You'll impress people by your cutting edge knowledge. Turbulence, uncertainty, novelty, ambiguity. Leaders need to be able to deal with each of these elements. And they need to be able to deal with it in an agile way, in a compassionate way. So tuna, whether you like tuna or not, embrace it because it's here. This is our world now. So what's the role of L&D in all this? In this crazy world that we're in now, where compassion's important, where purpose is important, where we're in that can of tuna. Well, one is, of course, we know our leaders start as being tactical. Most leaders they start from the ground, from the dirt, right? We all kind of come from here, and we are comfortable being tactical. That's what we know. We need to help leaders move from tactical to being strategic. And the way you be strategic is you co-create. It's a journey. You don't do it alone. And from strategic, we go to visionary. And visionary leadership is a muscle. It can be built, absolutely can be built, but it takes hard work. And visionary leadership is not about being a fortune teller. It's about having the wisdom based on past experiences to peek around the corner before you get there. It's a muscle that can be built. Of course, the combination of tactical and strategic are important, but there's one more that I've discovered, and I'm thinking a lot about it recently. I'm talking about it, I'm writing about it. It's called reflexive leadership. And that is that response we have without thinking to a situation. If you're a sales leader and your team doesn't hit their target, that immediate response that you have, right? When you're an HR head and you're about to have a meeting, it starts at 2 o'clock and your team walks in at 2:01, that immediate response you have when the blood boils, right? Those little things that we have an instinctive response to, those are reflexes. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. Reflexes can be learned and can be unlearned. In order to ensure leaders are future ready, we need to help them identify their good reflexes and the bad reflexes and help them build more of the good ones. So, looking ahead, why am I here today? Why did I come over from Tokyo? Well, a few reasons actually. I'm doing a number of things. I'm an external advisor to Bain Consulting now, working on projects around the world. After graduating from Randstad, I'm doing some management consulting, writing another book, doing some guest speaking and so on. But I've just created a new e-learning program and a mastermind program. I want to share a little bit with you. Some of you have spoken to me outside, so I'll share a bit more about it. I had an aha moment, which is really back to future ready. And I'm an athlete, I guess you could say. I'm heading towards 58 years old. I still play ice hockey, still walk my 10,000 steps every morning. I walked Cubbon Park this morning as I did when I lived here. And I thought about this in terms of leadership is a set of muscles that we can build. And where do you build muscles? Well, you go to the gym, right? So why not create a leadership gym? So it's a bit of a fun concept. It starts with an e-learning program, which is 15 episodes of me talking about leadership. 5 to 7 minutes each. There's an assignment at the end, which is an exercise. So we frame it in a way, okay, now it's time to go to the gym. Let's go. Let's build those muscles. And then it leads into a mastermind program, which I've co-created with Marshall Goldsmith. And Marshall, if you know him, he's my coach and a good friend of mine and has helped me along this journey as well. So the future-ready leader really builds future-ready muscles. Sorry, go back here. It's the muscles. Now, these are just examples, but for a long time, we were autocratic, we were directive, we were pace-setting, we were logical, we were results-oriented, but we realized we also need to do the right side. And it's not about one or the other, it's about a meter and helping leaders understand where they need to be and also build those muscles to be able to use all of those muscles. Those of you who have done an MBA, you've studied path goal leadership, path goal theory, you've studied situational leadership as well. We know there's 4 quadrants of leadership, right? Each of these are muscles. All of us default to one of these categories, sometimes 2, but we're comfortable usually in 1 or 2. Directive, do it. Achievement oriented, target, result, right? Participative, let's go. Roll up sleeves, let's go. Supportive, come on, we can do this. I'm here to help you. An effective leader, the future-ready leader, is someone that can navigate through all of these and also be self-aware to understand where they need to be and where they don't need to be at the moment. We hear a lot about transformation. Well, it's a gradual process. We know that. It doesn't happen overnight. And I'm going to talk about how these two things, as I wrap up, how these two things, these magic weapons, have helped me along my journey as a leader. So I arrived in India, as you heard. I knew a lot about this thing. I told you, 1988 on the assembly line at Chrysler. I took this into my world as a leader. I use Kaizen every single day. And in Japan, it's easy because everybody gets it. Get rid of the muda, right? Get 1% improvement, quality control, round table, all that stuff. Okay, I did all that. It takes a long time. It's slow, it's meticulous, but it's important and it works, right? Then I arrived in India and discovered this thing. And then I heard it's controversial. People are, oh, Jugaad, bad, Paul, bad. Really? And then I saw on the streets of India all over examples of Jugaad. And I was like a tourist. For 4 years, I was taking photos. Every time I saw something cool with contraption, with bicycle, with, carrying a whole household furniture, and, wow, this is amazing, the creativity. So here's the way I want to present it to you. Kaizen, focus, quality, 1 degree of improvement, meticulous, commitment to improvement, consensus, right? Ingenuity, creative, let's do this, let's move fast, let's just figure it out. Now imagine if you take those two and you marry them. That to me is the most magical combination. That's the challenge I'd issue to all of you, to bring Jugaad together with Kaizen when you're out there developing the leaders of the future in your organizations. Build a culture of speed and quality, of focus and creativity. These are wonderful elements that can be married together. That's something I'm committed to doing. In my book, I talk about the 5 E's, which is really about future-ready leadership, and each of these has a story, each is a series of muscles, so on. And then, so I was with Marshall about a month ago in Nashville. I went to his house, and we went for a ride in he's got a very cool red, old convertible. We're driving down the streets of Nashville, Tennessee, with country music on the radio, and I said, Marshall, I'm gonna challenge you. We have some interesting debates from time to time. I said, Uncle Marshall, I call him Uncle Marshall. Uncle Marshall, you said in your book, what got you here won't get you there. I don't agree. He said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I think a lot of what got me from there to here is going to get me to the future. He said, oh, yeah. But it's not enough. That's the aha moment. A lot of what got us from there to here will be useful in the future, but it's not enough. And as L&D professionals, we need to remember that. Yeah? It's not enough. What are the muscles we need for the future? So I'm going to just quickly play a video. I think will this work if I hit play? Yeah? Okay. How are you doing as a leader? Is your vision compelling? Are you expressing that vision effectively to your team? Is your team excited about your vision? Are you enabling your team to bring that vision to life? And finally, are the wheels of execution moving and moving in the right direction? Greetings, I'm Paul Dupree, and I'm pleased to present this very special e-learning program called the Future Ready Leadership Gym. Based on my best-selling book, The E5 Movement, Leadership Through the Rule of 5. Join me in this journey to help you bring your vision as a leader, no, a future-ready leader, to life and create a game-changing movement. Together, we will explore and build those critical future-ready muscles of envision, express, excite, enable, and execute. To ensure that the teams we lead are ready not only for today and tomorrow, but be prepared for the day after tomorrow. See you in the Future Ready Leadership Gym.
And you're done.
So I had a lot of fun about 5 months ago in a studio. It was a church, Padma? Padma was helping me do that. And we were in a green screen studio. This church, talk about Jugaad in a way. During COVID, the bishop needs to reach the parishioners. How do you reach the parishioners? Well, you need to preach using technology. They built a professional quality studio in this church. And now they've turned it into a business because COVID's done. So we rented it out for 3 days in the green screen. I'm not a professional host or speaker or whatever, so a lot of edits, a lot of redos. We had a lot of fun, and at the end we even did a little Bollywood dance. All right, to wrap up, learning and development. I'm going to propose to you and even challenge you to drop the development word. I don't like it. Somehow it was dropped on you, by the way. Did you choose the title Learning and Development? Anybody? From today, I think you are the L&G professionals. Thank you. Who said that, by the way? Well done. Yes, absolutely agree. You are all about growth, and you could even say enabling growth, right? So wouldn't it be great if we started every day from that stance now as leaders, as L&G professionals, that our mission is to help the organization grow. How do we do it? We help our people grow. We enable them to grow at every stage of their journey with the organization. And we know what all the benefits are of that, right? They stay with us, they grow with us, they perform, and they live their best lives. All right, so I'm going to stop here. The leadership, future-ready leadership, Jim, is something I'm really excited about. It's the next stage of my journey. It is envision to execution. 1 year ago, I had a call from Amsterdam to move to the next stage of my journey within Randstad, and I politely said, no, thank you, which surprised a lot of people, and I got off the bus. And now I'm doing what I really, really love. I'm helping organizations be future ready, and I love India, so I'm spending a lot of time in India working with organizations using this. So again, I want to thank you for listening to me, and thank you for all the great conversations I've had so far, and look forward to having some more after this. Thank you.
Thank you. But we request you to stay back, Mr. Paul, just one more time. We'll take this opportunity to gratify you. Could we have Ms. Bilkis back on stage? And by any chance, do we have any questions? Are we open for questions? Is it okay if we could take some questions?
Happy to take a couple questions.
Anybody any questions?
Thanks, Bilkis. I hope it's good. Sorry I went a little over time.
First of all, I think we should put our hands together for that session. Thank you so much for talking to us about your journey. Inspirational for sure. Any question do we have?
Thank you so much.
Not even about $300 being $18,000 when he landed in Japan? Right? Okay, I'll ask you this question.
Sure.
India, Japan, or Canada?
Oh man, I like the triangle. I like that triangle. Really good.
We're going to pick one.
Canada for hockey, India for the food, although I like Japanese food as well, Japan for the nature. So my heart's in all three places, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I should add one more thing, in India for the people. The vibe here is unlike anywhere else. I have to tell you, by the way, outside in, you know, and I wonder if you all realize that this is the most amazing moment, I think, for India, really in modern history. Eyes are on India. And when I turn on Japanese TV, for example, the TV every day is showing something from India. It used to be really simple stuff. It was about Indian food and yoga and Ayurveda and that kind of thing. Now it's about business. It's about investment. It's about India going to the world, opening up for FDI, a GCC's discussion. I mean, this is all over Japanese TV, which was unheard of before. By the way, Japan, in 2023, FDI, so foreign direct investment, if you look at all the countries around the world, which country cumulatively did Japan invest the most in 2023? India. By far. That tells you something, huh? It tells you something. So eyes are on India. It's such a wonderful time for you all, I think, but it also brings responsibility. Like that quote from Spider-Man, right? With great power comes great responsibility. You have an important mission to lead the way on enabling the future of India to grow, to lead this amazing story forward. So as the future L&G professionals, yeah, I look forward to seeing some new business cards soon. Learning and Grow professionals. I look forward to partnering with you on the journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
All right, with this, we've come to the end of all the speaker session. Once again, let's honor all the speakers, panelists, and power speakers and panelists who were right here with us. With a big round of applause. Everybody, one more time for all those who shared their insights, offer all their news, views, and reviews. And also one good thing is we're right on time, which usually does not happen. 6 o'clock, the awards, and we're going to start in the next 2 minutes. So quickly request everybody, in case if you want to hydrate yourself, you want to take a quick break, we want all of you to be back with us. In the next 2 minutes, we'll have the awards starting in less than 2. Thank you. Let's have some music at the back. Well, we're just a couple of minutes away from kickstarting the awards evening. We have a lot of partners who have their kiosk right at the back and by the sides. Request the delegates and partners to please step there and get to experience. We'll be starting in less than 2 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's right about time that we start the evening and the award ceremony. Do we have everybody inside? And do we have the energy in the house? Can we have a big cheer for the awards night that's about to begin? Could we have everybody cheer out one more time? Come on, please. Everyone, put your hands together. Anybody else left outside? We're going to do something before we start with the awards. Just have a look at your neighbors. If they're outside, do please them in. We will begin right about now. Before we start, we have Mr. Paul in the house. Yesterday I happened to teach you a little bit of Malayalam. So as we go on with this particular part, I'll try and teach you a little more about India than what you know about. So here we love to celebrate things. We start an awards evening with a lot of love and with a lot of light and sound. You must have already known that. Yes and no, in India we do that. Any celebration, light and sound is a must, right? So that's what we're going to do. And we are here in Bangalore, city of RCB. Any RCB fans in the house? Superb. Any IPL fans in the house? Lovely. Any fans in the house of anything? So what we're going to do is, we're going to turn it little like a stadium right here, a small vibe to bring in that light factor. Usually we start any ceremony such as this with lighting of the lamp, but we're going to do something else. For this, I want all of you to get your first love out. That's our mobile phone. And could I have everybody turn on your flashlights, please? Let's have a flashy start for the award ceremony starting right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024. Could I see all those lights up in the air and black out, please? And keep the track on standby. Wait. So, for them I gave the instruction to the sound console, so do not get confused. Could I see the lights up in the air? Lovely. So, could I have you just go towards the left, right, left, right, and now center. Now you will hear the instruction from the speaker and I want you to go by it, vibe with it, little energy, little noise, little cheer, and let's kickstart the awards 2024 right here. Hit the music, please. Up in the air, straight up. We're here at BW L&D Excellence Awards.
And we move it to the left.
Left.
Take it to the right.
I want a little more energy when we do this.
Left.
Hey.
To the right.
Right.
Move it to the left.
Go. You can say hey. Hey. One last time.
Move it to the left.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's lit, and welcome you all to BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward after the fantastic discussion, the panelists, the speaker session, we head towards the BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024 as we gather here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in the L&D space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment, dedication towards designing, learning with a purpose. Before we move on, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners for the day. First up, HR Network Partner, NHRD Bangalore Chapter, Coaching Partner, Take 5 Global, Tech Training Partner, NLink, Exhibit Partners, Great HR, Stalwart Learning, Corporate Gifting Partner, GKD. Could we have a big cheer for GKD in the house, please? Beautiful gifts. And our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Pitch, Fund Room, Beanley Coffee. And just to let you know, today's ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwpeople.in. So join the celebration and be a part of the BW L&D Excellence Awards. You can use the same hashtag BW L&D Excellence Awards to tag us. And BW People brings the latest insights of learn CEOs, HR leaders, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, HR solutions company, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, the job market, and everybody in the entire HR ecosystem. And now I request the team to please play the community audiovisual, please. Right, we are BW People. Could we have a big cheer for BW People, please? And it's absolutely the right time to talk about another important announcement we are making today. That is, we are unveiling the BW People L&D Survey Report 2024. The BW People L&D Survey has gathered key insights on L&D strategies, trends, and best practices from leading CHROs, CLOs, and HR professionals. It has identified challenges, innovative solutions, and measures for increasing the effectiveness of L&D initiatives. The results will offer valuable benchmark and actionable insights to help companies enhance their L&D programs, build a skilled workforce, and deliver value to businesses. And to do this, it's my honor and privilege to invite the league for the unveiling. Could we have Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, Business Head, BW People, to please join me on stage, and also joining Mr. Abdullah M, VP at BW People. Let's put our hands together. And also, could we have the pleasure of having CEO Thick5 Global, Mr. Paul Jubbi, to join us. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to have a countdown together, and we're going to unveil this important announcement that's been waiting for a very long time, the BW People L&D Survey Report 2024. So I was going to give a countdown, but yes, he always thinks ahead of time, so go ahead, sir. We will still cover this up. Quickly, let's do this. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. A big cheer. Music, please. Pump it up. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that you need to know. BW People L&D Survey Report 2024. Thank you. And we request Mr. Abdullah sir to please stay back, as we would love to hear a few words from you. Could we have a big cheer and welcome back Mr. Abdullah M, Vice President at BW People.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all of you. Today, we are all here to take pride to be the L&D specialist, HR practitioners, and celebrate this super specialty profession. L&D Excellence Awards 2024 have been designed keeping in mind the smart work and success stories of various L&D professionals from across industries, across companies, from across India. The jury and the jury process, an extremely talented set of minds from the field of corporate HR, people practice, have judged each entry very meticulously, and judging process has been fair and transparent and of academic nature. The nominations of some of the extremely talented L&D minds have participated this year, and the works shared with the jury are simply just remarkable. Congratulations to all the winners, all the nominees, and our sincere gratitude to the eminent jury. Thank you. Over to you, Amar.
Thank you. And now before we start with the award ceremony, I would like to take this moment to thank all our jury members for their deliberation and the contribution in deciding the winners. The jury members of BW L&D Excellent Awards have been, I'm just going to read out the names. It would be really nice if you could join hands. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media. Madan Dinesh Gomez, CHRO at Zepto. Bhavish N. Chandavia, CEO, Executive Director, General Manager, Ethiopian Steel PLC, member of Safal Group Africa, the Safal Group. Mr. Ravi Kumar, Senior President and Chief People Officer at Page Industries. Ms. Vandana Thalwani, CHRO, Havas India, Chief Diversity Officer, Havas APAC. And Mr. Harshwendra Soin, President, Asia Pacific and Japan Businesses, Tech Mahindra. Mr. Vivek Jain, CHRO, Capri Global Capital. Nalini George, CHRO at Bangalore International Airport. Mr. Sandeep Batra, CHRO at Adani Airport Holdings Limited. Ms. Monica Ward, SO1 Training, Assistant Chief Instructor, Australian Army. We also had Mr. Kamaljeet Kaur, Chief People Officer, Jansaw Group. A big cheer for all of them, and also joining the League of Jury Members is Ruhi Pandey, Group CHRO and Head Marketing and Communications, Sterlite Power. We also had Sudakshina Bhattacharya, President and CHRO, HDFC Ergo General Insurance. A big cheer for all the jury members who are behind the scenes. And now before we begin, I request the team to please play the message from Dr. Anurag Batra, our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief and Founder of Exchange for Media.
Good evening, welcome to the BW People, BW Business World Learning and Development Awards. The last 2 days, I'm sure, have been full of learning, networking, insights and inspiration. The BW People community is a community of HR leaders and leaders who are engaged in developing the human resources through learning and development. Today, we award the organizations, individuals and best practices in the HR and people domain in terms of learning and development. It has been done through a jury process. I'm sure the winners today would be worthy of winning. My congratulations to all the winners. The heart of the BW Business World and BW People Awards is the jury process. I'm sure you will showcase AV of the jury process. I'll tell you how the jury process was democratic, fair, and absolutely transparent. Learning and development is an everyday job. Technology is changing the way we work, the way we live, the way we shop, the way we engage with co-workers, the way we engage with customers. So there is continuous learning and development, both for skills that we traditionally call soft skills, which is communication, leadership, team building, empathy, happiness, mental well-being and mental health development is also a very important part of learning and development. But also functional skills. Every CXO wants to know about how artificial intelligence is changing his or her sphere of work. How can he use or she can use AI tools to do better? There is technical knowledge, there is leadership skills, there is immersive experiential learning. So really, the cycles in L&D have become shorter. Individuals are learning something every 6 months, every year. COVID made us constant learners. COVID also gave us the tools which are long distance to be able to do learning from a long distance and then do more face-to-face learning. So clearly, as they say, the one who evolves stays ahead. Learning is evolving. So I wish all of you luck in your endeavors to contribute to your organizations and making sure that you leave a positive impact on people around you. So I wish you luck, and I'll see you soon at another BW Business World and BW People Initiative.
Thank you. A big applause to Dr. Anurag Batra, our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief. And now, before we move on to the next bit, as he said in the video, we're going to have the jury AV to show you a glimpse of all the behind-the-scene process. And let's hear from the jury.
This has been out and out an incredible experience. Being a jury and reviewing some great and amazing work done in the learning space. There was a lot of emphasis on skills and how it directly correlated to organizational success. It's amazing to see the work done in this area. Clearly, all nominees showcased efforts that enabled innovation, there were business challenges, and how it impacted critical business outcomes. I was totally overwhelmed by the concerted effort, commitment, dedication, and how the teams nurture talent. Hearty congratulations to all the winners, and a big shout out to Business World team for creating a platform and on a purpose-driven learning. Thank you.
And I want to take a moment to say a very big thank you for being a part of the BW L&D Awards. Business World is brilliant, and it's an absolute pleasure to be on the jury and evaluate such incredible nominations. The level of innovation, dedication and impact showcased by each nominee was truly inspiring. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Business World team for their seamless organisation and support through this process. It has been an honour to work alongside such amazing professionals. And finally, a huge congratulations to all our winners. Your work is outstanding and deserves to be celebrated. Thank you for driving excellence in learning and development.
Judging is a sin, and that's why during the sessions of assessment of all the nominations at BW L&D Awards, we were trying to get into appreciative inquiry mode. And guess what? We are so appreciative of the efforts of all who are in pursuit of L&D excellence. Enjoyed the sessions as assessors. We learned a lot, and we also had side discussions about various submissions, and it was fun. I understand it was very time crunched, and hence we had to be moving very speedily. I learned a lot from my co-jury as well. I want to thank BW L&D Awards for having me to assess this.
It's been an absolute pleasure being on the jury at the BW L&D Awards. I must say that this is something that I've really enjoyed, the whole process of looking at candidates, looking at what experiences they've been through, and of course the fantastic work that each one of them has done. I wish all of them the very best for the awards. Regardless of being a winner or not, I must say that the learning that one can get out of such a process in terms of going through the entire awards categories and also applying for them is what is important. All the best to the winners, and of course to all those who want to win in the future as well. And of course a big thank you to the Business World team for putting this together. Has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Could we have a big cheer one more time for all our jury members? And also I stay corrected. It is Miss Kamaljeet Kaur, Chief People Officer, General. And now, as we know, it's a tedious process to be the judge and to get the winners. We have with us Mr. Ravi Kumar, Senior President and Chief People Officer at Page Industries, to please join us on stage. Could we have a huge round of applause? And I request Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, our business head, BW People, to kindly join us on stage to felicitate him. Music on standby. Thank you for being a jury member, and if we could request you to share a few words. So if we could have you talk to us and tell us a little bit about the process and the evaluation that went by.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of us have said a lot in these videos, but I guess the best part is the learning that we would have got as jury members while listening to so many of the applicants. I think it is very important that we look at it as a learning rather than winning an award or not winning an award. And I think there were a lot of takeaways. I really wish it would have been an in-person event where all of us could have gotten together, and all the participants as well could have listened to each other, and I think we could all improve what we are doing in our organizations and what we do in our learning and growth roles. So that's where I'd like to leave it. I think it's a question of what we pick up from the learning from different participants, and I think from different jury members as well. So thank you very much, BW World. I think very well put together.
Thank you. All right, now it's the time to reveal the winners of the BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024. And once we call out the winners, when you come to receive your award, we request you to please stay and pose for the picture. Once you're done, we request you to move towards the left side of the stage where your individual picture would be clicked. And post winning the award, we would love to have you till the very end. We request all of you to stay back for a group picture for the editorial coverage. If you leave, your award will be taken back. Disclaimer already given. So, all with this, are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Could I have everybody put your two hands up in the air, please? I need a little more energy because we need to show that excitement for the awards night. No hands up, Wala, just straight up, Wala. When I ask you to clap, just clap once according to the beat. Clap, 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 and make some noise. There we go. The awards night is now open, and to do the honors, join me in welcoming one more time Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, Business Head, BW People, to join us. And also next presenter, Mr. Abdullah M., Vice President, BW People. Let's hit the music, please. And could we have Mr. Ravi Kumar, Senior President and CHRO, Page Industries, to join in. And of course, Mr. Paul Dupey, Global Leadership Coach and CEO, Take 5 Global, to join as the presenters. Round of applause one more time. Let's get started. All right, console, let's hit it. Let's have the first category coming up on the screen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, right here at the BW People L&D Excellence Awards 2024, Innovative Learning with Team Award. And the winner, join hands. Congratulations to Eileen. And could we have Mr. Vinay Karamchetti to join us on stage to receive this. The first winner will join us right here on stage, the BW L&D Excellence Award 2024. Thank you, congratulations. Let's move on to the next category coming up on your screen. "41 winners right here today. And this is People First Organizational Award. And the winner, with your hands together, we have XYXS Afros. We have Peter Bandure to please join us. It's Peter representing XYXS Afros, the winner, People First Organizational Award. We're now moving forward, the next category coming up on your screen. Best Leadership Development Program. And the first will be Silver. Best Leadership Development Program. And in the Silver League, it goes to HDFC Agro General Insurance Company. We have Gaurav Parati, Vice President Human Resources, Abhishek Chatterjee, Assistant Vice President HR, Tony Velu, Assistant VP HR. And if any of the leaders and winners would wish to share few words, please feel free. You can ask for the microphone and do share. We would love to hear from you. And now moving on in the same category, now let's head it for the gold. Best Leadership Development Program. And the gold winner is, join hands, J.K. Simmons. Dr. Anlip Jain, Group President, People, Culture and Digital, and the team. Congratulations, a big cheer. They've been with us since morning, a lot of participation. And the winner in the category of Best Leadership Development Program, the gold. We're now moving forward to the next category coming up on the screen. AV, please. Right here, the L&D Excellence Awards 2024 Best Skill Development Program. And in the Bronze League, it goes to Growth Rate Enterprises Group. We have Stejashri Matre, Deputy General Manager, Capability Building and Training Lead. All right, moving forward, could we have the AV again in the same category? And this time it is for Silver. Best Skill Development Program. Silver. It goes to KPMG Global Services. Could we have Ms. Yamini Rangarajan, Director, Learning and Development. Congratulations, KPMG Global Services. We request you to please move towards the left, ma'am. Sir, if we could have you towards the left side of the stage. They're too excited about the award. We want you back on stage for the picture, an individual picture. We can still applaud for them one more time. Grand entry. No worries. On the left, yes. Once again, a reminder for all the winners, when you come right here, please receive the award at the center and then please walk towards the left for the individual picture for our coverage. Thank you. And let's move on. AV, please. Best Skill Development Program, we're still in the same category. And again, a silver. And it goes to Kinara Capital. And we have this greasy cover money in the house. Receiving it. We're giving away the organizational awards in the same category, Best Skill Development Program, and this time it's the gold. And let's have a look at the winner. The Skill Development Program. In this category, the gold winner is. Join hands, let's welcome Excellence Consulting India. And could we have Ms. Malavika Manohar from the team to join in? Once again, a reminder, the winners, we want you to come on stage with a lot more excitement, and if you wish to talk, please do let us know. And all the winners, let's cheer for our friends right here. I'm just going to take a moment to announce the next one. Once we are done with that capture, I'll tell you why. Yes. Hope we got a good picture. Yes. One second. Yes. And we want you to walk back there. The only reason is, the next winner, you will know why I said that. Could we have the best use of blended learning commercial sector, the AV? Best use of blended learning commercial sector, the winner is Excellence Consulting India. Once again, we wanted you to walk with a pride. Once again, we wanted you to take that limelight, feel the spotlight. The winner, and we have Ms. Malavika Manohar back on stage. We have a bigger cheer for the team and for Ms. Malavika. Moving forward, the next category, please. Next is best use of micro-learning. And the winner is SDFC General Insurance Company. Could we have check? Check 1, 2. Once again, the team, we have Mr. Gaurav, the office shape, Ms. Panivedu in the house. And team, we are here for the second time, and we're going to make this property now. If you're here for the second time, then you get to speak something. You get to talk and share. Yeah, at that time you have something else to do. Second time you talk, third time something else.
So I've already spoken in the first part of the day. So it is Pony's time now.
So thank you so much. So it's been a privilege and honor to be part of the, HDFC Ergo and also to be a part of this award. It's all hard work and definitely a year full of challenges, ups and downs that we have gone through, and we have come here. So thank you so much, HDFC Ergo, Gaurav, Abhishek out here. This is all for our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I love you fine people so much, I'm going to give you a heads up. If you come to the stage for the third time, you're going to sing a song depicting your mood and excitement, and fourth time, you dance. Let's move on with the AV and the next category of winners, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, the BW People L&D Excellence Awards Best Sales Training Program. And in the Bronze League, we again have HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company. Once again, we have Mr. Gaurav, Mr. Abhishek, Ms. Ponivelu. And the gentleman smartly stood on the sidelines there, because he knows the third time this team is on stage, they have to do something. It is a rule. Anybody from your team? So one song talking about the mood and the excitement that you feel as a team, anything.
There's a quote we have where it's like, HDFC Ergo figure not because of the insurance factor. So I think because of how the L&D team, Ponni, Gaurav and the rest have done, I think L&D figure not.
That is nothing but a sales pitch. A huge round of applause to the team one more time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the same category of Best Sales Training and Program, before we have the AV, I would like to invite our console team is in hurry for dinner. Could we have Mr. Rajnikant Yu, Group CLO at Advents, to please join us and be a part of the presentation party? Okay, he's not here. We will have the next presenter. Could we have Johnston Richard? Could we have Johnston Richard, Business Learning Partner at Tesco, to please join us on stage to be a part of the presentation party, please? Mr. Rajnikant had to leave. Can we have a round of applause? Completing the league on stage. And now let's reveal Best Sales Training Program. And this time it is in the Silver League, Kotak Life. Can we have Ms. Nita Kaku, Vice President, to please join us onto the stage? A good cheer for Kotak Life Silver Best Sales Training Program. And now in the same category, it's time to witness the gold winner, Best Sales Training Program Gold. Let's reveal. And the gold winner is, right on the screen, Yara, Infra Market. And can we have Mr. Nitin Kumar, AVP, Head HRBP, and Mr. Rishabh Bhargava, Head L&D, to join us on stage. Congratulations to the winner. And now we move on to the next category. And it is Best Learning Culture Initiative. Let's have a look at the Bronze League. So there's 197 Communications Limited. We have Ms. Alia Khatun Khan, AVP Learning and Development, HR. And Alia ma'am, next time you carry Band-Aid, we'll make sure I'll upgrade it to gold from my end. Huh? Congratulations to the team right there. And now, would you wish to share a few words? Because you're such a good singer, if you could have that converted into words as well, or a song for the night. Right here in the center, please. Yeah, your words also is like singing only.
Yeah, but I would love to say that the problem that we're solving at Paytm of not only, our users are very different. We have your engineer graduates who have seen the world, and then you have your high school pass out who you need to make employable and build a stronger economy, have people to come to mainstream, and that's the problem that we are solving, and it's inspiring. And the song that I want to sing isn't only a line, which is Paytm karo. That's
Wow, super, thank you. It looks like everybody's still with their corporate presentation. It's stuck, it's there. Well, thank you so much, that was really sweet, and congratulations to the winner one more time. Come on everybody, clap it out loud. 197 Communications, Paytm. And now moving on, let's have a look at the silver winner in the same category, Best Learning Culture Initiative. Silver goes to SDFC Ergo, General Insurance Company. And this time, the team, with a big cheer to Gaurav, Mr. Abhishek, Ms. Ponigelu. All right, ma'am, fourth time. You have to call your teammates, they're your teammates. Can we have you on stage? Quickly. Yes. Can we have Mr. Gaurav as well? Can we cheer for them one more time? Super. So I said fourth time, it has to be a dance move. We got to know. So what we will do is I'll help you with this because you won 4. There's also a particular gentleman who I recently did an event who won 4 awards. King Khan, 4 times Filmfare Awards and more, the main award. So I'll teach you one step to feel like the kings because you already won 4. You just follow that, right? So can I have you right here with me? Join me. I'll just teach you to do that love symbol and just follow me out. And this was taught to me by the king himself. So let's do this. All you have to do is get your right leg this way and tilt it like this. It's got to be straight. And now put your body weight, bend your right leg a bit, put your back into it, and take your 2 hands. Feel like you're the greatest lover in the world, and you go like, For the 4-time winners, SDFC Ergo in the house. Everybody, big cheer. I think they should get 1 extra award for doing that. And now let's move on quick. Let's have the next AV on our screen, please. Best Learning Culture Initiative. silver, L&T Realty to join us. We have Chief Executive, Bangalore, Mr. Bujuraj, Mr. Ankur Veed, Assistant Manager, Performance Management at L&T, joining us. Congratulations, team, and we request you to join us there for a picture. And now let's move on in the same category. It's time to witness the gold winner. AV, please. BW People L&D Excellence Awards 2024. Best Learning Culture Initiative. The gold winner is Siemens Healthineers. Can we have Ms. Nritya Ganesh? And the team. As the gold winners, we request the team to share a few words. Best Learning Culture Initiative.
I'd like to thank BW for a fantastic 2 days, a lineup of some fantastic speakers and topics. I think it was really insightful. And I joined Siemens Healthineers 2 years back to build a learning ecosystem under the brand name of DC Varsity. And I think without the business, walking the talk with the business, without the business being a key player in this game for us, and a brilliant team, the knowledge management and learning team, I don't think we would see this. So thank you, BW, for this. Thank you. Thanks to the jury. Thanks to the team and the extended Siemens Healthineers family.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. And now moving forward, could we have a look at the next category that's coming up on the screen? This time it is Best Employee Upskilling Strategy. And the silver winner is Vihash Yadav, KPMG Global Services. We have Ms. Yamini Rangarajan, and Director, Learning and Development. Could we have another mic on standby, please? As the second time, as we have you right here on the stage for the second time, you get to share a few words, please.
Hey, good evening, everyone, and it's lovely meeting all of you today. Thank you, BW, for this wonderful opportunity. For KPMG, this is the first time that we are applying with BW, and it's been a phenomenal experience. There are two things that, in this opportunity that I reflect and see how the entire journey of building a solution that is sustainable, that is scalable, and meets with the ever-growing demand of the business and people. It all stemmed from a very, very core value for us. One is work with the business alongside, solve for what the business is seeking for, be a true partner. And with definitely the innate fire in some of us, within the L&D space to continue to challenge our own status quo, to innovate. And I think that has really proven to be something that today we take pride in. And we would continue to move in that direction. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to thank my team, who had really worked relentlessly in putting some of these wonderful solutions together. Thanks.
Thank you. Absolutely fantastic to have you be associated with us. And now we move on to the gold. Let's have a look at the winner. Best Employee Upskilling Strategy. And the gold winner is... we have Vedanta Ranjangan. And we have Sanjoti Agarwal, Assistant Manager, HR, to join us on stage. A huge shout out to Ms. Sanjoti Agarwal, Vedanta Limited. Thank you and congratulations. And presenters, thank you so much. I request you to be seated for now, and we will call you back for the next set of awards. We're almost there, halfway mark, 19 done, about 22 to go. Math right, yes. How are you feeling right now? Could we cheer for all the winners so far who received their awards? So before we segue into the next bit, we want to celebrate this and with all our hearts. Can we do this? Thank you, sir. And all I want from you is anybody from any table to give me one song, one line of any song which has the word Dil in it. It could be Dil, Hridaya, Idayam, heart in any language. But it has to have one line. That's a song name. You have to sing it, sir. That's the whole point of the game. So one line of any song which has the word Dil in it. Every table you're going to sing any which way. So prepare and let me know which track. So we have one ready?
Dil, Deewana, Deewana, ye dil.
Wow, super. You got to clap for that. Lovely. Right from the heart. Anybody else want to come to this table now?
दिल चीज है क्या जाना ये जा भी तुम्हारी है
Kya baat hai, lovely. Next, which table? The most happening table. I like how leaders point towards each other. He. One of you, come on, quick. So you're Googling? ChatGPT? Come on, one from you, sir. Quickly, let's go. One song. You look like a singer. I mean, good, bad doesn't matter. Look like a singer.
I see nothing is crossing my mind.
Can we give him a hint? Any song that you want him to sing? So keep your track ready, sir. So he's given that hint to you. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. You got to sing.
Seriously, I don't know.
He taught you right now. Dil kya kare? Very simple.
दिल क्या करे जब किसी को.
Lovely, sir. Lovely. Superb. It's difficult to train him. Because he's a trainer. And what about this table? Yes, come on.
दिल मेरा की करा मेरी बात जाने ना.
Superb. Let's sing with all our hearts. It's an evening for us to celebrate. Let's get that monotonous tone of just the awards. Let's have some fun. So one more track from this table.
है अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा.
Lovely, beautiful. From here? You won 2 times and I gave like such a star walk. You got to sing one line.
Any suggestions?
Any suggestion, hints? Any clues? Which one? There's so many songs with...
दिल दे के देखो दिल दे के देखो दिल दे के देखो जी दिल लेने वाले दिल देना सीखो जी
Superb. What about the people at the back? So you look like a singer too. Yes, let's hear it from you.
दिल तो बच्चा है जी थोड़ा अच्छे I don't know the lyrics.
I like the way he was looking at me and singing this song. I have no idea why, but thank you, sir. Yes, who's next? Which table? This table right here? I like the confidence in nominating a person to sing. Nice.
I don't know, I will be repeating, I was out. It's okay.
ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना है ये दिल.
Super. Lovely. Okay, last few. Anybody here at the front table? This table right here. Yes, let's go.
Dil Mange More.
That's the song name. Gana to gao.
ये दिल आपके पास है.
I think you got the game wrong. It's not naming the songs. It's singing the song.
Do you remember anything with Dil? अच्छा गुस्ताख दिल तेरे लिए बे क्या है उसके बाद?
Thank you so much. I think that was really good. This table did, we got a track from this one. Yes, there we go.
ये दिल तुम बिन कहीं लगता नहीं हम क्या करें ये दिल तुम बिन कहीं लगता नहीं हम क्या करें तुम ही कह दो अब ऐ जाने वफा हम क्या करें तसव्वुर हमें दिया हम क्या करें.
Super, sir. Fantastic. But I said one line. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Sorry, I should have held myself. Okay, this table, right in the front. Who's it gonna be?
दिल चीज क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए बस एक बार मेरा कहा मान लीजिए.
Right, this table.
हम दिल दे चुके सनम तेरे हो गए हैं हम रब की कसम.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for looking at me and singing that song. Any table that's got missed out? Any tables we missed? No, we got a song from that table. We did. All right, super. Can we clap for everybody who sung the song? Now, here's a small deal. I want quickly any 5 of you who sung the song with the word Dil to join me right here because I have only 5 gifts to be given away. So the first 5 who come here will get the gift. Serious note. Could we have the first 5? Anybody who sung the song with the word Dil in it can join in right here. It's okay. 2 more extra is also fine. Absolutely, sir. You're going to be presenting the gift anyway. Quickly. We can have more. 1 or 2 more. Sir, why don't you join in? I think we can have 1 more. Superb. See, in learning and development, there's one thing called as the hook and the spike, right? Like, here's the hook that I put. So the deal is, we love gifts, and I got you right there. And of course, you're going to get a gift, but only one of you is going to get that gift. So here's the deal. I'm going to ask you a question, answer this, then I'll tell you what happens. So which is your favorite animal?
Tiger.
Superb. So yours?
Elephant.
Elephant, okay. Ma'am?
Linus.
Linus?
Elephant.
Elephant?
Snake.
Snake?
Dog.
Dog? Dog. Different dog, same dog? No, it doesn't matter. Dog. Okay, just kidding. So now, remember the song you sung with the word dil in it? Remove the word dil. Replace it with your favorite animal and you have to sing the same song and the most entertaining one gets the gift. Can we have a round of applause to them, please? So let's start with you, Sak. Let's go. So same thing, instead of dil, you have to put the dog word in it. That's about it. Your favorite animal. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
डॉग क्या करे जब किसी पे किसी को दिल
No, you can't say.
डॉग आ जाए
Wow, 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 wow. Superb. True dog lover there. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Let's hear it from you. 3, 2, 1.
डॉग मेरा की करा मेरी बात माने ना. That's it.
Superb. Keep it coming. Clap it out loud. Let's hear it for you. 3, 2, 1.
I forgot my song. सांप चीज है क्या जाना ये
It has to be snake. English. Yeah, yes.
स्नेक चीज है क्या जाना ये जा भी तुम्हारी है.
Wow, superb. Keep it going. Clap for them. Lovely. Let's hear it from you, Sak.
Hathi,
Elephant. It has to be elephant.
elephant, divana, elephant.
Good one. Yes, ma'am. Let's hear it from you.
हम लाइन्स दे चुके सनम तेरे हो गए हैं हम रब की कसम.
एलिफेंट चीज क्या है आप मेरी जान लीजिए.
Thank you so much. He backed out from the game. So wait. Who do you think is the winner? Who is the most entertaining? You're gonna tell. Votes for Sir. Noisometer. You cheer and I judge based on that. How many think he should get the winner title? Okay. And for her? All of them? For him? For ma'am? For ma'am? For sir? I like your consistency. So all of them are winners and we'll make sure that your hamper reaches your table. Thank you so much for adding a lot of vibe to this evening with all our hearts. Aur ek baar zordar taaliyan. Come on everybody. And thank you, sir. And now, let's continue with this. We have the last 22 awards and we want it to be a party. How many of us can clap here? How many of us can cheer and make some noise here? And how many of us can whistle here? That's where the problem is. How many of you love to whistle but you cannot whistle? Put your hands up. You sound like a kitchen cooker back home, just like me. Okay, for one lucky person right here today, I'll teach you how to whistle. And everybody else who watches him or her, you'll also be able to whistle. So I just need one volunteer who has that learning mindset right here at the L&D Awards. So one learner, quick learner. I'll teach you how to whistle in 10 seconds. It's my promise. Quick. Yes, sir. Superb. Can we clap for the gentleman? Actually wanted to teach Paul another Indian thing, but then he's not here. Thank you so much. So it's all about technicality, right? Learning has some steps. You got to do that right, and we learn. So right leg forward, right hand forward. Now the distance between these two fingers should be about 35 mm. That's 20 mm. A little more. Yeah, that's fine. So now when I say let's go, close your eyes. I'll give a countdown from 10 to 1. Exactly when I say 1, take it to your mouth, whistle it out, you will be able to whistle. Yes. Okay, but you got to trust me. Trust the process. Close your eyes now. No opening. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. One more time, loud and clear. One more time. Hit it. He's waiting for the countdown. Superb. So we wanted to keep whistling for all the winners who are going to come on stage. You can keep that whistle. It's my favorite whistle. I was using it for 3 years. Now it's yours. I'm just kidding. They're fresh. Anybody, you're tired and you can't clap anymore. You want to whistle like this, put your hands up. We have some fresh whistles. It's our party. We want you to make noise. Put your hands up and we will make sure that we reach you with these whistles. Come on. So clap, cheer, gets it ready to celebrate all the winners who are going to join us right here at the BW L&D Excellence Awards. All right, could we have the presenters back on stage, please? Could we have Ms. Bilkis, Mr. Abdullah? Could we have Ravi sir to please join us one more time? All right, can we clap? Cheer and some whistles. That's more like it. With the same excitement, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next winner and the AV, please. Where we have Best Talent Assessment Technology Platform. And the winner is Edu Milestones. And to receive the award, we have Ms. Alima Sadia, Vice President, North South HR Miles Manager, to join us on stage. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Clap, cheer, whistle, apna awards hai, apna winners hai. It's our evening. Congratulations to the winners. And now let's have a look at the next category coming up on the screen. Best L&D Training Solution. And the winner is Tura Learning Solutions. We have Ms. Anubha Batra, founder and director of Tura Learning Solutions. A big cheer, a big cheer. Your winner. And would you wish to share a few words? It would be our honor to hear from you.
We are a learning development organization. We've been in existence for over 10 years. I have participated in this event, I think 3-4 years back. Didn't make it. So I feel elated that I'm here today, and this time we won as a team. So I wanted to thank my team. Without their support, I think this was not possible. I'd like to thank my daughter, Ada, and I'd like to thank the BW team for being here, organizing this event, and helping us acknowledge what we have done over the years. I would like to thank the jury members for selecting our organization and giving us this platform. And at the end, I'd like to thank all our clients for showing the faith in us, because we wanted to deliver proper solutions to these organizations, and they trusted us, and we were able to deliver some benefit out of the entire engagement. So yeah, thank you.
You said you didn't make it the first time, but you were a winner this time. So complete this with me. हार कर जीतने वाले को
बाजीगर कहते हैं.
A big shout out. Thank you. And please join us to the left side of the stage for the picture. And now moving on to the next winner and AV, please. Best Innovative Learning Techniques. And the winner is Teleperformance. We have Ms. Bhavisha, Executive Vice President, Training at Teleperformance India, to join in. And one of our finest power panelists for today, our speaker. Thank you. And quickly move on to the next member to join the club, the winner on your screen. best use of simulations or virtual environment for learning. And the winner, get it ready to welcome KPMG team back on stage, Ms. Yamini Ramrajan, Director, Learning and Development. All right, congratulations. Am I forgetting something? Sure? All right, let's move on to the next winner. Let's have a look at the best advancement in onboarding role integration. Onboarding and role integration. And the winner. Put your hands together. Now you know, KPMG Global Services once again back on stage is Yamini Ramrajan, Director, Learning and Development. Am I yet again forgetting something? All right, it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next category, developing frontline leaders. Put your hands together in the category of developing frontline leaders. Let's have some more excitement. Bring out those whistles, a round of applause and cheers. This time we will not forget KPMG Global Services back on stage. Next category, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Best Unique and Innovative Learning and Development Program. And the winner is, any guesses or any wishes? KPMG Global Services back on stage, Ms. Yamini Ramrajan and the team member. Well, I said 2 times you speak, 3 times you sing, 4 times you dance, but they're here winning this the 6th time on stage. So literally a movie, like action, little bit of drama, but we want you to share a few words. And of course, you're going to dedicate a song and a special gesture probably from the gentleman, marking your happiness and excitement for the team. 6 times on stage already, 6 awards. I like when there's a group discussion that happens on spot.
What do I have to do?
So first you can just like share something and then probably you can say something.
Okay, so thank you so much for this award, and this is for our team, which has been working so hard with the vision of our leaders, and definitely it feels nice that we are winning these awards as a industry accolades, and there's a lot of hard work the team has done behind it. So this is all for our team. Yeah. Thank you.
And one song dedicated to your team, my favorite.
I think Sir is blessed with a beautiful voice, and he has sung some amazing songs. So I can't.
Sir, but you're taking the award tonight, not him. So you'll have to sing a song.
So after all this, I can say is. Dil mein mere hai darde disco, darde disco, darde disco. Thank you.
So now, right here, when you sing the same song, ma'am, you just do this. and you're complete. 6 times on stage, and it's a mandate right now. Can we hear it for them, please? And I know secretly teams are wishing, we hope we stop at 2 awards. No.
You're going to join us, aren't you? Okay.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, start. Dil mein mere hai dard disco, disco, dil mein mere hai dard.
Thank you. Very sweet, very nice. Can we have a big round of applause for them for adding that vibe? And congratulations on the big wins. And now let's quickly move on to the next AV and witness the winner, please. Leadership in L&D Excellence. In the Silver League, Nash Yadav, we have Dr. Karthik Jairam at HCL Tech. And our star singer, congratulations. And now moving on quick in the same category, and this time let's witness the gold winner. AV, please. The gold goes to Mr. Karthik Mulakaluri, Director, Talent Development at Omega Healthcare. And also a gentleman who brought in a lot of vibe right here today. As we're now in the individual segment, let's have a little more energy and honor these champions. Come on everybody, one more time, huge round of applause. The gold winner. In the same individual segment, let's move on, and this time it is L&D Under 40 Trailblazer. AV, please. Celebrating the BW People L&D Excellence Awards 2024, L&D Under 40. And in the bronze goes to Chetna Chopra, Learning and Development Manager, Indian Hotels Company Limited. Congratulations. Once again, one of our star singer. Moving on quick. Next individual segment. And in the same category, let's have a look. And in the same bronze league, L&D Under 40 goes to Sonali Priyadarshini. And on behalf of her, we have Sanjoti Agrawal, Assistant Manager HR, to receive it. And if you could have a moment with you, I know you're sing this on behalf of Ms. Sonali, but if you would like to share a few things about her, it would be nice.
So Sonali is very tenacious. She's part of our team, and some very innovative and creative thinking coming forth from her. She's a very experienced professional, and lots to learn from her, and a great team player. So sad that she missed out on this, but thank you on behalf of her.
Absolutely sad that She missed on this, otherwise all the Dil Wala singing and all she could have been a part of. But can we cheer and convey our wishes to Miss Sonali, the bronze winner? Come on everybody, clap it out loud one more time. And now in the same category, we are in the individual segment and this is L&D under 40. Let's have a look at the Silver League winner. L&D Excellence Awards 2024. And the silver winner is Shrika Joseph, Learning and Development Manager, Crown Plaza, Kochi. Ma'am, if we could request you to share a few words, please.
Thank you everyone for being so supportive. Thank you BW people. I don't see many hoteliers here. We usually go for BW Hotelier Awards. So I see so many techies here. Thank you Crown Plaza for believing in me, for nominating me. Thank you Dinesh Rai, John Mathula, my bosses. And for my family, they've been very supportive. My husband Jobin, my kids Isabel and Tomu. Thank you everyone. Hopefully next year too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, congratulations. And quickly move on to the next winner. In the same category, this time we witness silver. And the winner to get the silver is Mangala Prita S., Vice President, Head of Learning and Development, Indium Software. And one of the most enthusiastic participant, member, delegate that we had today. Congratulations. And now we move on to the gold. Let's have a look at the winner, the same category under the Gold League. Right here at the L&D Excellence Award. The gold winner is from XYXX Apples. We have the Chief of Brand and Culture, Speetel Gangurgo. Petal. I stay corrected. Miss Petal. We have a big cheer for the winner in the Gold League. L&D under 40 Trailblazer. All right, moving on. Let's have a look at the next winner coming up on our screen, please. And we continue with the same category. And we have yet another winner in gold. We ready to make some noise and cheer for the winner. We have Ms. Rupa Rahul Paul, Associate Vice President, Learning and Development, Black Box Network Services. But she's not here, so we have somebody to receive. On her behalf, we have Mr. Pushpinath Kasika. A cheerful gentleman receiving on behalf of Ms. Rupa Rahul Paul. We're right here at the individual segment. And now, next category coming up on the screen, please. It's the L&D Under 30 Rising Star. And the winner to win this title this year, the L&D Excellence Awards 2024 goes to Ms. Mehak Chani, Lead Learning and Development Specialist, Simplus India. A big shout out, a big cheer. Let's keep it coming. Where are those whistles? What happened to them? Yes, thank you. Ms. Mehak in the house. While we are celebrating the individual leaders, individual talents, up next is yet another category. Let's have a look at it. And this time it is Outstanding People Strategy Leader. And the winner, three hands together, once again, from XYXX Apparels, is Petal Gangurde. A big cheer, everybody, come on, join hands. Ma'am, we would definitely want to hear a few words from you, if you could please.
So there's a lot of conversation about hearts. Can I leave this with you? And thank you, BW. I think my jury round, actually, I spoke a lot about the heart that we put into the work we do at XYXX. So Korean hearts to everyone, and thank you, BW. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations on your big wins. A big cheer one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Be a part of the celebration, please, everybody. And now let's move on and witness the next winner joining us on stage. Transformational Learning Leader Award. And the winner, Yes, Yadav, the founder and CEO, Success Street Consulting Services, LLP, Shipra Garg. Sure, clap. We're almost at the last leg of the awards. Absolutely our pleasure.
Thank you, first of all, to BW and all the jury for this honor, and it's truly humbling for me. I believe true transformation starts with human process work, starting with individuals to teams to organizations, empowering people, inspiring leadership, and creating cultural shifts. I hope platforms like this will enable me to bring more innovative and pragmatic approaches to L&D, making it a strategic and transformative partner for businesses all over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shipra, and hope that your success streak continues. A big cheer for the winner. And we've got the last four in the house. We need the maximum energy. Could we have everybody put your hands together? Cheer, where are those whistles? Some whistles. Okay, there's some whistles. And now, down to the last four. Let's have a look at the next category. Best Learning and Development Strategy. And in the Silver League, Amazon India Operation. Back to the organizational segment, and we've got Mr. Siddharth Sinha, HR Director India, Operations Amazon India. We also have Ms. Tulka Bhatnagar, Talent Development, Head of Amazon India. And team, if you could just request you to stay back. आप तो हमारे अपने हैं, अपना दुकान है. So if you can just say few words, it will be nice.
Thank you for recognizing this for this award. I think one of the things that we've always believed in is how do we integrate the whole learning with the operations, and this is something which has been the cornerstone of our success. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations to the team. And now down to the final three. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right, let's hit it. In the same segment of organizations, it's time to witness the gold winner. Best Learning and Development Strategy. The gold winner is the groundbreaking initiatives, creation of comprehensive skills, catalog launch, functional academies, instructor-led open programs, centralized L&D, Power BI-based dashboard, launch and grow, and strategic achievements, pioneering projects for their remarkable L&D impact. Celebrating the gold winner, the Best Learning and Development Strategy goes to AB InBev GCC Services India Private Limited. We have Juna Devan, People Director. We have Nicola Costa, Senior Manager, Anuradha Kamath, Manager. We have Ms. Nihari Kabire, Manager, joining from the team of AB InBev GCC. Yes, all smiles on. And team, if you could have you share a few words. I'm a huge admirer of what you do and the big events that you conduct. As I come from the media and the events field, a huge fan of the larger-than-life events that you put up for your team. So if you could just share a few words.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to represent my amazing L&D team here. Nicola, Nitin, Anuradha, thank you for all the work that you do. It's not easy to be us. We're always in the limelight for multiple different things, but we're really proud of the beer that we make and our brand. And it's great to be able to serve a population that's engaged in such an exciting thing, and it's also the most challenging thing to how do we keep them upskilled and engaged. So we're very proud to be able to do this and win gold for that. Thank you.
And if I could just request one gesture from your team that's very relevant to all of us, if you can just say cheers, and that would be nice. 3, 2, 1. Come on, cheers to them as well. Everybody, put your hands together one more time for the gold winner. And now down to the last two. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen. The final organization award. And it's yet again Best Learning and Development Strategy. And yet another gold winner. Let's join hands and welcome the team, but before that, for their groundbreaking initiatives. Giving a hint who the winner is. Hands-on mooring training, JK Profits, and with a more business enablement program. Strategic achievements. And for their pioneering projects, Array 2.0, Safety 2.0, standing for the remarkable L&D impact, use of technology, learning management system, digital learning, joining is LDPS. We have the Gold League winner, J.K. Simmons. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes the awards for the organization. We still have the individual segment. We have Dr. Anlip Jain, Group President, People, Culture and Digital, and the team member. And we request you to please share a few words on the big win.
Good evening, everybody, and big congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations also because you make your company so proud and your team so proud. And you bring smiles on your face, which are very, very infectious. Secondly, I must thank Anurag Bhai is not here today, and his fantastic team for putting up all these shows for years together now. I have been on this stage many, many times for different purposes, different categories over the last 5-6 years. And all because of the team that stands with me every time, that today also the L&D team is here. And I also want to tell you that you see this gorgeous lady standing here, her name is Bilkis Naqvi. 2-3 days back I came to know, and she contacted me on LinkedIn, and I realized that we both worked together 17 years back in one organization, and she has just joined corporate communications department and I was in HR. It's such a pleasure to see Bilkis today where she is, and also a pleasure to receive an award from you, Bilkis. And last but not the least, thanks to my team here and the team which could not join here today because the team number is large, for making us proud as JK Cement, and me personally as the leader of the team. It's nothing more that you want from an organization or your work that the team can give you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you and congratulations once again to the entire team of JK Cement, the big win, Best Learning and Development Strategy, the Gold League. And now down to the final one. Wait. Console, hold on. Now is the final one. Is the individual category, and it's for the L&D Coach of the Year. Are we ready for this one? This is where you say yes. The final award. Are we ready? Are we ready? So ladies and gentlemen, the final award, I'll tell you after a short commercial break. No? Right now. So we need the maximum energy. One more time. Hands up in the air and just clap, 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 clap. Join hands, whistle, cheer. Let's witness the final award right here at the BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024 L&D Coach of the Year. Clap it out loud. Be a part of the celebration as we step into the final award, L&D Coach of the Year. The winner, put your hands together. Let's welcome, before that, of course, a citation, illuminating experience, everything that stands by, which makes this person a winner, the strategic achievements. Pioneering projects, remarkable L&D impact, its customized, structured and measurable assessment around emotional intelligence, coaching skills, communication skills and leadership skills. Taking all the right criteria and standing tall as the L&D Coach of the Year, Priyansh Yadav, Dr. Bindu Khosla, People and Culture Mentor, Russell V, Inc. Excalibur Coach. The biggest round of applause of the night. And one last cheer, everybody. Yes, of course. How could we miss this? All yours, ma'am.
I'd like to thank the BW team for recognizing and celebrating what I enjoy doing the most, which is coaching. It is something which is very fulfilling, very satisfying, and it's great to have a validation. I'm sure my coaches will love this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, yes. And one more, ma'am, for the photograph, please. And one more time, a big applause to her and for all the other 40 winners who took to stage right here at the BW L&D Excellence Awards 2024. Yes, bump the music up. And that concludes the award ceremony. A big show for our presentation party right here for the leaders. Thank you so much for doing the honors. We can sit back and we're almost done, inching closer as we take this moment to conclude. But before that, for a quick wrap-up of things, for the vote of thanks, could I have Ms. Sharon to please join me? We have Ms. Sharon Verma, Director, Events, BW Business World. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Everybody, clear it out.
Am I audible enough? Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Great, that's fantastic. It's always a pleasure hosting the HR and the L&D fraternity. So how does it feel as we conclude the Festival of L&D? One word that defines your feeling. Can I have? Gratifying, okay? Come on, I know it's late evening, but we can still keep the energy up. Amar has done a great job in doing that. How does it feel after the 2 days Festival of L&D? Sorry? Excellent. Okay, great. So as I stand before all of you and take this privilege to thank each one of the members who's made the BW People Festival of L&D a grand success, starting with our jury members who joined us from all across the world, starting from India, Australia, Utopia, and Sydney, despite of the challenging time zones, they have been part of the evaluation process. So thank you to each one of them. A big thank you to Paul, who's been a jury chair, followed by Mr. Ravi, who's also been a part of the jury of the BW L&D Excellence Award, and also our jury members for the HR 40 under 40, followed by our phenomenal speakers who've made the 2-day festival a grand one, a really learning-oriented one, followed by, of course, our official partners, which is NHRD, our coaching partner, Take 5 Global, our tech training partner, NLink, our exhibit partner, Great Stalwart Learning, and of course, our corporate gifting partner, JKD. And of course, our event partner, which is joytravels.com, Fandrim, Bentley, Reality, ThickShake, E4M, IWM, Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Also, a moment to thank our BW backend team who's been really putting in the effort to make this a grand one, followed by my marketing team, social media, our editorial team, our outreach team, our business head, Ms. Bilkis, without whose support this wouldn't have been so successful, and our vice president, Mr. Abdullah, and of course, our chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, and of course, a very handsome man who's been keeping up the energies the 2 days. RMC, Amar, give it up for him, please. He's made a great impact. Thank you, Amar, for all the support and making the festival feel like a festival. And a heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to each one of you for being a wonderful audience and for making this a grand one. Thank you. A big round of applause to conclude the Festival of L&D. Thank you to the BW people and the BW team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And that's really sweet of you. And only reason she added that extra tagline is she was an MC back then. So there we go, the connection. Thank you so much. But I think everybody put your hands together for the BW Business World team. A huge cheer for BW people and for Ms. Bilkis in the house, Mr. Abdullah, and Ms. Sharon once again, and to Dr. Anurag Batra sir for everything. But the biggest cheer goes to the lovely participants, the delegates, the members, right here for yourself. 2 days, fantastic. A big cheer, huge round of applause. And we would like to conclude with your presence right here on stage for a group picture. Fantastic 2 days of festival. Before we conclude, could we have everybody along with the jury member to join me on stage for a group picture? Let's cover this. And could we pump some music up as well? While we take the stage, a round of applause to the camera crew and team. 2 days. They've been standing for almost 10 hours a day. A big cheer for the camera crew. A big cheer for our AV team, the console, the event team. all the winners, all the jury members, if you're outside, please do join us on stage. Please make sure that you have your award with you. Is there anybody who's not there with your award? No, it's so incomplete. I'll help you. We have someone's award here. That's Mr. Karthik. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to charge extra for this, but it's okay. J.K. Simmons, yes. I'll get that. Godrej. Yes. I wish I had a chance to give. Amazon, you've got your award? All right. There's one on the table. Let's see whose award is this. We've got a couple on the other tables as well. Please make sure we have Mr. Karthik. Yes. One special song for that one. That award there. Do we have anybody missing any awards here? I lead. Yes. And we have Miss Rupa. Requesting one of our power speakers also to join us on stage. Right now that we've got the mandatory picture for the coverage, could we have everybody one more time? We're going to do something. We're going to put our hands together and we're going to say cheers for the victory, for the winners, for the fraternity, for BW Business World and for BW People, and for the L&D Excellence Awards at the count of 3, 2, 1, say! Loud and clear. 3 to 1. 3 to 1. So we have Avi and Bev. Probably they'll help us with cheering later on this evening. But all I want to say is you've been fantastic. It's been fantastic 2 days. I just want to conclude by this 2 lines to all the lovely winners. Here it goes. This is very difficult for me, but I'm trying this out. कागज के फूल को हम कमल बना देते. This is where you say वाह, right? आपकी आवाज से हम गजल बना देते. कमबख्त हम आप में से एक नहीं है, वरना इसी स्टेज पे हम ताजमहल बना देते. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor. This is RJ Amar signing off. Hope to see you all on the other side. Good night and have a great time.